coach, Brandon, it is simply their best map. The only time they've ever lost anything on red card is just in scrims. Funny enough, actually, with Conestoga, who's not even here. They simply were not able to get through Cumberland to get here. But at the same time, it needs to be said, red card is a lock for St. Clair, and it was shown here as Cumberland picked it. St. Clair, they really punched them for that.
Yeah, and you talk about punching them or trying to punch them on a different map. It's going to be hard when you have guys like Rupert who are just going to completely dominate any aspect. You want to look for Rupert and Cootie specifically, this dynamic duo for St. Clair. These are the guys that really set the pace and set the tempo for the aggression. St. Clair loves to be ultra aggressive, especially when trying to set up spawn traps in certain parts of the map. So it's Rupert and Cootie who are going to be the guys that have to shut down. But it doesn't matter when you have KB and C-Wads as your supporting ARs who can also do damage on any single part of the map. So it's just such a well-built team from top to bottom.
Yeah, I mean, I immediately think about, when it comes to this team, the buff they have is the fact that they simply just have maps on lock compared to pretty much every other team other than Oklahoma Christian in collegiate. We talk about Vault for control, right? LBCC, they took one objective off of them, and then they got crushed. And it seems like that's kind of how it is, right? St. Clair, how about halfway through the season, I want to say, they looked at Vault and were just kind of like, you know what, we've been taking our time with these matchups a couple times. You know what, on attack, we're just going to start taking these OBJs like immediately, and we're just not going to let up. You take A off of us, that's great. Set up on B on driveways, and we got our ARs holding down those crosses, and I've never seen anything more effective than C-Wads and KB holding those crosses. But now we got to get into our next lineup as well. Their opponents, Cumberland, looking to force the upset, but if it's any team that's going to do it, it's going to be them. Cal, Honor, Draken, Sprafty. These guys gave St. Clair the best run, the hardest run for their money so far this season in NACE, and it was still 3-1, so a little bit of work to be done.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think it goes to show you the talent level of St. Clair that a hard series for them is winning it in 4 instead of winning it in 3. I think this one's going to be a little closer today, just the fact that it's the grand finals. It's a best of 7 this time. It's not a best of 5.
Right.
So Cumberland will have more opportunities to potentially steal a map away. But this is a really good roster as well, and one that St. Clair is very familiar with as well. Cumberland, a very strong run in the bracket this year. Obviously not as dominant as St. Clair, 3-0 against ODU in round 2, but those next couple rounds, 3-1 against Nicholas College and Conestoga. So showing a little bit of weakness in the bracket. Obviously not that much weakness, but when you compare it to St. Clair, definitely not as strong, at least on paper.
Yeah, and I mean, if you want to talk about on paper, we can also kind of reference divisionally collegiate COD and how the kind of the performances have stacked up. Unfortunately, Cumberland didn't even make it out of the Southeast Division to make it into the championship playoffs. Which, of course, Saints managed to do so. And so for someone like Cumberland, I'm going to go back to a point that I made a little bit earlier in our desk here. They're going to need to bring out something unique. They're going to need to bring out something that Saints hasn't experienced. Like Patrick was saying, we've got great supportive players. We've got great aggressive players on the side of Saints. For Cumberland, who has, again, faced off against Saints in a variety of different NACE semifinals, finals, regular season matches. And there's only really been one little chink in the armor for Saints to drop in one map, and it's just not enough, I think, for Cumberland if they want to be the victors here. They have to pull out all the stops here and try something new.
Right, and I mean, I usually wouldn't suggest taking Saints to Vault of all maps, but at the end of the day, to be fair, I would not blame Cumberland at all if they simply took that Vault hard point and just said, you know what, we're doing that again. The number one thing I want to talk about is St. Clair. While they have had a dominant season, the number one thing that I've seen lack of is variety. We look at the map pool time and time again. I mean, how many times have we come in to cast their NACE game, and we already know it's going to be Rewind, Dealership, Vault. Snooze fest, it's that every time. And, the one time that it gets changed up, you see Vault on hardpoint. St. Clair, it was a little bit of a tough one. They lost it to Cumberland. I've seen times where even in the games where they win on Hacienda, it gets close. I remember it came down one of them to in the regular season to a C-Wads 1v1, right? Like, you don't see stuff like that happen very often for St. Clair. So anytime they've been driven to the border, to bending or breaking, the whole point is it's had to go onto different maps that they're not used to. In a best-of-7 series, you have a lot of time and a lot of different choices and selections that you can then put forward to maybe make St. Clair uncomfortable.
It's true, and if you're going to make them uncomfortable, maybe you do have to get into the more interesting maps in the pool, your protocols, like you said, maybe bring it to Rewind or just, something a little different that St. Clair isn't used to, but I don't know. I mean, with the way St. Clair's been playing this season, I don't think taking them to a different map is really going to change that much. I still have them winning, maybe in 5 or 6, but I think they are going to still take it.
It's the win condition. It's the win condition
know.
for Cumberland. If we're going to play the same maps that we always play every single time Saints locks up here for NACE regular season, then we know what the outcome is going to be. The only win condition I think Cumberland have is that the fact that they need to try something that hasn't been tried against Saints, take them to different maps, take them to different game styles. That's the only way. If we're going to play the same thing that we've already played, we've seen that in spring, we've seen that in fall last year.
Well, they're going to have to look to switch things up. We are going to switch things up as well. We're going to toss it to a short break, but when we come back, breaking down Smash, and then finally going to be getting into your NACE Grand Finals matchups. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to your NACE Grand Finals. Now we get into the meat and the potatoes. We have to talk a little bit of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Best of 3 crews. We got Stony Brook going up against UNCG Zircons. Immediately, the number one thing that gets pointed out to me is how UNCG even got here. But before we're going to have that, we have a little bit of a special sponsor here, as it's going to be popping up real quick. So In Touch Credit Union, it can't boost your KD ratio, but we can help you level up your financial game. Visit itcu.org to learn more. Federally insured by NCUA. Thank you so much, In Touch Credit Union. But now we are going to get in touch with our Smash teams. So UNCG
transition.
Zircons playing up against Winthrop in the semifinals. I mean, if you had to bank anyone getting into the finals, you would immediately think that Winthrop was taking that dub, but that is not the case. Let's look at the lineup that took them down in 2-1 fashion. It's going to be Chugs, Camellia, Endothea, Swift Baby, and also Pika Mare.
Yeah, I mean, for the past 2 seasons of NACE Smash, we've had the same 4 teams, give or take. We've had Winthrop, we've had Oakland, we've had LCU, and we've had Stony Brook. And now it's UNCG coming out swinging out of left field, upsetting Winthrop on their way here to the grand finals. Of course, LCU was taken down by Stony in the opposite semifinals. But this team, you know, not to mention just the lineup itself, but they also have an incredibly scrappy lineup of characters that they play. So it's going to be kind of an interesting battle. You know, we're not really looking at a lot of incredibly meta picks on the side of UNCG. Got Yoshi, Hero, Min, and Game & Watch, and Sephiroth, if Picamera is going to be end up playing in that lineup as well. You know, when we end up getting to Stony Brook, you'll kind of see that comparison of how this roster and what they're going to be playing is not, you know, normally what would be considered meta, I would say.
No, definitely not. I mean, when you talk about just the heroes that they have on their lineup, definitely some volatile choices. Not saying that's bad, but there are definitely things that you can exploit. Hero specifically, so dependent on the RNG of his spells that he gets with his down special. If you can't get those spells set up the way you need to, you might have a tougher time. I mean, Mr. Game & Watch as well, always a solid choice, but a little bit of RNG in his kit as well. Mr. Game & Watch also the lightest character in the game, so potentially a problem if you're bringing some bruisers and some brawlers from the side of Stony Brook, but definitely not something you really need to worry about if you have the player skill to back it up. Because Smash, tier list doesn't really matter when it comes to Smash Bros. All it really matters is the skill of the individual players that are bringing it to the server today. And with UNCG, I mean, you said beating Winthrop, you know, is the #1 seed. You know, they feel like the upstarts. They feel like this is their moment to really make some noise and, you know, stake their place in Collegiate Smash. And I'm fully expecting them to live up to this moment and try and make some noise.
Yeah, you know, I think like Evan was saying, it's really about great comeback mechanics here for especially characters like Hero and Game & Watch. Lots of opportunity to add a little bit of messiness to the gameplay. And if things get messy, you can really expect UNCG to make a splash.
Yeah, definitely can. And when you really look at, you know, the other names that they beat to get here too, UTA Smash, Shenandoah, and also TEMU Dust Devils as well, this team has really started clicking on all the right levels at the right time. But at the end of the day, we will see if they can click against Stony Brook. Stony Brook now going into this tournament, right? Immediately, the #1 thing I want to break down off this roster of Quid, Cody, Amain, and D-Dog, Quid on the Pokemon trainer. Evan, we were talking about a few things on this in the pre-show beforehand.
Yeah, Pokemon Trainer is a really interesting character to bring. Not saying it's not a meta pick, it definitely is, but when you're trying to prepare for a player that brings Pokemon Trainer out, it's not just one playstyle you have to prepare for. It's 3 different playstyles because Pokemon Trainer, it's 3 characters in one essentially. You Squirtle, Ivysaur, and Charizard. You know, anybody. You know, you can play those in any order you want. Squirtle, more of your, you know, you're really fast, you know, just sort of early damage dealer, not a lot of smashing potential. Ivysaur, mid-range, lots of good grapple potential, good for throws, and Charizard is your bruiser and your brawler. So depending on the order that Quid brings and starts it, you know, it might not just start with Squirtle or Ivysaur, you know, you might throw in some variety in there. So that's definitely going to be something to watch for if you're on the side of UNGC.
Yeah, another kind of really important to mention, we're talking about Quid, who's ranked #9 currently in the New York City ranking system. Cody ranked #4 playing Peach, and Peach has a lot of great answers up against characters like Yoshi, like Game & Watch, and like Min Min. The float cancels beat those air approaches, and that makes it incredibly difficult for a team that really relies on some of those approaches to be able to deal with literally just one of those characters. In watching and reviewing some tape, Cody is like the final boss. If you're playing through stocks, Peach is just going to stay there, has incredible top-tier punish game, and is going to make especially that volatility that's coming in from UNCG. If they make a mistake, Peach is going to punish.
The other thing you got to keep an eye on too, D-Dog with Steve. I mean, what more is said about Steve in the current meta of Smash Bros. Ultimate? I mean, Steve is just a monster on any playing field. You know, if you give him time to set up and mine the resources that he needs to get to his final diamond armor and diamond sword, like, you're going to have a bad time. Steve is just so good in almost any situation. The creativity as well that players can bring when they bring out Steve, it really is incredible to watch. Like, just a locked-in Steve player just do their thing.
Yeah, the problem is, of course, he requires a lot of execution, and that
That's true.
that might be incredibly exploited by UNCG, who's going to be banking on playing on volatility. And, you know, if you're giving space for somebody like Steve to try to mine those resources, like you said, well, that gives space for Hero to get into that menu and get the things that he needs to be able to be successful.
And the other one, too, we didn't talk about a main on Link. Link has been a solid pick in Smash basically since his inception in the 90s. And when you have characters like Game & Watch that you're bringing, where Link is sort of this... Link now used to be sort of like a mid-tier character, but now he's a heavier character with heavier armor, more powerful attacks. One of those like side specials, those side combos, or like an up air from Link, definitely going to be trouble for somebody like Game & Watch. So at least on paper, Stony Brook's roster has the smashing potential that might just be too much for UNCG's sort of volatile, messy playstyle to handle.
I think the number one thing I want to talk about now as well is certain strategy revolving around, you know, this format in general, right? Crews with the 12 stocks. Immediately, the number one thing that I want to talk about is for Stony Brook. Who do you think would be your safest bet opening with? I think this is really intriguing because when you have a guy like Quid who brings versatility, it almost seems like you can kind of maybe draw out UNCG and see kind of what their play styles are sort of like. But do you also go with your safe bet? Cody, 4th in New York Smash on Peach as well. I mean, it's always going to be a safe bet. The guy's just so good.
Yeah, well, to be quite honest, it's really the Pokemon trainer that is probably one of the best openers for a team like Stony Brook. I mean, like Evan was kind of alluding to the fact, it is a complete character with a lot of different variety that you can kind of lean on, Squirtle, Charizard, whatever. And to open with that, it's kind of like a little bit of an appetizer platter just before we get to the Peach, and maybe we throw in a little bit of Steve if we're feeling a little bit, you know, spicy here for Stony Brook. But with Pokemon Trainer, has a lot of great tools to deal with what they're going to be bringing to the table with Yoshi, with Game & Watch. The only thing that I think would really play a wrench is if they do decide to play with the Sephiroth. That could be a silver lining that could help the opposing team try to at least win things back over Stony Brook.
Yeah, Sephiroth, another great character as well. The ability to play up close. You know, the sword just has incredible range. Spells as well for the side of Sephiroth. Just so many tools in that kit that makes him such a strong character in the current meta right now. So depending on what UNCG wants to throw at them, you know, it definitely might give Stony Brook a little bit of pause. But you were talking about the order about which they play, and I think I agree. You definitely start Quid with the Pokemon Trainer. But I don't know, you have so many decent choices for an anchor. Like, do you save Cody as your anchor to potentially salvage a series when you need your best player to step up, or do you just have him start early and just hope that he can farm stocks early to put yourself in a position for an early lead? It's definitely a tough call to make.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting, right? We're so close from getting into it, and I guess with that being said, I just want to get into some baseline now, concrete predictions. 3 minutes out from the series, we have our first NACE Grand Final. It's going to be Stony Brook, UNCG Zircons. Who do you guys have and why?
Oh man, you're putting me in a tough spot, Patrick.
I'm sorry, I have to.
It's great to vote for the underdog. UNCG is making a historic NACE run in Smash, but unfortunately, I gotta go for the two-peat. Stony Brook just have on paper a solid team that has not only historied performances in collegiate, they've competed at LAN in a lot of these kind of local American events. And yeah, I mean, they haven't placed first. Like, you're not going to beat MK Leo in bracket, but you're going to still show up and maybe place top 32 and maybe even top 64. So I think Stony Brook just has everything going for them. The composition of characters, the historied practice in other lands. I just think UNCG, they're not going to be able to beat that.
I have to agree with you. I think the roster that Stony Brook is bringing just matches up very well to what UNCG is trying to bring, and I think there's a little bit too much randomness and a little bit too much messiness that their comp really relies on, and I think a team like Stony Brook just won't let them make mistakes like that.
Absolutely, but the time has come. After a short break, we are going to start our NACE Grand Finals at Smash coming soon.
Guys, welcome back. We are here for Smash Grand Finals. This is a really, really exciting matchup. We were toting this right before the break. It's UNCG, it's Stony Brook, the Goliath to the David in this matchup. My name is Evan, as you guys saw me in the pre-show, joined on the desk by Kip. Kip, welcome to the show. How are we feeling for this matchup coming up?
I'm feeling great, Evan. Thank you so much for having me in. And once again, thank you for stepping up to the plate for something that was such an unexpected
Hey,
ordeal
when
this thing.
when
But
duty
I have to
calls,
say, I'm
you
really
have to
excited for
answer.
these teams. That was coming up to the plate. UNCG and Stony Brook, definitely not what we were expecting in terms of seeding, right? Both the 5 and 6 seed respectfully. UNCG upsetting Winthrop in the process, and Stony Brook taking out Lubbock Christian.
Yeah, we were talking about how much of an upset this was, and the big thing we were sort of highlighting is with UNCG, a bit of an unconventional roster they're bringing to the table. So we can probably break this down a little bit. With Stony Brook bringing
Absolutely.
these more sort of stalwart picks, these your Peach, your Steve, your Lynx, do they have the advantage just with characters alone?
It's really hard to say. As I was preparing to look at the rosters for this, I kind of feel like UNCG has a very good roster into Stony Brook's. Like they have characters that have a lot of anti zoning potential, like Hero and Sephiroth. They kind of give characters like Steve especially a little bit of a hard time. As broken as Steve may be, there are some aspects of certain characters like Hero and Sephiroth that can give him some trouble.
Yeah, no, Hero especially, the potential that Hero has, with all those spells in his down special can really shake things up at a moment's notice. The only thing being that it's all RNG, right? So if you're not getting those spells that you need, you're maybe not being as productive or as effective as you're, hoping to be, especially in a crew format where, depending on where you are in the order, there might be a lot of pressure on you, to farm a lot of stocks or, try and bring your team back from the brink. So, depending on how that goes, maybe UNCG will be in for a tough time, but we're all just gonna have to wait and see until players get into the lobby, to find out. But I think on paper, at least, this is a very, very exciting matchup.
Absolutely. I cannot wait to watch some great Smash Bros. To be played. And certainly wasn't anything like we were expecting for how it was expected to go. Because like I said before, there's a lot of upsets along the way. UNCG taking out Winthrop. I had the pleasure of watching both Winthrop, UNCG, and Stony Brook and LCU live, and I gotta say they were complete heaters. Especially Stony Brook and LCU. Match 3 was pretty insane to watch.
Well, I want to, still we'll touch on UNCG just a little bit more because you said you were witness to that upset against Winthrop. We sort of took a look at the NACE website, Cumberland taking game 1, but then UNCG just sort of roaring back and taking the last 2. So I could ask you, because you were actually there, what was sort of the switch that flipped in that series? What was the sort of the driving force for that comeback from UNCG?
I think a lot of it came down to their strategy. I think having very flexible players in Indothea and Chugs, and again a very flexible characters like Game and Watch and Hero. And there's a lot of fear factor with the characters involved in that, especially Hero. We were talking about RNG a lot. Psych Up, he has a lot of shield break potential, Psych Up plus oomph and flame slash. That's an instant shield break. There is a lot of mental stack relating to Hero, and sometimes you just can't remember everything in the moment, especially in a high pressure scenario, and sometimes you'll just get punished for it.
No, definitely, for sure. And that's why I think we talk about, this sort of volatility that UNCG is bringing, to the server today. But maybe that's going to be enough to get past Stony Brook. Obviously, if UNCG was able to defeat, these sort of titans of collegiate Smash in Winthrop, obviously they have potential to make some noise today.
And yeah, absolutely. Uh, it's very hard to say who's going to be coming out on top for tonight. I feel like if we're talking about matchups, I feel like UNCG might have the edge here, but I know you guys were talking about on the analyst desk just earlier before we started talking here, but Stony Brook also has a the potential to take it from here. I do believe they won last year's, like you mentioned. So it would be very exciting to see the double crown coming out from them.
But potentially a new crown being given to, a sort of a new face. And I think that is what makes this matchup so interesting. And I think that's what makes, these NACE matchups so interesting is the fact that you have these like titans of collegiate esports that get a chance to play these like sort of newcomers and these upstarts. And I think that really makes a lot of these matchups so interesting. The fact that there are a lot of question marks, like we're sort of even saying here that we really don't even know who's going to come out on this series on top. So I think that just makes everything about sort of the theater and the drama about this potential series that much more interesting.
And yeah, like you were saying, Evan, there's a lot of potential for a new crown to be, a new team to be crowned the victor of these NACE championships. Uh, Especially this year in collegiate, I've seen a lot of high level talent come through, whether those are high schoolers making up their way to collegiate, and we're just new emerging talent. Like we were talking about UNCG and Dathia, I do believe this is first year of college, so there's gonna be a lot of like talent from here on out, and there's gonna be a lot of growth as well.
No, for sure. And that's, I think, what makes this UNCG story that much more interesting. Like you said, the ability to grow and to get better from here. And you mentioned Endothi on Mr. Game & Watch. Who else from that roster? We talked about Hero a little bit. We talked about Mr. Game & Watch. Swift Baby on Yoshi. I mean, I think that's really somebody to me that really sort of stands out as a character to really sort of watch in this series.
Absolutely, and if you really think about it, the main four characters of UNCG's roster, Hero, Yoshi, Game & Watch, Sephiroth, they all somewhat give Steve a little bit of trouble. So like D-Dog especially, there might be some trouble going on for him. And like we were talking a lot about Endothia and Chugs, but let's give a little bit more attention to Peak and Mare and Swift Baby, two very strong players in their own right. And I've seen how strong these two have become.
It's a strong roster all across the board. And then when you look on the side of Stony Brook, you got Quid with Pokemon Trainer, Cody is your Peach, Main is your Link, and D-Dog with Steve. I mean, this is a pretty solid roster as well. I mean, no real surprises in terms of, who's like a meta pick or whatever. I think Steve obviously is sort of your big meta pick right there. Steve just so powerful since he was introduced into the game. But I think Cody on Peach, I think, is definitely going to be the anchor for this Stony Brook squad. Just, the skill that he has and the ability that Peach has to just disrupt everything and just be, that anchor is, so much potential there for Cody to really sweep through some of these stocks early.
Yeah, that's kind of the pattern I've noticed from Stony Brook. I've seen most of the time they would anchor Cody. Peach is one of those very strong anchor characters in the way that she's technically served. We call it a Kazuya in the game, where basically just means a zero to death character. Peach is one of those characters that has a lot of high execution combos, but she can really just pull off these really crazy zero to deaths. But that also comes with a lot of the fear factor that she could bring, just from the fear of, I could die at any percent if the Peach had that execution check down. But I also want to talk about another pattern that they have. I've seen, especially versus LCU, that Stony Brook would sometimes anchor Quid with the Pokemon Trainer. You guys were talking about the analyst desk. Pokemon Trainer, a very versatile character. The addition of Squirtle, Ivysaur, and Charizard, all very, very different characters. They all fit into very different play styles, and you kind of just swap them around to whatever the situation requires.
Yeah, and I think that definitely makes Pokemon Trainer and Quid just that much more scary. The fact that you have, three different characters and three different playstyles you almost have to prepare for. So much to talk about, obviously, so much to break down, but unfortunately we are going to have to send it to another break as we wait for players to get into the lobby and get set up. So when we come back, we'll be back with the grand finals of NACE Super Smash Bros. Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NACE Grand Finals for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. I am here joined by Censored. Censored, how are you doing?
Doing pretty well, man. Just got off of work and now I'm ready for some collegiate smash.
And that's what I like to hear. This is going to be a great day. Just to fill you in a little bit, because I know you just came back from work. We are our grand finals to be against UNCG versus Stony Brook, and I told you what the kind of players that we'd be expecting from both of these rosters, and I have to say it's going to be a killer of a match.
It's lovely to see these college events having top Smash players be able to join the teams. It's great to see they get to play the game they love, then also get a scholarship to go to school.
Absolutely, it's always a good feeling to be able to essentially get paid for playing the game that you love so much, while also being a full-time student.
Man.
And now I have to. There was a lot of upsets throughout the bracket that I want to talk about with you, Censored. So these two teams are a little underseeded compared to like some of the other teams that they have faced. The number one team, Winthrop University, the first seed, consisting of players like Lima, Peanut, Anarchy, just top players like that. Yeah. Getting upset by UNCG, that is a crazy upset to make. What an insane statement to make. And, the previous champions of last year, Stony Brook, they have their own, they have their own challenges throughout this playoffs bracket as well, taking down the second seed, Lubbock Christian University, another team that just, has been emerging, especially this semester with talent like Level 7, Elgiman, just crazy players like that. They have Troy, the K Rule, and I got the pleasure of watching that one live just Thursday, and I have to say that was extremely down to the wire.
Oh gosh, man! But I tell people it's a different beast playing on these online like events, bro. Like you never know what's gonna happen. Sometimes you look at the bracket, you see these big name players, you just assume they're gonna win, but then a lot of times just like, bro, like these colleges are stacked with talent with people that they just might not be able to go to events, man.
Absolutely. It's a completely different environment, like not only on Wi-Fi but Wi-Fi crew battles. And I can say this myself as a competitor myself. Little known fact about me, I'm actually a player for Shenandoah University's team, and so I know firsthand. If you look at the bracket, you see that Shenandoah actually lost to UNCG. So I know firsthand just how powerful of a team UNCG truly is. And if you ask me, I think they might be the favorite to win, though it could really go either way.
Okay, dang, I can see that. So how did you guys' crew battle go? Who was the killer?
it was more so Chugs was the true killer out there. I was able to defeat Endothia in 3 stocks to 3 stocks, which was a pretty big achievement for me. They just have such a a strong like roster. They have like such a consistently strong roster. It's so hard to beat that. Like as happy as I was able to take down Endothia. I'm like, well, I have to take out Chugs now with only 1 stock. I'm like, I just
Man.
it's an uphill battle. They definitely deserve the placing they're guaranteed to get right now at the very least. It's such a strong team, and I have to give a lot of respect to UNCG personally because they are such a homegrown team. I'm pretty sure most of their players are around the North Carolina area, so you have to give it up for that kind of like homegrown team in that respect, and kind of similar to Stony Brook. Yeah, especially Stony Brook, kind of similar that they have a lot of New York players like Quid and Cody, but 2 kind of like homegrown teams. You kind of love to see, like, despite like having like the top players, like the upper top players in these crazy teams like Winthrop, you gotta throw some respect on teams like UNCG and Stony Brook for having a lot of like homegrown talent just making up their way in the scene.
It's nice to see that people can do it from within their own area and regions instead of having to outsource talent and bring people in.
Absolutely. And I want to talk about some of these teams that were able to make it into this sort of bracket, and it's a lot of crazy talent here. And considering like we've had teams like FIU and ODU, I've played teams like those in my own right, and they're very strong teams,
Mhm.
and just especially like as of late, collegiate Smash has been growing and growing. Just the caliber of players has just only been going up, and it's just crazy to see that like you see some really powerful teams they don't even make it to playoffs because it's how stacked the competition
Because it's
is.
stacked.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of casting in person collegiate events. Sometimes just seeing like the colleges show up to events, even if they're not having a crew battle, and they come out deep, big numbers, forces. Like, and a lot of the times, like I feel like there was always like a kind of like a joke or troll if you saw someone in an esports jersey, they were whatever. But now, bro, when you see somebody in an esports jersey, it's just like, nah, these schools be recruiting talent now, man. You got to watch out for these guys.
Absolutely, and you make a great point, Censored. I think I really like the addition of like recent majors adding some like collegiate cruise brackets. Like for example, like
Mhm.
Riptide, they had a collegiate cruise bracket which, that was extremely entertaining to watch. I do believe Let's Big Big Moves in January is going to be
Yep.
having a collegiate cruise bracket as well. I just
They had
love
one last
seeing.
year.
Yeah, that's right. They did have one last year as well. I just love these major tournaments like implementing these like implementation of collegiate crews into their events as a nice little
Mhm.
side event. Just more Smash Bros to be played, and people love crew battles. We don't really
Oh
get to
yeah.
see them as much anymore. Like I remember way back in the day, there'd be like USA versus the World crew battles. Like those like back in the day were, it was just so entertaining to watch. Well, like they might not be on like the same like magnitude, like compare like
Yeah.
as of like where it's like a bunch of United States players versus like literally everyone in the entire
Mhm.
world. It's like France or Japan. Crew pals are just extremely entertaining to watch as a whole.
They most definitely are. There was a time where the community kind of burned themselves out and it was just like, oh, do we actually have any storylines for there to be crew battles? But when it comes down to college level stuff, bro, it's about pride and things of that sort. Those things don't go away. It's like every year, like for me, I'm from Nebraska. When Nebraska football and Iowa play against each other, it doesn't matter how crappy of a season that both of those two teams had. When they go against each other, they're leaving everything on the field because the rivalry is just that strong. So when you have these college people that that go against each other every year, at the end of the day, they want those bragging rights, man.
Absolutely, that is another big factor for collegiate competition. Bragging rights and rivalries. With how strong UNCG and Stony Brook are, we could be seeing a new rivalry be brewed. I'm not so sure if they've played each other in the past, at the top of my head,
Mm-hmm.
but regardless, like I think this series will like go down to the absolute wire, and I think there could be like a big like rivalry brewing between these two teams because I feel like just their level of like consistency and just like strength is
Oh
just
yeah,
so even.
I can definitely see that coming, and especially two of these teams, very hungry teams. There are times that you come in this and it was like, bro, look at our seating. Like they didn't think that we was gonna make it this far, man. Like, come on, let's put on a show and let them know, man.
Absolutely, you got to show you got any respect, right? You got to get some respect from the uh the other competitors, maybe the spectators as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, pride is a big thing in anything related to collegiate, not just like collegiate esports, but just collegiate like, traditional sports. Pride
Mm-hmm.
is a crazy thing. For reference, like I can name an example. My brother went to Indiana University and he graduated
Mm-hmm.
like years ago, but my family are just massive like fans of their football team, and like they would watch their games all the time. They have a ton of like Indiana University merch, and the pride is just like off the charts.
And I have so that's like one thing that I feel like I kind of missed out on in my college experience. I never really went to the sports games. I like me myself, like I've never been to a UNL football game. I know that
Mhm.
stadium is packed out. I saw stats the other day on like it was for alcohol sales in sports stadiums, and like Nebraska was number one, even though like these other teams could fit like another 20,000 people in there than them. And I'm like, this is crazy, but like for some people, the college stuff is bigger than when you get to the professional level.
Right, and unfortunately, we must have another break. We are having some more tech difficulties, but we will be joining with you guys back soon for more Super Smash Brothers action right after this break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to NACE Grand Finals for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Once again, I'm joined by Censored, and just waiting for a bunch of the, the issues are mostly wrapped up by now. I think we're just waiting for the schools to be entering the arena. Censored, do you have any thoughts right now for what's going on?
I mean, right now, I think the most important thing going into these sort of when we're going into the crew battles, not so much like the stage. I think really like the character matchups are a big thing when coming into this, because you'd assume you make it to grand finals, the talent is going to be neck and neck. So I'm wondering what characters you're gonna, because there are certain characters that are better for crew battles. When I think
Absolutely.
about like heavier stock tanky characters, not characters like I know we have like a Peach. I think Peach is an amazing character in a crew battle. Characters like Game and Watch that just have the ability to blow up sometimes when you kind of need them to live, I think sometimes could be a glass cannon type of character.
Absolutely, there is some volatility in. I like to say like a little bit of UNCG's roster. Like
Mhm.
we were talking about, like for Stony Brook's case, like characters like Pokemon Trainer and Peach are like, really good for crew battles.
Oh
But we
yes.
have characters like Pikachu on the Sephiroth from UNCG, as as strong as a character that Sephiroth can be when he has the Wayne online.
Yeah.
With how crew battles work, if he is the one that ends, like if he goes into someone that doesn't have three stocks, he's going to get that win way later. So
Yeah.
he's going to deal with being a worse character until then. And we were talking about, you brought up Indothia on the Game and Watch. As strong as a character Game and Watch is, extremely powerful. His pretty much main weakness, he's incredibly light. So
Mhm.
there is not a lot of room for error for Game and Watch's case, because especially with a lot of characters that have a lot of kill power on on Sony Brooks teams, think like a Steve with Diamond, or a
Yeah.
Link, maybe like a Charizard with Rage. There's Indothia, and I guess the rest of UNCG will have to tread these waters very carefully. Well, characters like Yoshi, pretty heavy character,
Mhm.
and he also has that double jump partner, kind of bail him out of some situations. So there's a lot of there's a little bit of leniency for a character like Yoshi, but then we have a character like Hero, which where do we begin with him? Like I
Oh
would say,
gosh.
like
You don't know what you're
I will,
getting with Hero, man.
yeah, even like
Hero's
if
like a
you've
box of
played
chocolates.
exactly, you never know what you're gonna get. For a player like Chugs, like as strong as he is and as
Yeah.
experienced as he is in the character, sometimes you can't guarantee you get what you want with this character. Like if you get sent off stage, I know Hero here has like many ways to like re-roll his menu multiple times, because when you're off stage,
Mhm.
for those who don't know, he does have that increased chance of rolling Zoom, making it back to stage basically for free.
Yeah.
But sometimes you just get unlucky. I do believe, like I think how Hero players do it is that they would just roll for menu, and if they don't get it, they jump, and if they don't get it again, they like neutral air dodge, and then they just like go for it again. If they don't get it at that point, then they just die. It's just unlucky. But Hero has some other, it's kind of way balanced out by him having a lot of unpredictable factors.
Oh
The
yes.
buffs like Accelerado, basically becoming the fastest character in the game by a large margin. It's going to be pretty much impossible to catch him, especially in an environment like Wi-Fi. Uh, Oomph makes his moves way stronger, and Psych Up given a ton of more kill power and pretty scary on shields. You have moves like back air and like flame slash. I can just one shot shield when he has Psych Up online.
I have and I'm pretty sure I've had the pleasure of watching Chugs play in person. I feel like Chugs went to a sweet spot tournament, like way earlier this year. I'm like sitting, was like, there were so many heroes. It was actually crazy. Um, and I feel like he's one of those characters. Every time you cast a hero set, you learn something new. You're just like, oh wow, this is a combo. Oh, that increases this chance, and it's just like memory
Yeah.
overload.
Yeah, there's certainly Hero's one of those characters that basically has a ton of mental stat going against you. There's so much you have to remember. Just the possibilities that Hero menu brings on its own. There's still like the powerful spells like Side B, a very powerful zoning tool. Um, also just does a ton of damage, and the charge fireball that does a ton of damage as well. There's just so much you have to remember
Yeah,
about
bro.
Hero. Like a great mental stack example, like if you're at kill percent, you're fighting against a hero that has psych up, and you're gonna be holding shield a lot usually, but you're gonna be watching out for those those back airs or those uh flame slashes. But then what you fail to realize at the time is that the hero can just grab you and just up throw you and you explode. It's that's just one of those numerous cases of mental stack that can kind of just like that really favors the hero in that sort of way, because there's so much need to remember with hero like, right off the bat.
That is a man. Yeah, and if you wouldn't even have said that, I would have smooth forgot about it and be like, oh, well, that kills.
Right. That's something that like you could see a lot just watching here. It's like, oh, that kills there. Okay, yeah, that's something I just learned just now. There's this hero is this character is pretty goofy if you ask me.
Yeah. And I think one of the what would you say? One of the more common or one of the things about Smash is you can have something happen to you, and they're like, "Oh man, this is the first time this ever happened to me." It was like, no, actually, it happened 2.5 years ago. You just don't remember because that was the last time you played against that character. Because there are so many characters in this game, you could go a whole year without playing against one of them, and then when you play again, it's like, crap. What do I do here in this situation?
Right, and Smash Ultimate has a ton of characters, over 80 characters. There's so much you need to remember, uh, especially with characters underrepresented like Hero, pretty much high level representatives like Chugs and Beast Mode Paul. But thankfully, we are going to be soon jumping into the action. We are finally going to get the teams to be going at it. Uh, finally, UNCG versus Stony Brook is going to be a great one, censored. Who do you think we're going to be starting today, censored? What do you think is the sort of strategy that both these teams are going into? As someone that you don't really have as much collegiate experience as yourself, I want to hear from your point of view first.
So for me, man, to start off, I feel like, man, dude, I feel like you save like the characters that are able to get like crazy kills in the back of the line. For me, I always go for characters that I feel like have a really good character like spread matchup, because that first set of characters you're putting out, it's gonna play out like a normal match. You don't have to worry about being down, being out. When I talked about characters like Game & Watch, I feel like Game & Watch is a good character to kind of set the tone and the mood with, because for me, Game & Watch is not one of those characters that you want to put in when you need to try to make up a deficit or something of that sort. And so I feel like going in Dothia like right off, on rips is cool. But on the other side, oof, man, this is really just so. This is when you get into like the rock paper scissors. See, look at here. We're sitting here.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we did like a double blind to get into this.
Yep, correct.
And that's another one of the things that just makes it so interesting, man. It's just like, okay, like you have no knowledge going into this until the very first match, and that could really set the tone for the whole thing here.
Right, and this is a character we weren't really talking about much. Camellia on this Min, definitely a hidden boss on this sort of roster right here. Min, another great character in these crew battles, just having a lot of like a pretty like oppressive character. She does have the threat of being edge guarded sometimes, but she's just a very oppressive character. But I think we were talking about like potentially like anchoring Cody on this Peach, but just opting to go for this starter position is pretty interesting for me.
Yeah. And especially having to go against the likes of Min, very scary situation, because Peach is one of those characters that feels very comfortable off stage, and that's exactly where Min wants you to be. So when you see coming right in, man, you might be fighting an uphill battle, but Cody has done a wonderful job keeping this very close, sitting at 118 damage. Near death. Oh, the back hit there.
Right, and I do like what you're talking about, like this kind of like clash of like Peach being very comfortable on stage, and that turnip will be the give, catching that jump. Stony Brook getting the lead of this game 1. We do see this Mecha Walk coming out, not going to quite take the kill on Town and City just yet. Very high ceiling, but very short blast zones on the side. We see Camellia not afraid to go up there and just challenge this Peach with the grounded up beats.
Gotta get this Peach gone, and Cody done an amazing job just hitting the angles of where to come in. Ooh, okay, that's gonna take care of the stock, but I just feel like Cody's very knowledgeable about where Min can hit you and when you're gonna be safe.
Right, you see this edge guard coming up from Cody, wasting the jump, and that tether just barely grabbing the ledge. Camellia trying to fight their way out of the corner, and we do see these dash attacks. You know, Min otherwise would, you know, pretty reach it and burst it down. Has some pretty nice burst options in the form of her dash attack and her down tilt.
Okay, back there, gonna get back off stage. Oh, threw out the arm to get rid of that turnip because the turnip was the thing that took out the last stock. Ooh,
And we
damn,
see another
yeah,
turnip
these
snipe.
turnips doing work.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just catching these options from Camellia and whipping the combo right there. But it's an instant 60% Camellia in not, frankly, not a great position right now. Down 1 stock to 2. Camellia has to make something work to make job of the rest of UNCG a lot easier.
Oh, yeah, this is one of those situations. City was like, dang, things are going pretty bad. You want to do what you can to at least grab 1 more stock from this Peach. Okay, you got the forward throw. Ooh! Gets with the second arm.
These callouts with these air dodge ins, Camellia just wants, he's just begging for Cody to try to jump in like recklessly. We do see a little bit of desperation from Cody trying to hold on to this stock a little too recklessly, and there you go. The jump callout for Camellia will be taking out Cody's second stock, making his job a lot easier for UNCG. While it's not over for Camellia, Camellia does seem to be turning up right now. It can really be anyone's game at this point.
Also on the other side, yeah, Camellia, definitely big sigh of relief to not be losing by multiple stocks here. So if you're not able to take this game, not making things too hard on your teammate, and I think Camelia's done a better job of moving around as Cody starts to approach, because Cody is coming in at angles where you don't have to worry about those arms. So sometimes retreating and throwing out an arm is the best bet here. Ooh,
And
turn up
there you
off
go.
Stage.
Yeah.
3
For the 3rd
stocks.
time, the turnip call out from Cody. Camellia almost taking out Cody. That last stock was turning up to be Camellia for the most part until just whiffing those grabs. Another thing with Min, you have to have those grab callouts on deck, but with a character as floaty and just as slippery as Peach, it feels almost impossible to grab her when a character has such a slow grab like Min's.
Most definitely. We saw times where Cody spot dodged the grab, like first stock, just like saw the arms come and was like, nope.
And yeah, now this comes an interesting scenario for UNCG. We did not give, unfortunately, we did not give Camellia a lot of attention when it comes to the planning section. So thankfully, Camellia, I did think did a great job taking out 2 stocks. So they're still in a not as bad position as they might hope. Obviously, you would hope that you would win that match, but only having to take out 1 Peach stock is certainly pretty helpful. But now UNCG has have the Sephiroth, the Hero, and the Game & Watch way in the back. There's so many options that you can do. Now for something like this, I'll maybe say something like either like a Hero or a Game & Watch to go in here, because I don't think Sephiroth would really benefit much just from having the extra stocks. If anything, be more detrimental to him, because we were talking about this earlier.
Oh
Censored.
yeah, you talked about the because I feel like if they started off both with 3 stocks, I think Sephiroth amazing pick. To stop
Right.
Peach from floating around and things of that sort. But because of that stock deficit that you talked about, if you feel confident enough that you don't need it, all right. But if not, I think you're going with Game & Watch, bro.
Yeah, I just Game Watch just feels like the safe pick here because Sephiroth. I feel like he's a pretty like as solid as a character he is. He might not be as good as like Game and Watch or Steve or like Hero. He's a pretty solid counterpick character, and
Yeah.
especially for like he's a tough crew battle character because you have to take him into a character. Oh, and there we go. We do see a
Okay,
Sephiroth.
So we are getting it. Okay.
We
So
are
I
taking the
think
risk.
what I see here is just like, you know what? Peach is one of those characters that at times does struggle with characters with big disjoints. So we're gonna use this disjoint and take this stock.
Right, and you see this little chip damage coming out with the orbs. Not quite gonna get too much off of it though. Induce that, the small turnip coming out and just trying to zone out the Sephiroth and get a little bit of chip damage. Just kind of just whittle him down because as big of a character he is deceptively pretty light, And
Oh my gosh, yeah.
yeah, extremely light. That's everyone the bigger weakness of this character. Just having these really like laggy moves, but as big as they are, they're pretty laggy. So there's not a lot of room for error for a character like Sephiroth. You do see,
Woo!
dying right
Gosh,
there,
dude,
just getting
man.
that jump called out.
Gosh. The turn
We
up into
saw.
the forwarder.
Right, Cody
Sephiroth
gets so much.
exploding.
Getting so much mileage off of these turnip callouts, and you did see at the end of that stock there, right after the folder, Pikamer did get Wayne, but unfortunately he was already dead, so he could not get any use off of this Wayne. The forward charge route to be was shot, not gonna quite cover all the options. That amazing side B from Cody to try to catch the dash back, and you see Pikamer kind of struggling a little bit to get a little bit of something going as the Wayne still hasn't come out yet.
Ooh. All right, but with that being said, though, if he is able to take this stock here, he'll be looking in a pretty good position, being down 2 stocks to 3 in the next one. Oh, tilt not gonna hit there. All right, you gotta deal with these turn-ups. Once that turn-up's gone, yeah, you gotta make the move there. Oof. All
There you
right,
go.
We got a short hop up there to get rid of Cody, but Cody doing an amazing job taking 4 stocks. You definitely did your job there.
Absolutely. Holding on that second stock was pretty crucial for Pikamer. That that back hit of up air, catching Cody off guard. Maybe wasn't expecting a move like that. Maybe expecting like an F tilt or like a up grab, and that really seemed to really help out UNCG's case because losing that stock there was pretty unfortunate. But we were just talking about this before. Censored again. Just the stock differentials when it comes to Sephiroth. Like he might be like Pikamer might be down with stock going into this next player, whoever it may be. But you will be having Wayne a lot earlier. Like that match, we did not really get to see Wayne get used like a single time because we did see Wayne come out. That was like as he was already dying on his first stock.
Man. It's RIP. RIP to everyone. It's like you had to play an honest game. Like,
Yeah, and that, Sephiroth, it's pretty hard to do that with Sephiroth, especially with a character like Peach who has some pretty unconventional ways of playing the game.
Yeah, and that burst kill power that we saw there because he died at like 70 something before the hit. And I was just like, oh my gosh, like he's gone. Turn up forwarder. Turn up was the MVP for Cody today. This portion of the crew battle.
Absolutely, he got so much mileage just from those turnip calls. That's how Chamelea's stocks went like all 3 times, just catching a jump or getting an edge guard with the turnip. Just so much mileage going in, and maybe it makes me wonder what's going to be sent out from Stony Brook. Do we want to release the beast that is Quid right off the bat, or do we want to try to send in something different? Like I don't think D-Dog on the Steve might not be the best idea because just Steve has one of those has a few problem matchups. Sephiroth might be one of them. Like whether or not it's losing, it's up for debate. But we do see Quid. The beast is being released, and this is pretty much what won the day against LCU, being down 2 stocks to 3 versus Rubber Christian's Spritzy in the anchor position. Winning the game in a very, very flashy and very stressful fashion from Quid. Though I've seen what this player can do in these career battles, and he definitely feels like one of the most well-equipped players in this entire league.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, if I'm Picamare, like this is actually a nightmare for me. You're going against a person. We talked about let's make big moves earlier. You're literally playing against a person that won one of those events.
Absolutely. I think it was like the first one post quarantine, and you know, not gonna be an easy matchup for. Oh my gosh, it was having to talk to you. I'm sorry. The flare blitz. There you go, the counter. Picamare instantly taking out one of the stocks, and wow, there you go, that counter.
Nothing.
Absolutely, and even in the face of this really scary turtle that is Squirtle, Sephiroth not doing too well versus those very short and fast characters. It's very successful, getting low profiled a lot, and even then, Quid having a hard time getting in, swapping to his best Pokemon, the Ivysaur. You look at his socials, he is called Quid Ivysaur for a reason. He loves this character more than anything.
This character, uh-oh, okay. Side special, you get Quid back off the stage. You see those Razor Leaves come out so you can get a hit.
Yeah, and the up air will do it. Swapping back to the Squirtle, a great first stock, like a second stock coming out from Picamare, almost taking Quid down to his last stock immediately after, going for this neutral B. Let's Trap, not going to quite get off, and a nice combo that can come out from Squirtle, just get Sephiroth off stage, and nice jump call out to try to catch the jump forwarder attempt.
Yeah, right there, right after you get him off stage, we're going to switch off of Squirtle because sitting at 98% as Squirtle is a very dangerous game to play. Yeah, you're hard to hit, but if you get hit by Sephiroth, you're probably going to be gone. Give yourself a little bit more weight here with Ivysaur, and then the
oh my
ability to
goodness.
do that. Oh,
Yeah,
gosh.
down throw Vine Whip, no matter how, I see it happen time and time again with Quid. No one, and I mean no one, is ready to DI a move like Ivysaur Vine Whip. It is definitely one of those, like, a big example of one of those moves where if you're not ready to DI, you will just like explode. And that is exactly what happened with Picamare. Even on a, we were playing on Smashville, pretty small stage, obviously. And, even then, it just was not ready to DI, down throw Vine Whip from Ivysaur. I believe he died at like 70.
See, and I feel like that's just one of those moves that you get hit by it all the time. You see people get hit by it all the time, but you're always surprised when, dang, I'm going to get hit by this move. But that's also because Ivysaur has a scary up air. So as a player, you're probably trying to I don't want to be above Ivysaur, and then you put yourself in position to get hit by the Vine Whip, and then you're DIing out already because you're trying to get hit by it. So you just obliterated.
Yeah, that's a great point. Obviously, like you said, you do not want to be above Ivysaur, so you try to be drifting to the side to, avoid that up air range. And like you said, you get hit by that Vine Whip, and you're probably DIing straight to the blast zone because you're already going to be drifting away from Ivysaur anyway. So it's a pretty hard thing to deal with. Now, Picamare, a pretty strong performance come from them. Almost taking out a second stock off a Quid. Had a very strong first stock as a whole, and things happen with that that second stock versus Quid. Sometimes he's not ready to GI Ivysaur Vine Whip, and it's really hard to see. It's hard to who can be ready for that. And we do see Indothea on this Game & Watch, and this is probably it's hard as again it's crazy to say that Indothea might not even be UNCG's biggest monster, because I've seen in these Wi-Fi crew battle scenarios that Chugs just gets so much off, but Indothea is just an incredible player as is.
Okay, so we are getting Pokemon Trainer versus Mr. Game & Watch. Very interesting matchup here, I believe. And I think it's just one of those where this early on gameplay here is going to dictate a lot. I just feel like if he's not able to get things going with Squirtle early on, that things will be kind of hard with Ivysaur, especially with Game & Watch being able to reflect things with Bucket. Game & Watch is definitely going to love an air-to-air battle with Ivysaur as well because it's really slow in the air. Ooh, okay, we're getting Ivysaur earlier.
Right, and I do kind of like this choice from Indothea to go into Kalos, kind of just play to live. We kind of you probably saw what happened to Picamare. It's okay, I do not want to die to Ivysaur Vine Whip like I to my teammate right there. But yeah, just playing to live, especially with characters like Ivysaur, who very strong moves like that, Divine Web, like we mentioned, and maybe like moves like up air and down air. And we do see like a little bit of Charizard, maybe not in that stock. Charizard being one of the biggest rage abusers in this game. Now just getting all that percent built up, swapping back to the Squirtle, catching it with the up B from Indothia, and just amazing pressure coming out.
Yeah, that was a smart pick there because we saw. Ooh, wow, okay. We saw as soon as he came in, Charizard started to get juggled. But there on that first stop, you did see a couple of the things that I was thinking we would see. We saw Razor Leaf getting reflected by Bucket. We saw as soon as Ivysaur was off stage and Dothia was out there on it. But Quid did an amazing job of making it back to the stage without getting damaged.
Right, and just struggling to land, catching the landing with the down smash. Not gonna quite get the berry off though, but still staying at a great angle. Catching the in. Oh my goodness. Okay, he was ready to DI at that time.
Kalos, bro.
Yep. Any other stage, Indothia might not have been left in that one. And even with how light of a character Game Watch is, the Kalos Blast Zone really helped him out here.
Yeah, we gotta avoid that down air there. Ivysaur trying to mix up that timing, but the falling up air is gonna get rid of Indothia's stock. This Quid, you're sitting at 100%. Okay.
Things are looking a little bleak for Indothia here. You have to take out the stock, but Quid just playing so safe, just sticking at the mid-range where Game Watch kind of lacks that like insane like mid-range like burst tools. Like he does have dash attack, but it doesn't really like it's the only strong hitbox is only like the start of the move, right? It's pretty close range and matching out of the throw. Back throw may not have killed there, but it's pretty close, and there we go. That bomb will do it.
Actually gets it there.
Yeah, just hanging on by the skin of his teeth, and Indothia will be able to take out that stock, stopping the beast for now in this game one. Now we are at a very dangerous spot for UNCG. The fact that Quid is out is a good thing, but only 4 stocks versus their players of a main on the Link and the Steve D-Dog. It's gonna be pretty hard. I feel like it makes most sense for Stony Brook to send in D-Dog from here, because Steve versus Game Watch doesn't really sound that bad of a matchup for Steve as opposed to Link. But I think how it works is that whenever Steve loses a stock, he will gain some iron back because he normally doesn't start with like much iron at the start of a game. But if you were to, let's say, take the stock off Indothia and lost like 1 or 2 stocks, he would start the next game with more iron. And it's really hard to say because I feel like both of these matchups are kind of like tough because I feel like Link and I'm expecting to be seeing Chugs in the back. I can't imagine seeing Link Hero being very favorable for Link. Hero just sounds like he just gives Hero a lot of trouble. There's always the balance, just kind of ruins the strong like zoning game that Link has, but also like has those strong spells that like maybe like a Sizzle or maybe just a side B, or maybe just like Accelerado just rush Link down and as good like shield options that Link has, so like the up B and like maybe like a Nair. He can still just get ran over, especially with like an Accelerado. It could be tough.
Yeah, that's definitely the biggest thing that I worry about as a Link player is dealing with someone that has better movement, quicker options, and when he pulls out that Accelerado, that's exactly what's going to happen. When it comes to the projectiles and things of that sort, so I play a lot of Link, but I haven't had to do Link Hero, and I'm wondering if Standing Shield is going to block some of those projectiles that Hero's going to throw out. And I was like, I know some of them have explosions, and I know the explosion hitbox kind of is a separate one. And
right, I think that is hard to think because I think like normally like a strong like zoning tool like Sizzle, which is very fast projectile.
yeah,
I feel like it goes low enough to where it would get blocked by Link's like Standing Shield, but I think it has like a little bit of like a splash damage like hitbox to it once like Sizzle makes contact with something. I'm not sure if that would count as like Link getting hit by it as well. But it's really hard to see, right? Like, I'm not so sure.
Oh, man, you just sit there and you just think about it. It's like, all right, So which one of these characters we want to have to do come in and you just know you want a disjoint to deal with Game and Watch. That's the important thing. Go in, get them gone. As we're sitting with it, I'm trying to remember what the counts are. Are we sitting at a 6-4?
Correct. Yeah. So UNCG's down to 4 stocks, with Stony Brook has 6. I do believe Stony Brook has D-Dog and a main left, and UNCG should have both. Well, I guess they have 3 players left. They could choose from. I mean, they have Ndathia out right now, but they could choose to anchor with either Swift Baby on Yoshi or Chugs on Euro. But I would expect to see Chugs, because I feel like Swift Baby, very strong player. I've seen him play, very good Yoshi player. But like Chugs on Collegiate Cruise, this guy is on a whole nother level. I've seen him play like when I played him through Shenandoah, he was a monster to deal with. And I think he was at the Riptide Collegiate Crew Battle tournament, and I saw him like just tear up the whole bracket, just making waves in the collegiate scene.
Yeah. Damn.
Yeah, it's a pretty hard situation.
That's one of those things where it comes down to sometimes it's not always like the best ability of players. Sometimes it's the coaching, man. The strategizing, who you pick and who's going to go in. You could look at someone like, hey, just as we've seen looking at the bracket today, you talked about some of those seeds that you thought would be sitting here in grand finals weren't able to make it into grand finals, and that could come down to the coaching and the decision making of the matchups and things and stuff that we saw there. So I do believe that is Chugs the coach on that team?
I don't believe so. I can double check.
It looks.
I believe he is not. He is the captain of the team, but I don't believe he is the full on coach. Yeah, and no, like you made a good point about coaches, right? You could have like the strongest like team like in the world, have like the best players on there, but it might not mean as much if they don't really have a coach to kind of like guide them through the strategy, right? Sometimes like
play calling.
Right. Sometimes they can just fall flat. They could have like some strong players, but they don't have a good coach to kind of just lead them through everything. They might not get as far otherwise. But like, I think it really is like undervalued. Like, I guess like a thankless job being like a coach for your team, right? Not many people give like a lot of like like props to the coaches, but like, especially for a game like Collegiate like Cruise and Smash, like strategy is like half the game for this format, where like matchups are a massive deal in crew battles, and having a good coach to kind of like have like the foresight and like the kind of just like, if this happen, kind of like a whole like coaching flow chart, if that makes sense. Like if they send this player, we send in this player.
You need some contingency plans.
Yes, there's like you have a lot of backups going. Think of it like Batman with like prep time, and
man, people you don't want to see. Oh, okay, we got Lincoln, bro.
And we're sending Chugs. Didn't Ndathia already play? I mean, it looks like Ndathia has already played, and I guess they sent in a main and taking out that third stock. I guess we unfortunately couldn't really get to see that, but we do see the anchor from UNCG, Chugs, trying to just fish for these. You do see the oomph coming out, trying to get these buffs coming through, and oh my goodness, the up tilt almost killing at like 50. That's a pretty scary situation to be in for sure. And I love that fake out, hovering over something on the menu, just canceling with like your dash attack, almost taking a stock.
All right, so we have. Making it back to the stage there just to get taken out by Chugs. Ooh, caught him misstepping. Got punished really hard there.
Right.
And as we talked about it, that movement, is he going to be able to deal with this?
It's hard to say, right? Like, he has those strong zoning tools like the Boomerang, and is catching Chugs every now and then. Trying to catch the zoom will not do it just yet. I mean, not willing to pull the trigger on the bomb. And you see Uppy coming out. Will that be a crit? No, it will not. But the bomb will be going off, so I mean, we'll still be winning the stage back. But Chugs rolling the Accelerator once again, and I just love this kind of like mix-up that Chugs is going for. It's just like just faking out with the menu. It's so scary because like when you're the opponent, you get to not only read like the menu, like kind of just like get a gauge of like what the hero is trying to pull, but you even have to like consider like are they even gonna like try to use it? Oh, like again, where like a main just keeps falling for like Chugs just like faking out with this menu.
And he's big chill. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Up
jumping.
smash kill there.
Yeah.
All right, so this is actually going to be very important. If a man is able to take another stock, I think it's really good. Chugs
Yeah,
goes into this final battle, but with 2 stocks, still very much a doable thing.
Yeah, and there you go. Losing that second stock to this psych up forward air. You know, pretty hard to avoid hero when he has the psych up because the really annoying part with the psych up is that it doesn't go away unless you either lose the stock or it hits you or your shield.
Yeah.
So you can't really like time out. It's not like an oomph where like it's bound to a timer. You have to either take the hit or just risk having your shield popped.
A scary situation to have to deal with. Okay, the down throw into a fair. Very pivotal moment here.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man!
Oh my goodness. Just barely catching the air dodge with the up smash. Chugs just showing just how accustomed he is to these kinds of crew battles. And Main having a solid start. I believe he did take a stock off of Chugs, but Stony Brook down to their last player. I think at this point it is down to the D-Dog Steve, which might not be the most favorable for Stony Brook because Hero is another one of those problem matches for Steve, right? I know it's for a fact Saibie has this weird properties with Steve blocks. Like, do you know how like whenever you hit them with like a Saibie, it has like a little bolt come out from like the sky that comes down?
Yeah.
That also works on like Steve blocks. So it should like if the Steve were to like for whatever reason like minecart over, just try to jump over his blocks, the hero can just side B and the bolt will just like hit him from above, just anti-airing Steve with his own blocks. It's pretty annoying, but also having those swords and kind of similar to what we're talking about with the Link matchup, like Excel Roddle. You know, as broken as Steve is, he really struggles to catch like these really fast characters because of just how bad his base stats are. Like he's a little light, but he's also has the worst jump height in the game and pretty slow on the ground and in the air. So it's going to be a big test on like whether or not D-Dog can even catch Chugs when he has Excel Roddle. And we do see, like we saw when he was game with a main, just how willing he was to kind of go for those buffs, just constantly trying to get like Excel Roddle over anything else. And I think that won't change with this.
And we're down for it here. Said earlier it's going to be very important to see if he was able to take 2 stocks off of Chugs. Sadly, was only able to take 1, so now D-Dog coming in, getting started with a 48% combo.
Right, and the bounce coming on. Yeah, just trying to get these callouts out from D-Dog, just swinging for the fences, which definitely not something I was trying to expect. Now, you see a little bit of block him, try to get some of these materials up, swap, going to the Iron Sword, not having much iron to go for, and the shield break already! See what I mean?
There's no way he dies
and
at 15% though, right?
Oh, very close. If that was a crit, he definitely would have lost that stock. Just how scary this character is when he has those buffs. He even have Psych Up, I don't believe. Oh my goodness. Oh no! He just rolled Kamikaze the Hocus Pocus! Oh my god, he cannot make this stuff up. Grand finals on NACE. Oh no! That was definitely an accident. I've seen Chugs play. When I played him in playoffs this season, I've seen him roll Hocus Pocus numerous times, and not once I've seen him actually commit for it. That was definitely Mississippi coming from him, and how punched it was to get. I don't even know what kind of odds it is to roll Kamikaze through it. I think Hocus Pocus already has a really low chance of even showing up as a whole on your menu. I think like a whole 1%. And the fact that like it just showed up to be Kamikaze, that's just so detrimental because now it's to deal with Steve when your priest got kill percent. He doesn't even have Diamond yet, but that's probably not gonna hit.
That's what happens when you decide to go to Vegas in the grand finals, man. Oh, soldier.
You see, what a parry! And there you go. The gold F smash will do it. Amazing from D-Dog, closing out as such an unfortunate end for the game one for UNCG. Stony Brook, just barely able to clutch it out with the 2 stocks remaining from D-Dog.
Yeah, we got Stony Brook looking amazing there. We saw a couple of nice combos there come out from D-Dog, even there on that last stock. Going for the not as popular gold option on the weapons, you get a little bit of frame advantage there when you do that. He was like, you know what? I'm going to take this one in. Even at the end there, as you said, we got the parry into the forward smash to take that final stock. Sadly, Chug's blowing himself up. But even without that blow up, D-Dog was looking kind of clean, man.
Right, like, who's to say if that hocus pocus didn't even happen? Like, who's to say if, like, anything would have changed? Like, that might have, like, guaranteed the win for Stony Brook almost.
Mhm.
But, like, if that didn't happen, like, UNCG might not have been fully out of it just yet. But, like, when something like that happens, especially when you're in grand finals of, NACE, you can't afford to get tilted over it. Like, you have to, I'm sure this is not the only time this has happened to Chugs in a high pressure situation. I'm sure he's rolled
Oh, yeah.
kamikaze on hocus pocus. So when that happens, kind of just be like, you know what happened. Just gotta pull through. Just gotta get back in.
And shout out to production here, getting us some replays. We're looking at this beautiful turn-up gameplay that we saw come out of Cody, which powered him through this first game.
Yeah, like we were talking about before, Cody's such a strong lead with these turn-up callouts, just getting so much mileage on Camellia.
Yeah. Back airs, just walling him out. Another tone-up, gets him into the blast zone there. No chance to come back to the stage.
Yeah, we did see Camellia just turning up around the second half of this game, just getting a little too antsy with these grabs versus a character like Peach, who is pretty hard to grab as even with like a traditional grab, but with a character like Min Min, you can't really afford to maybe go for that as often as Camellia was.
Oh gosh, yeah. Once again, turn up into the forward air, taking that stock pretty early, but here we got the up air, I believe, is what took the stock.
Yeah, and
Another
you
one
did see.
barely missing.
Yeah, and man, Pigmere, amazing up there as well. Like, Pigmere also having a pretty unfortunate run through of what happened to him. Dying at 70 from that turn up forward air, but amazing counter from there and almost taking the second stock here. But dying 100 ice up air. Sephiroth, that happens. Sephiroth's very light character, and let's just see how early he dies here, right? At this, this
got grabbed at 62, bro. I grabbed at 62.
No. That's just.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, sometimes you're playing Sephiroth. That's how it is.
That was very beautiful movement there from Quid, making it back to the stage, because that's exactly where Game & Watch wanted him there.
Right, and you see that the Razor, the Razor Leaf into the up air. I just love to see that confirmed coming out, and I love that up air attempt from Quid, trying to get a little cheeky in way to use that stock. And we did see it work the second time. We caught the roll in from the ledge, and that bomb taking it. Quid just doing some crazy work for Stony Brook in that set one.
Yeah, and that was a very much needed bomb there, because Quid was getting some momentum and coming back.
Absolutely, and Dothi was kind of losing all the momentum that he was having just from having the stock lead. And this hero character must be pretty good in career battles, right? Like we see just
Man.
the read
like,
there is kind of ludicrous.
Poor Link.
Poor Link, man. Sometimes he just gets better character like that. A character like Hero.
Yeah, it happens a lot, man.
Sometimes I like to think Hero's I thought this earlier when I was prepping for this cast. I was like, wait, Hero might be like Link, but better if you think about it.
What's crazy? Because we sit here and we think about the crazy DLC that's been put in Smash. I think some of these older original roster characters, they need some quality of life changes, man. For Link, they
Absolutely.
changed his boomerang. They gave him the bomb that explodes. That part was cool. And they were like, oh, well, we'll give him blade beams, which is how often do you get to see a Link get to use blade beam? It's just like, oh, wow, cool, thanks, man.
It's so funny that like that's such like a troll like addition they added because like that the blade beam hardly does like anything at all. Like when you get by it, it does like no knockback, just like 5%. Like you get like absolutely like nothing out of it. It's just another like projectile that Link just throws out, but like he has to commit to
Mhm.
throwing an F smash to do it, right? And like
Yeah.
obviously he has to be at 0% to even use as a whole. So like what's the point of using blade beam which you just throw like a boomerang or like an arrow like you already have been doing?
They were like, oh, look at this cool thing we gave.
It's like
It's like
this is a
getting
cool
socks
little
for Christmas,
reference.
bro.
It's like wow, I got socks for Christmas again.
Wow.
Thanks. Oh wow, Mario got purple coins sometimes whenever he does his upbeat. That's really cool. But it's like, oh hero, either your down B can kind of be like 20 plus moves. We're like, oh well, there you go. That's like the spoiled kid,
Nice.
right?
Crazy.
Wow,
Wow. Huh. It's
he
like
was really on the
you
nice
you
list.
have siblings growing up? You have siblings growing up?
Yeah, yeah. I have two
You ever
brothers.
have your siblings get presents on your birthday? That's what that's like.
Yeah, I can't say that's happened to me, but you know that's definitely what it feels like for some of these characters, right? You look at characters like I like to make like you look at Ganondorf, right? Like Ganondorf versus like Kazuya, like very like similar characters and like how like their stats are like both very like slow on paper. Like Kazuya is slow. I mean, he is slow, but he has like those crouch ass cameras that kind of just goes across the entire stage. But
Yeah.
Ganon slow, but like kills you very early. Kazuya can do that at like 0 while also having like full body intangibility like half his kit.
Yeah.
There's like you see some like why I call it power creep if you ask me. Like it wasn't as apparent with like Fighters Pass 1. We all thought like back in the day that like pre-patch Joker was going to be like the way like he is like
Yeah.
I guess, very strong, right? Like when MKO is like basically defining like the meta with Joker, everyone's like, "Wow, this character is so like unfair." But then when you look at Joker now compared to characters like Steve and like base roster characters that has made their way up to be like, "Wait, these characters are like not okay actually." Like Sonic and Game and Watch, and like
Mhm.
comparatively, Joker looks like a saint, you know?
Yeah. And it's like, oh, he needs it, man. He needs his big brother, Arsene,
Yeah.
to come through and help him out every once in a while. Dealing with a Kazuya, yeah, you need to 2v1 him.
Yeah, I mean that devil man. That I can say as someone who has a Kazuya for a teammate who beats me most of the time we play in bracket. I've seen the horrors of that character. Every time I get like zeroed to death by my friend bracket, I'm just like I just like at this point I'm just like used to him. Like I just shake my head. I'm like, yep. Yep,
Just
that
gotta
just
take
happens. I chose to play this game. That's how it is sometimes.
Yes, sir.
uh,
Very much so. But I mean, congratulations on D Dog for bringing home the victory for the team today. I know
yeah,
that's gotta feel good, man.
yeah, especially in a hard matchup like Hero. Like as unfortunate as that Kamikaze like Hocus Pocus thing was, like that matchup not easy for Steve in the slightest, right? So you gotta give it
Mhm.
up to D Dog for like will be willing to anchor in that position, knowing that like halfway through the set, like Stony Brook was like, you know what, it would be pretty like it makes sense for UNCG to anchor with Chugs, as I feel like in this sort of environment he is their best player. But also like
Yeah.
Hero is one of those characters that just feels so strong in anchor position because of just like how his mental stack works and just like how early he can take stocks through like his spells.
Yeah, most definitely. I think that the correct decisions were made. It was just sometimes things just don't happen to fall into place for you. but still a very respectable showing for both of those two teams. Wasn't a blowout by any means. There was only a two stock difference when it came down to the end. So you love to see that in the competitive nature that you didn't get there and you didn't get a blowout like this team's got 9 stocks left to this team's 1. I think the coachings did a great job what they could there, and the better team of the day just ended up winning.
Yeah, I think you put it down like great. Like, I think for teams like these, like for this particular matchup, like I feel as though like I wasn't really expecting it to be a blowout for either side. I kind of like this kind of went how I expected it to be, like very very close down to the wire for on both sides. Like I mentioned this before, I think either team can win in this sort of scenario. It just I think just comes down to who wants it more, right? Like like there's a bit of the storyline for this is that Stony Brook, I believe they won last year's NACE conference, so they want to get that that double crown. But for UNCG, a very much emerging team full of full-grown talent, you want to get this first W.
Okay, so we're in game number 2 here, and we're starting off with Cody once again. You love to see that there. It was like, you know what, you've done such a wonderful job in that first one, and I think that's actually, we're talking about the things of like, why did they win that first game? I think it had to be the matchup between the Peach and the Min Min there.
Yeah, I kind of like this idea from UNC sending Picamare instead, because like we do see now, like we were talking about this before, he's actually able to make use of Wing. So like he's like and like having those big hitboxes kind of try to stuff out Peach, like getting that shield poke with the back air as well, like, and having the extra mobility kind of try to challenge Peach like in the air, just trying to get these shield break attempts from Picamare. Pretty smart, pretty scary if you ask me.
Yeah, Sephiroth, an amazing character to try to, well, there we go, back here taking the stock to be able to contest Peach in the air when you get the extra jump with the wing. And then you just also have that up air that's going to take a lot of that space. Some that Min Min couldn't deal with in that first game.
Right, and unfortunately for Picamare, the cost of taking that first stock is that he actually loses that wing. It's Sephiroth wing, like how he loses it after like taking a stock is pretty weird, because sometimes he keeps it for a little bit and then he'll either like deal damage or take damage and he loses it again. But we see, oh my goodness, oh my gosh,
oh my god, what's that Nair? The Nair's went that far.
That almost killed him at 67. That's insane. Like from like center stage, just what a smart counter from Picamare. Recognizing that Cody just wanting to swing out of that bad scenario, air dodging into that up smash, barely surviving, in that kind of sort of scramble scenario, the float cancel Nair, it just make the most sense. But when you have a character with such a strong character like Sephiroth, like you just really just blow him up. Like what almost happened there.
Whew. All right, and that forward air is going to get rid of Cody's second stock there. We have Picamare sitting at only 50 damage. Things looking pretty good, hoping to take a 2-stock lead if he's able to get rid of this one from Cody here. Okay, got turn-ups.
Right, and we do see the wing coming back on again, so this could bode very well for UNCG if Picamare is able to hold on to this stock. And like the idea is that like we were talking about Sephiroth losing wing after taking a stock. If he takes a stock, you won't have to worry about losing it because the game will already be over. And like you much rather go into the next game having less weight.
Oh, but the back air there at the ledge, taking it. Oh, what was looking like a very good situation for Picamare, he just went to okay.
Yeah, a bit of a miscalculation with that up B, and it's pretty much back to even, right? With how light a character Sephiroth is, getting the float caught with the forward air. Down air not going to go anything yet. And the up tilt scooping. Picamare will be taking it. UNCG now returning the favor. Now it's going to be in the lead for this set too.
Yeah, okay. Still good stuff there for Picamare to be able to win that 1v1 there. Going away with an extra stock is going to be very important because, I mean, the last game, it was the opposite. They took the first one.
Right, and now whoever Stony Brook sends in from here, they have to deal with Sephiroth. That's going to be getting wing at basically like 40%, I believe, is the correct
Yeah.
like percent he gets it at. So once like he gets hit by like one combo and like one Game and Watch combo, he's going to be, I don't know why I said Game Watch on the same team, but like say like a Steve combo.
Someone
say he
else
gets
is just
by a
gonna
Steve
play Game and
combo.
Watch, bro.
Hey, maybe they have some pocket of Game and Watch that we don't know about. You know, just at this point, like you never know what we're gonna get. But you know, base point is he gets hit by basically like one combo and he gets wing, and like you're going to get hit anyway as Sephiroth, right? Like when you
Yeah.
base Sephiroth, you're very tall and you're a little slow, and you're having those very slow hitboxes, right? So you will be getting hit. And even against like a slow character like Link, right? You can get a lot of chip damage just like from like those boomerangs and arrows and like maybe like bombs as well. But Sephiroth also having the buttons to kind of, well, I guess like the disjoints to kind of keep Link away because Link isn't very fast himself either.
Yeah. Now, so the question is, like, what character do you think that we bring in? Because we have options. We have like Steve, I believe Link, Yoshi that we didn't get to see last time.
Yoshi's on UNCG. I'm thinking of Pokemon Trainer. Yes, I think.
Okay, yeah, Pokemon Trainer.
Yeah, I think for Stony Brook they have Pokemon Trainer, Steve, and Link left. So that is a weird scenario there because like if we're going off of matchups, I feel like Pokemon Trainer definitely makes the most sense here. But
Yeah.
at the same time, it's only one stock of Sephiroth, right? So like it could be pretty beneficial for Stony Brook if they could at least send in like Link, which might not be like the best matchup for Link. But if he can take off that stock against Pikachu, like Amane might be able to get his team in a way better position. Might not make him as in a position where he can't be like hard counterpicked. Because like they might send in like a Game and Watch out there, but then when they do that, they also have the counterpick for like a Steve. So it's really hard to say like if you can hold on to your first stock going into this next one, you can you're way less like counterpickable. We do see Amane on the Link. We were talking about Link a lot just earlier, and if Amane can really hold on to the stock on a no wing Sephiroth as of right now, this could bode pretty well for Stony Brook.
Oh yeah, especially because Link is a character that can take a stock pretty early with a forward air. For all we know, Sephiroth might see that wing and then it might not last very long. And as we talked about, 40%, you do your stuff.
Right, absolutely, and we do see some glitch trapping. I mean, trying to just keep Sephiroth away, knowing that he's way faster, can have a much easier time contesting with Link's big aerials because Sephiroth has a way bigger sword and getting those kind of like shadow orbs. Shadow is just an underrated move, man. Just like a free like advantage pusher, right? Like you could like hit him with like even like a single orb, and then like you could put Sephiroth in a combo, but then like once those like around like 5 seconds pass, like you just have to like give up the advantage because you will be like losing that interaction after.
We even saw in that previous match with Cody. Cody got hit by the orbs. All of the orbs opted to just get hit by him because he could have been in a situation where he tried to block those or shield them, and then his shield could have been kaput. So instead, he just took the damage.
Yeah, and I like the idea of Pikachu trying to catch the bomb recovery from Amane because normally Sephiroth would be able to just run off and counter that hero spin, that bomb, not going to quite taking the stock just yet, but Pikachu trying on W Waters, that was a free uppy from Amane, but not pulling the trigger just yet. I do love that setup with the late hit of Nair trying to set up for the bomb, and we do see the trade with the forward airs, but Amane will be holding on to that stock. Stony Brook being put in a very favorable position here as they still have, the D-Dog and Quid left in the back. But if you are UNCG, you also have a lot of leniency as well, right? You still have Endothia and Chugs, and whether or not you want to send either the Yoshi or the Min Min again.
Yeah,
That Camellia is a player, Yeah, going into the first game, we didn't really talk about Camellia much, which I don't think is really that fair to them because very good player, right? We saw versus Cody maybe having a bit of a rough start, but as the game progressed, we saw a lot of more like adaptation coming from Camellia, and we just almost taken it from there. But unfortunately, just getting edge guard by this tournament is pretty rough.
It most definitely is. We were watching two characters that kind of want the same thing, but are going to go about it in different ways. Peach is like, you know what? I'm going to edge guard you, make sure you don't come back to the stage, but I'm going to use these items. And then Min also like, hey, you know, when you're off stage, I'm about to hit you with these arms and not let you come back. And that was just the one that was able to prosper there. But you know, when you think about a character such as Link, I think Link is a character that's a lot easier to abuse off stage. So if you are thinking about putting in Min, if you look at the characters that this team has left, I think now would be the time.
Yeah, that's a good point. And like versus a character like Min, like if you're Link, you kind of like have to go for the bomb recovery every time, and even when you do that, you're not going to be like invincible. You're not going to be making it back to the stage like for free anyway. Because like, well, first I'm going to be applying like at least like 15% to yourself just by blowing yourself up. But you're going to be blowing yourself up in a position where like you're like right above like Min, which like normally wouldn't be the biggest issue. But for like great Min players like Camellia, like they could like hit you with like a megawatt nair and you just explode, or like an up B and you also explode. Like Min has those very scary like upwards like facing like options that like would otherwise like to the normal player would like not otherwise be seen as like not very threatening.
I mean, you also got to worry about things like, you know, if Link wants to jump around and try to throw out some nairs, Min up smash, a pretty devastating move.
Right, and like just Min having a reflector, it has to be so tilting, right? Like a character that already has like such strong like zoning potential, also having an anti-zoning tool, like that is such a strong, like that is something that's like so strong for the favorite.
I have never been a fan of that. I feel like if you're a character that has the ability to zone, you should not have something that anti-zones. It's just like, no,
right? Like apparently, like from what I'm told, apparently I never played ARMS, but apparently that's a thing that like she has in ARMS. Apparently she can just do that. So I'm guessing that's just like just a reference to the game.
Yeah, to the lore.
But yeah, and like Sakurai really does like value having like faithfulness to the games they come from.
Oh yeah,
rather than just like game balance like itself. Like he tries to like find a balance between the two, but sometimes you see a little bit of like, you know, like being in favor of one thing over the other, like how faithful it is, like we were talking about with Min Reflector.
Yeah, but luckily in a lot of situations, because the Reflector's not the fastest thing in the world, you don't see it come into play a lot of times. But as a Samus player, I will tell you that I have had my charge shot reflected and not been very happy
yeah.
I'm like, wow.
I can relate to a similar level. For reference, I play Pac-Man. So I would have my keys be reflected, like whether like a key or a hydrant I would otherwise use to kind of like break the zone between us, and just have it be reflected, and I just die. I'm like, well, that's just not a good feeling.
Lovely. Made your day.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh,
and
we see.
Yep, that's what we're seeing. You know, we're doing. What? Don't you just love it when the players make you sound like you know what you're talking about?
Right. Like I love these predictions that we're making. We're just getting these predictions like spot on, really. And I do love this idea coming from UNCG, right? Like on paper, this is probably the best player to send into.
And then what we're seeing here is that Min's done an amazing job dealing with the bomb. All right. Able to make it back onto the stage. That's something that's scary as a main, is that you didn't have the bomb to be able to pull out there. So if you got knocked away too far away from the stage, you'd have just been done.
Right, like if you're Mimi, you just like ignore the bomb there. Link just has to, you know, use the bomb immediately, and then just using the megawatt, knowing that he was going to throw the boomerang, going straight through the boomerang. Just amazing awareness from Camellia.
Got him lacking there. Only took 32 damage. Things looking good for the Min player right now. Okay, one up air.
Right, we see a bit of a scramble situation on this platform here, and something I want to talk about before. We saw this a little bit just earlier, that Link and Nair is just doing wonders in this matchup because it has such a it's a lot of priority in this game. You see it clank with a lot of like the nares, with a lot of like the arms that can really send out. In the edge guard attempt, not gonna quite do it. Eating 7% with the hero spin, not gonna quite do it, but putting Camille still in a great position and just this very scrambly situation. Just got to deal with the patterns that the Min player is gonna try to send out with those like arms. And the tech chase with the up B, incredible stuff from a main.
Yeah, that was a beautiful up special, very much needed there to put you back into this game. Okay, we saw the jump go away, air dodge to the ledge to make it back.
And running all the way across the stage. Right, if you're Min, you usually want to have as much stage control as you can. And as good like a burst option as she may have sometimes with the dash attack and like the down tilt, like she like at the end of the day, it is preferable that you stay away from her. Like, in the Min eyes. And catching the tech from the bomb recovery with the ram, incredible stuff from Camellia. I'm just loving this sort of just like a zoning game that they got going on here. Just a back hit of ram catching the jump in attempt from a main, and we do see a little bit of desperation from a main trying to do these a little bit more aggressive boomerangs and nares, trying to break the space with these projectiles, kind of just psych him out. But we do see getting a little bit of chip damage from it.
Yeah, a lot of chip damage there. Was able to weave in and out, not getting hit by the arms here. Oh, the grab tosses Link back off stage. Oof, catches the jump there. Woo, curved it.
Yeah, just the curve of the ram is just so annoying to deal with in all honesty, right? Like sometimes you like try to jump over it. Wow, the ledge trump into
special.
The hero spin. Oh my goodness, just amazing stuff from both these players. This is some good Smash Bros. Censored. I don't know about
it really
you.
Is. This is one of those like even if I lose, like I got the clip though.
Yeah, that's something for the clip, right? I mean, like how good would it be that you win NACE Grand Finals while also hitting clips like that? How good? It has to feel very good.
Especially as a player of this caliber.
Right, just strong players in their respective regions.
Okay, it's a grab. Great check there.
I'm just having great gap attack. Yeah, great jump over the boomerang. We do see the Megawatt starting to come out. The shield poke with the Dragon Arm, trying to catch the bomb recovery. Not quite, just going to let Link have it. But holding the center stage, the Megawatt Nair will do it. UNCG keeping the lead that they thought they lost for a moment. Now up 6 to 7 stocks.
Okay, and I mean, Main not able to get the lead there, but taking 2 stocks, very important. Things were not looking good in the beginning of that game when we saw Min only had like 32 damage after that first stock. So did a wonderful job figuring things out on how to get in and actually get some hits in on the character. But now you have to sit there and think to yourself, who do we put in versus Min? What do we do?
I feel like at this point, you have to send in the beast that is Quid, right? Like Squirtle, it just kind of just runs over Min, right? And then you also have characters like Ivysaur who can just like edge guard her with like a run off nair, or just like try to get 2-frame with a down air, catching tether covers like that. It must be a lot easier with a character like Ivysaur. But then you also have, it's also like Steve, right? Like, unfortunately for D-Dog, he's running into some like really like hard matchups in here. Like, like Hero, Sephiroth, Yoshi, Min, all like hard matchups for Steve. Those are not easy for him in the slightest.
And it's funny because you say like not hard for Steve, is still doable for Steve, but it's just like, not the most desired of things to do. It's just like, damn, bro, can I fight against a Link? Like,
like it's like what like you can't really. It's hard to say if they're like losing matchups or not, because like if Steve were to have like losing matchups, it'd probably be like 2 if I had to guess. Like he would only really have like 2 losing matchups, and like some people used to think that like Sephiroth would beat Steve, but maybe not so much anymore. But I'm seeing like the more problem matches for Steve now being like, Sparger, right? The best Cloud to ever do it. Just showing off like how hard of a matchup Cloud Steve is for Steve. Also like Min. You see like Doromigi, put in a lot of work versus like Akala and like the other like Japanese Steves that like are like on the rise. Uh, no, not very easy for a character like Steve, and even though he might be the best character in the game, but yeah, we do see the Pokemon trainer Quid. We gotta see something happen from Quid here if he wants to try to get this second crown.
Yeah, I think here, very important thing is going to see what's going to happen with Squirtle. Is Squirtle able to make his way in there, get a grab, get some damage early, and get Min Min off the stage?
Right, and we do see it. Camellia trying to get a little bit of mileage going. The triple F tilt into the grab confirmed from Quid. Camellia trying to play like this platform game, trying to just stay away from this very terrifying turtle. The water gun not going to quite get much out of it. The landing hit of Nair will put Camellia into a bad position. Trying to play a little bit reactionary there, but not quite catch the air dodge with the Nair. But the tech chase, just waiting to see what kind of options Camellia's trying to go off of here. If you're Quid, you can play. You can afford to play a little more safe, just because like you have all of this space. You have the movement of Squirtle, but you are swapping to Ivysaur, reading the neutral getup with the forward smash. That is a Quid special.
I feel like
Ivy
that,
smash.
bro. You know what's crazy? How many times you just see that happen as a Smash player? You see someone at the ledge and there's an Ivysaur there. It's like an instinctive brain thing for players to neutral get up. Neutral get up. This Ivysaur forward smash is not gonna hit me, and they get hit every time.
Absolutely. Like, you make a great point. I think that is definitely like this character is so deceptive. Like I've come to realize, because we were talking about down throw Vine Whip and how early you can die if you don't DI Vine Whip correctly. Forward smash is another thing, like you mentioned, right? Like a lot of people tend to neutral get up versus that kind of option, right? Because they would think like, oh, he's all the way over there. I'm not gonna get hit by that. And then they do, and you're like, oh, I'm dead.
It's like, I did not think that would hit me.
Yeah, like normally you'd expect either like a leg chop with like a back air or like a forward air, try to like set for another like edge guard situation where you get down air, but like they forget that like Ivysaur just has a very, very safe S smash in that regard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it has a nice little bit of reach on it too. So at times where you think you're safe, no, you are not safe, sir. And I think there once again we're back at even, right?
Yeah, this game, I'm telling you, man, this series is going down to the wire one way or another. And I feel like if we're going off of matchups, you have to send in like Endothea here, because like I feel like Chugs on the anchor position just makes so much sense, because they're already sent in Quid, right? And like I could see Pokemon Trainer being a bit annoying for a character like Hero, with like Squirtle, it's kind of just rushing down Hero.
Oh yeah.
And like I'm not entirely sure what kind of Pokemon trainers are in North Carolina, because like something you'll tend to realize about like Smash in 2025 is that Pokemon trainer players are like a dying race.
Yeah, they're like extinct, bro.
Yeah, Quid is like pretty much one of the only ones to like do it right now. Like all of the other Pokemon trainers, they jumped ship, playing a different character. Yeah, like there might not be a lot of like experience going into that matchup, so it might be more preferable for Chugs to want to play into that Steve position, like we talked about before. Pretty hard for Steve, so maybe sending Endothea would be a great idea, because I feel like Game Watch would go pretty well into like pretty much most of the characters that Pokemon Trainer consists of. Like, sure, he would die early to Charizard, but he also like is an advantage versus Charizard 90% of the game.
Charizard.
Yeah, and I can see like characters like Squirtle and like Ivysaur being pretty good for Game & Watch, right? Just having those big buttons and like overall safety against Squirtle. The Ivysaur could be a little bit of trouble because of the zoning potential that he has, those big disjoints. Like, you kind of think Ivysaur a little bit of a sword character, and like historically, Game Watch, like, I wouldn't say like overall loses to swords, but oh my goodness, how floaty he is. He just gets pushed like across the entire stage of that water gun. That's what I was saying with the swords, right? Like, you might not flat out lose the swords, but like it definitely makes it like not as
It makes it a
desirable.
lot harder for him to do what he wants to do.
Absolutely right. And we do see the chef trying to come out,
Ooh.
and oh my goodness, trying to catch the
Wow.
Pokemon switch a little too early on the forward smash.
Yeah, that was kind of
amazing
crazy.
bomb.
Hitting with the chef there and not going for the forward tilt, but charging up a forward smash. It was like, gosh dang.
Yeah, another thing, like,
Okay.
this character's like smash attacks are so safe, right? Oh my gosh, the down throw waterfall, not gonna quite do it just yet. But we see more percent being racked up as early as Game Watch just has a lot of safety to his kit. So it's a matter of like trying to open him up first, right? So and that's exactly what Natia is doing. He's doing his best to kind of just keep Quid away from just pressuring him at all. It's just like basically Game Watch can be holding shield a lot like all the time, right? And because that just leads into his greatest just barely holding on that stock there, the up B into the air dodge, just holding on to the center stage with those bombs.
And then good thing Indafia did not jump from the ledge there because there was a vine whip waiting for him there. Oh, the splash hitbox of the key.
Yeah, just barely surviving that down throw there as well. Just amazing survivability from Indafia. That was his first stock just then, but getting a lot of credit from that first stock there. Taking out the first stock with 97 now up to boot. Like, Quid having a little bit of difficulty trying to find some good footing here.
Definitely is. Alright, it's Charizard's time to try and shine. It's going to be hard for him to get back to the stage and get his footing down, but we'll have a little bit to live versus a character like Game & Watch.
Right, and we were
Oh,
talking about
turtle and
this before.
shield.
Like, Charizard, he's not going to be able to play the game a lot, and catching the option with the down, not quite do it just yet. The super armor from the fly. Charizard, the biggest rage abuser in the game, in my opinion, at max rage. And we see trying to take a stock with the fly right there. I do believe that would have taken it if that up B connected. But Quid down to his last
61%
stock.
up in the air like that. Yeah, we might have been looking at a very upset, very upset player there. Like, dang, man.
Absolutely, and depending on how Indafia does here, if he can hold on to the stock or not. Okay, oh my goodness. Wow, he's still holding on to that
Barely
stock.
making it back.
Fighting back to the corner with that Nair again, a little bit of advantage there going. Swapping back to the Charizard. Run up smash, there you go. Okay. So there will be no more conversation about holding on that second stock as Indafia is down to his last one. But even then, if Indafia can hold on to his last stock here, that would put, oh my goodness, the 9. Be able to hold a very good position for UNCG.
Okay. Gets back to the stage. Got a back air. Ooh, Indafia down air is going to hit. Oh, dang, okay.
Here we go, we see a little bit of advantage there coming out from Quid, giving up the stage on accident, unfortunate for him. Now we are in the ledge versus Game & Watch. How do you respond? Oh my goodness, I am a little scared if I was in Indafia. And oh my goodness, he was ready to guide that blind whip. Don't do it.
Oh my god,
goodness,
so he
did
got up, the timing just wasn't there. And I was like, there's no way we're going to see this again. Vine whip through the stage.
He gotta give it up to Indafia. He is ready. He is ready to DI those blind whips.
Oh gosh.
Let's go Charizard with the rage. Just one good back air, and that would do it for Indafia. Now, this is pretty much anyone's game here right now. Now he's just playing so patient from both sides. And there you go.
The up smash kills.
Wow,
Oh
just
gosh.
amazing patience from Quid. Just the fear factor that Charizard has when he has like that near max rage. Just when you're a character like Game & Watch, so light, you have to play very careful, and that's what Indafia was doing for most of the time. And then he thought he saw an opportunity to go for a dash attack to try to bring Quid off stage to set up for like a chef ledge trap, but unfortunately he was a little off the mark and was able to get hit by, I don't know why they gave Charizard one of the fastest out shield options in the game, a frame 5 up smash. That seems pretty crazy to
He
me.
needs it, bro. He needs it.
I'm not sure if a character like Charizard needs that, if you ask me.
Like, just let him have fly, bro. Like, hey.
Yeah, like he already has like moves like up B, like which is like
Yeah.
a decently like it has super armor. So like if you swain on his
Mhm.
shield again, you could just like let it rip, right? That super armor
Yeah.
will break through just about anything. But now Stony Brook, now on the front foot this time around, UNCG pretty
Yeah.
much lost their lead here. And it's all up to Chugs to kind of hold down this ground to give them a chance of winning this from here. Because Stony Brook, they're one. There are 3 stocks away from winning NACE Grands.
Yeah. And as you sit there, you know you got going in on a small battlefield. If Quid is able to take a stock here before he loses his, they'll be sitting in a great position again. The same position that they were sitting in the last time. When D-Dog went in.
Right.
Okay.
And trying to get some of these buffs going from Hero, calling up the jump with the back air. A little bit of panicking from Chugs, trying to do whatever he can to take the stock with as much safety as possible. But these scroll combos will rack up this percent mana running a little low. But every time Hero gets a hit down, even on your shield, he'll get some mana back. The zoom is online, as well as the oomph. And that backer will not quite hit the mark. We do see a lot of these up Bs like out of shield from Hero. That like it is nice that he has a nice little yeah, absolutely. Have a nice like out of shield option like that, but like it is tied to his mana system, right? So like it really is adds another layer to his like resource management that Hero has, because whenever he doesn't have mana, he also loses his strong out of shield game as well.
Out of shield option, yeah. Ooh, and
There you
that up
go.
air is going to kill. Quid's able to take a stock, puts his team in a great position to take this second game. And what I would like to point out is that very early on, it did look hard for Chugs to get anything going because, oh damn, yeah, that's a dead. Oh wow,
No, he's not.
No, not dead, still alive.
Wow,
But,
oof.
Yeah,
We'll do it. Oh my goodness,
You know what? We're just gonna shut up. You know what? We didn't write the script, bro.
Yeah.
Sorry.
There's something we don't know about here. And there you go. Third time's the
That
charm.
one
That
was
side
okay.
people will do
That
it.
one was okay. Gosh, but I felt like just there very early on, it was hard for Chugs because Squirtle is just such a quick, in-your-face, no, you're not bringing up your menu character. We didn't
Right.
get to really see menu unless he was off stage or until Ivysaur came in there.
Right. And now we're in a similar position as we were. I think we are the exact same position
The
as we were in
exact
game one
same
now.
position.
Chugs angry with 2 stocks left versus
Yeah.
D-Dog who has 3. Well, this is certainly not an unwinnable spot for UNCG. They certainly can make this comeback with how, how versatile, not versatile, how volatile a character like Hero can be. It's really hard. You can't really guess what will happen from here, right? Like this matchup is good for Hero on paper, but Steve, it's still Steve at the end of the day. He might struggle, but it is still the best character in the game.
So, I think there's one important question you have to ask coming in. Oh, damn. Will he pick Hocus Pocus again if it pops up?
I don't think you will. Oh my goodness,
man,
in that.
What is this? What in the even game?
Okay, the 0 to death from that flame slash. There you go. But you see, D-Dog often be more aggressive with these iron tools, racking up that 60% like it was nothing. Right after that 0 to death, getting the bounce right as the minecart was coming to him.
Alright, sets up a wall, punishes him for breaking it.
Yeah, trying to catch, D-Dog trying to catch Chug swinging on the blocks with the dash attack, only to eat a forward air in response to it.
Okay, jumps out of the cart. There's an active hitbox coming.
Yeah, you see just
And then,
this movement.
yeah, as you said earlier, it's kind of hard for Steve to try to keep up with that character. Oh, dang,
Oh
all
my
right.
goodness. Right as the pickaxe lost its durability, the back air was able to do it. Now, Chugs on his last stock, this is UNCG's last potential stand to kind of win this NACE Grand Finals match. Stony Brook is looking to be the favorite here right now, but the diamond is active. Not quite yet. He is in his inventory, but is whether or not D-Dog
yeah.
wants to rip it. He is at kill
I
percent.
think he saves it for his next stock.
He definitely wants to save it. You definitely want to be as safe as possible here. If you are D-Dog, great tech on the blocks. And yeah, not even trying to go mine for more iron because he wants that pickaxe there. But the taunt that was definitely on accident, I believe, right? Like, it has to be. But yeah, just trying to hold on to this iron durability. Getting the up smash. This is great damage. And there you go. Losing that that second stock.
Okay, we got
The
a
Oomph is online.
Oomph versus Diamond Pickaxe. One of the
man.
greatest battles in American history.
DLC Pack 1 versus DLC Pack 2, man. Like, you could have it other way.
Woo.
The Diamond Forward Smash, not going to quite do it at 80%. The TNT Ledge Chef will do it. Getting the Zoom will just ignore that TNT. And oh my goodness, this is so scary. On the side of UNCG. Jump call out.
Double forwarder.
Oh my goodness, I'm at the edge of my seat. I saw Kamikaze on there. I got really
I was-
scared there for
I
a
saw
second.
it there and I was like, there's no way, there's no way.
You can't lose to that. Come on, it can't happen again.
Grabs the forwarder, has Steve off stage.
Oh my gosh. Psych Up is active.
Uh-oh.
He's pretty much got kill percent.
gosh,
Then he run into the
and
anvil.
so is-
That will do it.
He rolls
Oh my
into
goodness.
it. He probably thought that he had enough distance to get past it, but sadly still got clipped by the anvil
Wow.
there.
What a heartbreaker to end it. UNCG was so close to bringing to that Series 3, but unfortunately for them, D-Dog was able to clutch it out for a second time. And because of that, Stony Brook is once again your NACE Super Smash Brothers champions for Super Smash Brothers.
Dang.
Goodness.
Shout out to Stony Brook getting the dub there. D-Dog once again holding it down after Chugs had an amazing first stock. My man's didn't get touched, but D-Dog, he came back in, locked in, was able to secure the victory for his team.
Yeah, and you gotta give it up to these homegrown teams, man. Just amazing players on both ends. Like, I could not have asked for a better grand finals like this. So many ups and downs. The Chugs doing his best to hold as the anchor position. Such a hard scenario for him. I understand how stressful a situation the anchor position can be, especially in a grand finals. Like, you gotta give it up for that. Like, the 5th and 6th seed making it to grand finals, taking out strong teams like Lubbock Christian and Winthrop along the way. Just incredible. But unfortunately for us, that will be it for Super Smash Brothers. But after this break, we'll be having a short interview. But as for us, Censored, I do believe that is it for us. Do you have any final words you want to say before we set off? Oh, we are. Oh, sorry.
I mean, I'm going to say, yeah, we will actually be the ones doing the interview. So we will stick around.
Sorry about
You guys
that.
are stuck with us, man.
Yeah, you will be hearing from us a little bit more. But after this short break, we will be getting in touch with one of the players from Stony Brook. Just be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are currently joined by D-Dog from Stony Brook University, the hold the hold of the glue of the Stony Brook lineup. D-Dog, what an amazing anchor position you held for games 1 and 2. Do you have any thoughts for us?
Honestly, I think we all played very well. All of my teammates helped set me up very well for the end. I just had to do my job, play the anchor in the last two games, and I'm glad we got this win. I'm glad we won the championship. And yeah, it's all thanks to my teammates.
You love to hear that, and congratulations once again. And we were talking about this on the cast before, but we saw that like you had some like hard matchups for Steve. Like we know that like Steve like has like as broken of a character he is, he might not have many like recent matchups to begin with. But we did see some like characters that might be like maybe a thorn in your side, right? We saw like
hmm
Sephiroth, Min Min, and like Hero. Like, what was sort of like your game plan going into all of those, knowing that like you would eventually have to play one of them?
Well, during my talk with like all the teammates, like we all kind of knew who we wanted to play, and like it kind of just happened to be I kind of had to play hero, so I just had to overcome that. Like I don't like Min Min or Sephiroth either, but my teammates do. That's why they were able to play them, and if I have to play hero, I have to play it. You just got to do what you got to do.
How are
I
you
love
feeling
that.
in
Just
that
having to.
second
Just,
the second
Wait,
game going into it? Were you more confident because of you had already played against him in the previous game? Because the previous one
I'd
you had an extra stock.
yeah, he did SD that one stock.
we that was so unfortunate. But we were talking about that. Like, what are the odds of rolling kamikaze through Hocus Pocus? That is heartbreaking.
Yeah. No, but
Tell him
it
not to
does
go to
happen.
Vegas.
But yeah, the kamikaze was unfortunate. But I feel like in both of the games I was equally as confident because I did lose to him last time, but I feel like I did know what I did wrong. I wasn't really using jab to like space out
Mhm.
anything. I was rolling into all of his hits and I just try to like fix those mistakes for both of the games today.
Okay, yeah. I mean, again, just amazing teamwork and gameplay from all of you. Y'all, I think you all did your jobs very
Thank you.
well.
Thank you.
Do I happen to have any more questions coming out from you, Sensor? Because I think we are. I'm pretty much, he's answered all the questions I've had.
Besides
He
the
goes to.
set that was in Grand's finals, was there another team or college that you had to go against that you felt like was a really hard matchup for you guys that you guys were able to pull through and beat?
I'd say honestly, like all of these playoffs, we had to overcome tough matchups. We just played against Lubbock Thursday. It was game three, basically last stock. Quid, he was making like insane comebacks that day, and he was sick. So over this past week, we've had to overcome a lot, but we pushed through.
Right, and yeah, I happened to watch that live, and I could say for sure, like that game three, when he was down a stock to Spritzy, oh my goodness. But
Yeah, that was insane.
unfortunately, that might be it for us. We are running out of time here. Thanks again, D Dog, for coming on with us,
Thank you for
and
having
thank
me.
you,
Yeah,
of course.
congratulations, man.
And once again, congratulations for you and your team for winning NACE Grand Finals. Once again,
Thank you.
must be a great feeling. Though, fortunately, us we had to end it here for Smash Brothers at least. There's still collegiate action to be played. Next up, we have Call of Duty. Right after this break, we'll be sending over to the desk uh, for some more action.
Well, first off, thank you, Kip and Sensor, for covering Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and we have crowned our champion of Stony Brook in 2-0 fashion. They got the job done.
That's a crazy series. I mean, like they said, it literally came down to the wire. I thought that could have gone any way. I mean, UNCG, I mean, it was a great series all around. I thought they impressed me, and I'm sure they impressed a lot of people as well. They definitely made a name for themselves. Couldn't get the win, but they definitely made some noise like we thought they would.
Well, guys, what can we say? Quandale Dingle-Lingleton is here to stay. The
Yes.
Steve is unstoppable. D-Dog, you heard in the interview, they had some tough matchups leading up to this. And, I think for something like Smash, definitely a little bit more neck and neck with some of the teams that kind of even start in round of 16. When we think about other esports that we'll cover later in the day, you often find that sometimes it's a little bit of a sweep. This time around, not so much.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, again, on paper, 2-0. If you were actually watching the games, though, it was far from that. And I just want to immediately say that right out the gate, Stony Brook, right? We'd all thought that maybe you bring out Quid first with the Pokemon trainer. They open up with Cody as well on Peach. A lot of people were predicting that was probably going to be the anchor, if anything, right? But in order to immediately make an impact, to go up 4 stocks in game 1 right off rip, from Cody being able to take down 4 stocks right off rip, right? That momentum has got to be so big for Stony Brook that it just was the start of just a train that could not stop.
No, for sure, and that definitely, you have to be thankful that you had that 4-stock lead for a while because, Chugs on Hero was definitely bringing UNCG back a little bit, right? Like the hero play incredibly solid, minus the one accidental kill in game 2, but I mean the hero play was quite spectacular, I'd say, and that was really why the series was so close. You got to give credit to Camellia as well. Her min play was spectacular. There were so many players on UNCG's roster that were able to make big plays, just couldn't get it done, unfortunately.
Yeah, I want to add on to that, Picamare, on Sephiroth, especially in
Yes.
the second match, going up against the Peach and Cody and really holding it down and giving that early lead that I think really could have made this a 3-game series. And you have to ask the question, am I going with the Sephiroth? Am I bringing in Swift Baby on the Yoshi? I think it was the correct choice to leave the Yoshi to the side for this time around because Yoshi's going to get outmatched by pretty much anybody on the Stony Brook roster. And the Sephiroth really proved its mettle today, especially in that second match, but it wasn't enough, especially with Steve waiting at the end. The final boss this time around was pretty much sitting with 2 stocks in the last round of each match. And what are you going to do? How are you going to, stop a moving train like Steve?
Yeah, there's not much. Those moving minecarts especially, very hard to stop once you get them going. But I think the casters had said it so well, is that Steve is the best character in the game. And when you have the luxury to have him as the anchor, you have to feel confident no matter what situation you're going into.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, again, we could talk about this all day based on how the Sephiroth was playing. I thought the Min got a lot of great value as well. But I think that when it comes down to the wire, Quid for Stony Brook, right? There was just so much value that he was able to extract for them, especially when we see that when you do start running out of options and you're up against Quid, right? You have to eventually throw in Endothea on Mr. Game & Watch. We're talking about how light the character is as well. Going up against Quid, not a very ideal situation, especially because it doesn't matter if you're fast. We got counters for that too. I can be fast on a Squirtle as well and then immediately switching over to the Charizard, right? It's just not a good matchup whatsoever, and I think that versatility, would you guys agree, that was definitely one of the major factors that put Stony Brook up ahead?
No, absolutely. And we talked about the versatility of just Pokemon Trainer, right? Good in almost any situation. You have adaptability. Squirtle is sort of the quick character. Ivysaur, the sort of ledge guarding specialist, and Charizard, your big bruiser. And I mean, when you look at that situation, when you have Endothea going up against a Charizard, Quid, rightfully so, swapping to the bruiser, it didn't take much. We saw the KO hit coming at 96% or something like that.
Yeah.
It doesn't take much, and unfortunately that is one of the weaknesses of playing Game & Watch, that you do sort of put yourself in a rough situation being such a light character. And, you got to give credit to Quinn because that was a stressful situation, because if that stock doesn't go the way of Stony Brook, then we're looking at a potential UNCG tie going into the final set of characters, or potentially, a lead, depending on how the stocks end up falling in the next couple rounds. So definitely a lot of opportunities for a game 3, but Stony Brook just had that clutch gene, like you said, D-Dog, the one to get it done.
Wandale.
That anvil play from Steve was crazy at the very end to secure that clutch. So it was a really, really solid series all around. I was very impressed.
Yeah, I think the opener for both matches, landing with Peach to open both times. We saw, of course, the Sephiroth in the second match really add insult to injury and show that may not be the greatest opener for Stony Brook, especially as it pertains to the Sephiroth. Then, obviously, in the first match, Min came first, but the second match, Min came second. And no matter what happened, you always had Mr. Game & Watch kind of in the middle of the fray. and every single time just got kind of chewed up either by Link or by Pokemon Trainer, and there was really no avoiding it. In the second match, it was even more so with what you were talking about, that early percentage KO. It's just really, really difficult to throw Game & Watch. Like, where do you put that character to find the best value for it? Because, as you talked about even earlier, Hero did a phenomenal job carrying for UNCG as much as humanly possible. Right?
Yeah, and you can only get so much carry from one character. Eventually, you are going to run out of gas, and you are just, you will lose those stocks, so you just don't have as big of a safety net to really go, as far as you might want. So I think the fact that you're able to get, 4 stocks out of your Pokemon Trainer, or, a couple stocks out of Hero, that really is valuable to bring a team potentially back from the brink and make it a more competitive series.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, one more time, congratulations to everybody at Stony Brook. They are your Smash Bros. NACE champions. But now we are going to be moving on. Let's start breaking down our next or NACE championship. Call of Duty. We got St. Clair. We got Cumberland. We got a best of 7. How do we see this one falling?
Ooh, I mean, it's going to be a good series, again, like we were sort of talking about in our earlier pre-show. I really think this is going to be I'm thinking it's going to go to either Game 5 or Game 6. I think I have St. Clair taking it despite that fact. They match up very well against Cumberland. Cumberland, it's a familiar foe. They're a traditional style team. They trade good. They play off of each other. They don't get too aggressive when they don't need to, so they're very disciplined in that regard, where sometimes St. Clair can be a little bit over-aggressive, maybe trying to set up a spawn trap or trying to get to a different objective depending on the game mode. But I think St. Clair just has the raw talent to simply outlast Cumberland when it really comes down to the nuts and bolts.
Yeah, I think I would agree. I think the real kind of, wrench in the cog here is you talk a little bit about the aggressive state for St. Clair. We talked a little bit earlier about C-Wads and KB being great supportive players, and then Cootie and Rupert being kind of a little bit more of that front line for St. Clair. And you talk a little bit about their aggression and their speed. If maybe Cumberland can find a way to slow things down, that could really be kind of things that disrupt for St. Clair's game plan, because they're looking for speed, they're looking for aggression, and they've got the support to back it up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that when we take a look at this team in depth and you look at KBC Wads, Rupert, and Cootie, they are so flexible. While sometimes being locked on rules, it doesn't really matter. There have been games where I'll honestly see them running 3 ARs depending on the game mode, right? Or 2 SMG, 2 AR. It doesn't necessarily matter. The whole point is everybody on this team can kind of do everything. And it's crazy because we've seen times where you'll even bring in the sub or the coach. Brandon had to play a game in NACE, and same with Bendy. And it was like they did not skip a beat. So when you have these 4 that can get hyper aggressive, the number one thing that speaks out to me is how insanely fast paced they move. And yet one of the big things about the squad that I want to touch on for a sec is how they are probably the best. Well, sorry, I'm just going to go ahead and say it. They are the best collegiate team in NACE for being able to trade each other out. They do not give up picks in high numbers or multi-kills. They do not find themselves on the receiving end of those very often, and that's huge because you don't see that space relinquished on maps. You always have clean rotation with these guys.
No, and refragging is so important, especially when you're talking about a mode, like Hardpoint, potentially, where, it is the only, or I shouldn't say the only, it's one of the few respawn modes that you get in competitive COD, so being able to be able to refrag your teammates and find those trades is so important, especially when you're trying to build momentum. And that just shows you the chemistry that this team has. Like Patrick, you and I, we cover this team a lot throughout the season for St. Clair, and we talk to the guys all the time, and it's the level of camaraderie that these guys have for each other. They're all really good friends. They scrim all the time. So many team activities they do together. This is just a team that is so well built and has so much chemistry that the trust is there, right? They know what they need to do. They know what's in front of them. They know all the calls that they need to. They know if somebody falls, they know that their teammates got their back, and that just shows you how powerful this team is. The sky really is the limit for them.
Yeah, I think also, like, you bring up really good points, because they're not only competing in collegiate, they're taking some time in the Challengers League to try to qualify together as a roster. They did so in spring of 2025 under Cabal Gaming. Now, mind you, the success wasn't really quite there. It's not a first place finish for the qualification, but it's still the fact that they love to play with one another in the collegiate space. They love to play with one another outside of the collegiate space, and they love to spend their time together, not only playing Call of Duty, doing whatever, but to be quite honest, every time I'm in the building, they're studying, they're looking at maps, they're breaking things down, and they're working with their coach to be the best they can humanly possibly be, and maybe one day beat Oklahoma Christian.
Right, I mean, soft, really hitting him in the soft spot there. But you know what? I mean, maybe they would if KB apparently practiced before games, because he said that he didn't do that when we were meeting the competitors. He said that, and I quote, "You should just be prepared anyway. It doesn't really matter." So he doesn't really practice all that much. But you know what? No, I think that speaks then to realizing, okay, you got a guy who doesn't practice, and then boom, he's top of NACE right now. So looking at Cumberland, right, thinking about what they can do to kind of get under St. Clair's skin. We saw the last time that they played St. Clair. St. Clair looked very dominant after taking that game loss. And, I was kind of wondering if maybe because it was game one, maybe St. Clair were just either fatigued, not fully woken up yet. But either way, I don't want to sit here and make excuses. I think Cumberland, they are a roster that can potentially give these guys a good run for the money in these grand finals.
Yeah, I don't think there is an excuse as to why St. Clair didn't win that game. I think Cumberland was simply just the better team in that situation.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like it was a blowout on that first match Hardpoint either. It was very, very close. I think the point spread was maybe only like 30 or 20 points. So this wasn't a blowout. Like, yes, it is a very rare loss for St. Clair, but I think they took that to heart, and then they just, full pedal to the metal for the rest of that series. And then when they got their chance to get back on Hardpoint later in that series, it was a wash, at least for Cumberland. So I think, like we said, it matches up very well. I think, you look at this team, it's an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object in this case, and I don't know.
Yeah. I think, if we can kind of extrapolate the win condition of Vault on Hardpoint for Cumberland, we can kind of see that they're going to struggle on smaller maps where St. Clair can out-rotate and hit faster on First Bloods or spawn killing, as we've kind of discussed about setting up traps for matches where we're going to need to have faster rotations. But on a map like Vault, where things are a little bit longer and it takes a little bit more time to rotate, if Cumberland can find ways to slow it down, we might see something like Protocol, like Hacienda, where things are much longer, much more spread out. And that could mean that Cumberland has potentially their eye on the prize and a potential victory in sight. But I'm really just thinking about what are the possible win conditions for this team. They need to slow things down, and they need to play on longer maps.
Yeah, I was going to say, talking about stretching maps out and making sure that we're playing on longer sight lines, the number one thing that comes to my mind is that basically means, in short, you're trying to shut down SMG players from St. Clair. And the number one player on St. Clair for SMG, we got to talk about Rupert. This guy can completely take a lobby over whenever he wants sometimes, and I think that is definitely going to be something we need to touch on, is how are Cumberland going to be able to stretch the map pool in their favor. Speaking of Cumberland, their roster, just for a reminder for the folks at home, Cal, Honor, Draken, and Sprafty, these guys have been the only thing that have given St. Clair a run for their money, and other than that, they've been looking pretty damn good everywhere else as well.
Pretty damn good everywhere else, I think is a good way to say it. And like you said, Cumberland, the only team to hand St. Clair a map loss in NACE this season. Excluding that, St. Clair is 30-0 in all maps this season. I mean, if that doesn't say anything about how dominant this St. Clair squad is, then I don't know what to tell you. But the fact that this is the team that took one off of St. Clair, I think goes to show that these guys also have something to say potentially about where they sit in the NACE power rankings. So I think maybe that puts a little chip on their shoulder. St. Clair beat them the last time. Now you get a chance for a rematch in the biggest game of the NACE season so far. You'd like to see Cumberland coming out firing, and like you said, slow the pace down, find a way to maybe neutralize some of these SMG players for the side of St. Clair, and maybe we will see a bit of a longer series. I still don't think this is going to go to 7. I think it's going to be 6 at the most, but you never know.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you. And we talk a little bit about team chemistry. If you missed the opening meeting the finalists video that we covered in our pre-show, you'll find out that Cumberland, how they prepare as they turn on the JBL and they vibe to whatever, some Travi, some some Migos. I don't know what they're listening to, but they're just trying to vibe out, have a good time. And maybe that's all that they need. That's the recipe that they need to try to find the success. But again, you're going up against a team that, like you kind of qualified, super strong ARs, super strong SMGs. And maybe like we've been discussing, we take it to some long-range maps. We try to take it to places where we don't have to deal with Rupert hiding in a corner, playing a little bit ratty with an SMG, and we try to find it where we can go the distance and quite literally the distance, create distance on maps that have it, like Protocol, for example.
Yeah, and I was going to say, I think that's the number one thing, is because to me, obviously, all 4 members of the squad are battle-tested. But if we want to look at just, and I get it, KD isn't really a part of everything, but if we want to look at pure just impact in general and just initiative and creativity, I think that when it comes to creating offense or defense for this team, right, St. Clair are always the ones taking the step forward. They're always the ones aggressing, and that happens through your SMGs. I want to see what happens if you can make a map long, if you can stretch it out, and basically make St. Clair have to play on their defense, have to rely on KB and CWADs a little more on those long angles. And yes, while it is sort of like fighting an uphill battle, regardless of which way you put it, at the end of the day, we know what works for St. Clair. At this point, when you're facing against a giant like these guys, you got to do what hasn't been shown yet. And if that's what's going to happen, and if that's what's it's gonna take for you to make this one a little bit more of a competitive series, regardless of if you win or lose, at the end of the day, I can respect that.
Yeah.
But this is going to be a real quick shout out to our other sponsor as well, Raven. Special thanks to our partners here at Raven.gg. Raven is the official apparel partner of NACE and premier platform for creating your dream custom gear. Whether you're outfitting a team or building a brand, Raven gives schools everything they need to look their best. Visit raven.gg to start creating today. Raven, making sure that your students look fly. As well as In Touch Credit Union. It can't boost your KD ratio, but we can help you level up your financial game. Visit itcu.org to learn more. Federally insured by the NCUA.
It's good ad read, Patrick.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I mean,
Thank you.
He's really in touch with his.
That was
his
good.
ability to hit the
that
sponsors.
was very good. That was very good.
It's almost like there's an all-seeing Raven that's just looking right all over you, man.
yes.
Whoa. Oh my God. Hold on now. Who's stalking me, man? Anyway, okay. Getting back now onto the program, right? Now, thinking about what maps can potentially help out Cumberland here, Evan, I actually point to you, right? We know that, obviously, we don't want to be taking St. Clair to vault on control. And as we saw last time, taking St. Clair to red card, it was a close hard point, but it still didn't get the job done. Do you think that potentially Cumberland taking St. Clair to red card again is a good motive because it was close, or do you think that St. Clair are just too damn good on the map that there was a reason why schools didn't even want to test it this semester?
Yeah, I think that is not going to happen. Again, I think Cumberland is hopefully going to learn from their mistake last time, because I think they felt confident that, okay, we won Hardpoint the first time in the series. We'll take them to a map that, yes, St. Clair is very good on, but we also like as well, right? And, maybe the fact that they don't play it as often, especially in, like, NACE play, maybe that would throw them off, but it definitely backfired in their case, and I don't think we're going to see it again. I don't know. I think this team, like, they're so strong on most maps in this pool right now. I can't really see one as, like, specifically standing out as, like, a weakness. Like, maybe if you're trying to neutralize some of the SMG play, maybe you go to somewhere like Rewind, potentially, that has more long sightlines, especially when you're talking about Search, where, you have your one sight sort of out in a long angle and the other one, I don't know. It's going to be tough. I don't think there's going to be any one map that you can basically take away or give to St. Clair that they're just going to fumble completely.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, you can sort of change up the map pool if you want, but at the end of the day, you're going to be facing up against a tough team regardless. We have a bracket to pull up just so you can sort of see the story of how we got here. So looking at the 3-0s all the way through for St. Clair. Cumberland, they dropped a couple of maps to Nichols College and also Conestoga. But at the end of the day, they got through very clean.
Very clean for the side of St. Clair, and 3-0s all across the board to get to the finals. And you look at Cumberland, like we said, showing a little bit of weakness, dropping, one series to Conestoga and another one as well in the bracket. So definitely not as strong of a run through this bracket as St. Clair. I mean, St. Clair obviously coming as the number 1 seed. That's what we're expecting to happen in this bracket. Cumberland being the 2 seed, another powerhouse in the bracket. But when you run into teams like Conestoga, another, very good team that definitely could make it to a finals of NACE, definitely a hard, a hard run for them to go through to get to this point.
Yeah, I would have to agree. And, the only kind of comparison that we can make outside of NACE, we have the bracket, we have, kind of the performances leading up to this grand final. We can talk a little bit about College COD and realistically kind of like the big picture there is that Cumberland's performance has been a little bit less than desirable than in comparison to St. Clair. And I think that is a little bit of a testament because it's the same roster, it's the same play style. Like we kind of have been mentioning over and over and over again, we just need to probably see something a little bit different from Cumberland in order for them to even take a nickel from the Saints roster.
Absolutely. But I think we've yapped on for long enough. We're going to get some more yapping, though, because it is time for Call of Duty Best of 7 NACE Grand Finals. Take it away, Seymour and McCormiel.
Well, thank you, everybody on the desk. 2-2. Myself, Colin Moore, 2 teams. 2-2, Colin. It was a month ago on the 22nd of October where these teams played within the regular season, and St. Clair went on to beat Cumberland in 3-1 fashion. Today, Cumberland's looking for the run back. St. Clair's still trying to hold suit. They're looking to go back-to-back.
We're going to go back to back, and I think that the desk was right to say one thing, and that's the game was not one-sided when these two played about a month ago. It was very close from Cumberland. They were holding their own towards the Saints roster, and Alex, a lot has changed in Call of Duty since what was October 22nd. I mean, we have a new game, that's new maps to scrim, that's new guns to get used to, a new movement to practice, and going back to Black Ops 6 is going to be a little bit different for a couple of these players. I think for St. Clair in general, it might be more of a hindrance than you might think, because you look at these teams, and especially, players like Rupert and KB, they're practicing with their challengers teams, they're practicing for those big league games, and they're probably very used to Black Ops 7 right now. So for Cumberland, who may be a little bit more prepared for this Black Ops 6 matchup, I'm excited to see the Phoenix get that run back.
I'm as well. And kind of to your point about the movement as well, like the devolvement back into BO6 from what was supposed to be the evolution into Black Ops 7 of the new Omni movement. It's like, okay, now we were without wall bouncing. Now we can't make some of the miraculous plays that we're making inside of this game. The one thing I will say at least is some of these guns do shoot a little bit straighter with a little less recoil. So, I mean, at least that's going to be a positive thing. A little bit more aim assist. So, a little bit more. But no, I think like genuinely speaking, I think it is going to get to your point, kind of hinder St. Clair a little bit more than you might imagine going into this. I think all of these players on this roster, especially most of them having LATAM origins, one of the things that we talked about even way back in 22 when we had the challengers LCQs for that region was how fast that they played. Yeah. How incredible their movement was, and being able to not only supersede what the movement is able to give them, but be able to build on top of that has been something that has been a huge strength for them. So having to pull themselves back a little bit, not play as aggressive, that's going to be a tough challenge.
And I was going to say, once upon a time, that was just something that I think that a lot of these LATAM players really held close to them was the pace of play that they played at.
Yep.
But COD has evolved to a point where I think that is the status quo for a lot of teams. And Black Ops 6 really set the precedent for that with how fast-paced some of these maps can be. Black Ops 7 takes it to the next level. And, I'm loving where we're going in terms of the pacing of Call of Duty, Alex. I think that for this matchup in particular for Cumberland, it's going to be looking towards shutting down St. Clair where it really is best for them, and that comes down to these search and destroys. We saw it last time that they played up. They got the dealership search and destroy 6-4 win all the way back in October, and I think St. Clair always are a team that just looks so composed because of how good some of these LATAM players are in search and destroy as a game mode within the Call of Duty landscape. So you look towards Cumberland coming into this one. I'm sure that they've done their homework and their research into the Saints to see if they can take them down and take home the trophy to their school. And in my eyes, Alex, that's where they need to target this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I can even pull back all the way into early Cold War when I was watching Cootie It Lands down in South Florida in Miami when he was playing as just this young kid that nobody knew. Like his name wasn't widespread. He wasn't known within the Challengers atmosphere, even within the LATAM community. There was still question marks of like, who's this young guy coming up? And now that he's been able to not only make a name for himself within Challengers, able to make a name for himself within the within the collegiate scene, it's like, okay, you see all these different landscapes of where these players are playing and how good they have been becoming over the course of the last 4 years. And now they're finally getting their opportunity to step into stardom. So this year for Challengers in BO7 is going to be great. For St. Clair, I think the run back is going to be a feasting opportunity. But I do want to give a little bit of light to these Cumberland players because we haven't necessarily highlighted them enough, I don't think, up until this point. One player that has stood out to me over the last few seasons of collegiate Call of Duty has been Honor, paired up alongside with Calamity. These two together have been a long-standing duo for about the last 2 years, and they can fry you on any given Sunday. And I think that's going to be something that St. Clair are going to have to watch for, especially being caught off guard here in that first hard point like we saw in the gambit of map 1 the last time these two teams played.
I like that you bring up Calamity and Honor because, I mean, Calamity for sure, you look back to the season that we had throughout Black Ops 6 all throughout 2025 and 2024 towards the end of it. I mean, you put an aims in this guy's hands and he shoots straighter than most. I mean, there's a reason why these guys have found their way into the grand final for the NACE premiere. And that's because they're some of the straightest shooters in the back line that you're going to see here over on the Phoenix. So I like that we get to see them go up against St. Clair yet again. It's going to be very fun. And not just that, Alex, we get a little bit of a run back for a couple of these maps that we got from the last setup back in October, week 7 of the regular season, where St. Clair did take it in game 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at the maps down below us, as you can see right here, we got Hacienda to start us off for map 1, a bit different than what we saw in the last series. Of course, that was a Vault hardpoint where Cumberland were able to get the early edge on St. Clair. Going into that dealership map 2, I think this is where things are going to spice up just a touch, mostly because for St. Clair, this is where they were able to get that bounce back inside of that opening series. So as we continue to keep pressing forward throughout the rest of this best of 7, because we are in a grand final, we are guaranteed at least to go to map 4. So a Vault Control and a Skyline hardpoint will be our guaranteed map set for our series here.
Yeah, and I mean, we get that dealership search and destroy like you were kind of mentioning all the way back in that week 7. It was a 6-4 for St. Clair on that map mode combo. Vault Control for the map 3, Alex. And this is something that you and I were kind of talking about when we were watching back that series. That went to a game 5 as well. So we talk about how close these two actually are in Black Ops 6 for the competition. It is neck and neck when you see maps like Dealership and Vault coming right back into it, because you flip a coin on any given day. That 6-4 Search and Destroy could be Cumberland's win. That 3-2 Vault Control could be Cumberland's win as well. And you look across the rest of the series, I mean, this isn't an easy map pool to kind of work around, Alex. You look at the Skyline as the kind of turner for a game 4, a very mixy map that a lot of teams can kind of find themselves getting out of control on. Protocol Search and Destroy as well. Easy for those subs to get lost, find openings on those routes, and open up with those first bloods. So there's maps here that might be a couple sleepers for this Cumberland Phoenix roster to really take advantage of. And although the St. Clair Saints are one of the best collegiate teams that we have in Call of Duty, the Phoenix are right there behind them and ready to step up.
Yes, they are. And I love that you brought that up about that the Skyline map 4, because Skyline has just historically throughout BO6 just a killer of a map pool, or killer of a map pick in a map pool for really any given team. There are a few that can survive the close corner combat. There are a few that are going to be able to dictate the spawns. Both of these teams are very good at doing that. But again, I think if you go down 2-1 and you're looking at this from, let's say it's St. Clair's down 1-2 after the first 3 maps happen, right? You're looking at that and you're saying we probably have a pretty good shot here because of what we said beforehand with the movement and the pace of play. Skyline favors a team like St. Clair. If you're Cumberland on the opposite hand, though, and you're down 1-2, you're going into that map 4 saying, okay, hang on. We might need to go to the drawing board real quick and figure out what exactly we want to get done here, because that is a very tricky spot to be in going then into another S&D after the words. And which, again, to your point, St. Clair has been phenomenal at throughout the entirety of the season. And might as well, I should also add here, not only are they playing for the undefeated season, they've only lost 1 map throughout the entirety of the Black Ops 6 season here for the fall 2025 Varsity Premier League.
Yep. And it was to Cumberland. I mean,
it was
you're bringing up a good point with that. I mean, I think it is something that we need to talk about, is that you lose 1 map all season. It was to this team, and you were on the brink of losing a couple more as well. Cumberland, it's been a different story. And you and I know best is that when you talk about teams in Call of Duty or in esports in general, you look at the rough, the gritty roads that do build a roster and mold them to what you want to see them kind of
Yep.
reach. And for Cumberland, it has not been as easy of a road. I mean, St. Clair in the playoffs, they get that 3-0 win against in round one, forfeit win against Wichita State. So you're losing some reps there. And then you push even further through the bracket, another 3-0 to make it into this grand finals. So you haven't dropped the map in the postseason. Cumberland are coming off 2 Game 4 victories to make it to where they are now, Corin. So you're kind of thinking about it in that sense, is that this Cumberland Phoenix team, they have had some trials. They've had some tribulation to make it to this position inside of the bracket. For St. Clair, it has been as easy as could be. So you look at that for the Saints. I don't want them to get a little too ahead of themselves going into this match. You're coming back to Black Ops 6. You got to relearn some of this game. This is where Cumberland are looking to kind of pull that rug out from under you and surprise you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you kind of framed that up nicely for Cumberland. It's like you have gone through the ringer throughout not only this bracket, but throughout the regular season. Things were not even killed and pretty at all times. There were matches that should have been 3-0s that were not 3-0s. There were maps that should have been won that did not go their way. I even see the matchup against St. Clair just a month ago in October. Like, there have been moments where there have been capitalization efforts from Cumberland that have not been able to see it all the way through to the end. And I think that is something that has been kind of like a cornerstone of why they have not been able to best out St. Clair, why they have not been able to have the conversation of saying, hey, we see them as clear-cut favorites, or maybe even rivaling the favorite spot for this matchup in the grand finals. And this is not to talk anything bad or down about Cumberland. This is just kind of how their season has gone and things that we've been able to observe from the outside looking in. So I think when you look at this overall like crafted roster for Cumberland, again, I think there are a lot of great spots on this. I think the ARs and SMGs on this team are great pairings. I think there's a blend of fast-paced ARs, there's a blend of that fast-paced SMG gameplay that you need in a modern Call of Duty, and I don't think there's anybody that really lags behind. The question mark that I have within this series, Colin, and this is more so just kind of taking a look from the early stages of the Black Ops 6 season into what we see now. I want to see what Sprafty is going to be able to create for this Cumberland roster, because I know you and I, we really haven't been able to see much of this individual.
No, I definitely think that he's going to be a great addition to this team. I mean, you have a lot of veteranship around you, and you have a lot of leadership that's going to be able to build you into, the player that you want to be inside of this roster. And I think that when you're looking at Honor, Calamity, Draken, that's exactly what you're doing going into this season. And I think you're kind of building around something that you kind of want to leave your own imprint on. And so you look at Sprafty to kind of hold himself into a great tool to be used. And I think that that's what I'm going to be looking out for this Cumberland team inside of this game, Alex. I think I just am sitting here and I'm wondering, we're going to be watching Black Ops 6. I'm thinking, how many times am I going to look at a route being run by an SMG and I'm like, just bounce off that wall.
Just bounce off the wall.
Bounce off that wall. Come on, do it.
Just outplay him. You can outplay this. Just bounce off the wall.
Like, it's that easy.
And I'll be honest, watching a lot of the program that happened today as well throughout BO7, we are in for an incredible year of Black Ops 7 for not only the regular CDL season, but for challengers, for collegiate as well. I'm excited when we get the run back going into what will be the spring season going forward. Like, I'm just excited for what that's going to bring for the collegiate scene, because I genuinely think with how big of a difference this movement is, because like we talked about Omni movement and BO6 being something of like an evolution of Call of Duty ever since jetpacks left and we had the era where we were back to boots on the ground. We had this conversation of like, okay, these guys that are going to be able to master the Omni movement, where are they going to be in comparison to the people who not were only there during the jetpacks, but were great during boots on the ground? Now we're going back into like a halfway point, kind of like the twilight zone between jetpacks and boots on the ground. And it's like, now that we're going to be able to see even younger players be able to come up through the ranks and have that movement just be that perfect pocket that they can play into within their careers. This is where now I start to wonder, what are we going to see going forward? Now, that's not the question that we have to answer right now, but it just gets me excited. And I had to add that in.
Well, it's like, you even remember back into the landscape of Advanced Warfare when they first introduced the vertical jump, the side dashing inside Call of Duty. And it kind of fit the resume of a lot of different play styles. I mean, like
Sure.
you said, you had the movement masters who were able to kind of play and fly throughout the map. I mean, you're looking at like your Scumps, even Nagafan, whenever you have the sniper up, like anybody who is just kind of putting people on a poster with that movement. And nowadays, you're looking at Shotzi to be that guy.
Sure.
Well, then you look towards, your other players who were able to still hold irons to that vertical jump, to the wall bouncing now in Black
Yeah.
Ops 7. And then that still very much fits the bill of a playstyle inside of Black Ops 7. And for Black Ops 6, even more, I would say. So
Oh yeah.
I think that it's fun to see players kind of evolve throughout the years of Call of Duty, especially in collegiate as well, because we've built this landscape and we've cultivated this community throughout collegiate Call of Duty of players who have that backing throughout the schools, who are able to have those rosters, practice together, join into the competitive landscape throughout those opens and get better. And I think for Cumberland Phoenix, just in general, I mean, we remember Cumberland Phoenix when they first came into collegiate Call of Duty. It wasn't
we
a
do.
team that really held a nickel to somebody like St. Clair, and to build yourself up into a roster that now finds yourself into a grand finals. I mean, that's an accomplishment in its own right. And I think that that's what these players know. They're hungry to take the win. For St. Clair, it's another trophy that they're looking to put on their shelves. In Cumberland, they're hungry to get one under their belt. So this is a big matchup for them, not just as a team, Alex, but as a school that has built themselves up from the ground.
Absolutely. I mean, look, you and I, we've been watching collegiate Call of Duty stuff for like the last 5 years at this point almost, and just being able to tell these complete stories. And we every now and then we see a team come up and they rise, and then they fall immediately after when one or two players leaves the school, and it's like, well, now that team doesn't really have that same kind of je ne sais quoi, that kind of aura that they used to have. But with Cumberland, but exactly, like we go from a team that got designated as the basket weaving school, right? And then we go into this now entire new generation of players. But there are teams that withstand the test of time. Cumberland, over the last few years, has been a team that's been able to withstand the test of time. They haven't necessarily gone under a lot of roster changes throughout that period. They've kept a few core members. But again, to credit off what you were saying, like that building process to be able to get here has been awesome to see. And that kind of just goes to show like what you can see across the entirety of the collegiate scope. Like there are so many players that are biting at the chops to get the opportunity just to get not only better throughout every regular season match, but into the playoffs. And speaking of getting better, let's talk about Hacienda here, because this is one of the best maps that we had within the entirety of Black Ops 6. We're going to get to start out here on a beautiful hard point. Like I said, hey, remember last time these two teams played, it was Cumberland who were able to steal the map one off of St. Clair. In this best of 7 finals here for St. Clair, they look to go back to back. Cumberland trying to go ahead and rewrite the history books, give themselves their first national title within Call of Duty in the collegiate scene. Into P1 we go. The gambit's on. Semtex is over the top. First blood, almost there.
Petition to get Hacienda in every single Call of Duty going forward, including Black Ops 7. Imagine like the raid remodel, but Hacienda like that. It would look so clean, Alex, and I'm excited. But we're off to a start. It doesn't look like we're actually able to see the score, the mini map right away. But here we go. We get to see it. It's Cumberland who were the first to strike with that initial hill time, and it looks like our colors are going to be swapped, or team names or our logos up top are going to be swapped. It's actually St. Clair off to a hot start.
Here we go. Over on the P2 rotation, we'll get the mini-map back here in just a moment, but you can see what Honor is looking to do. First blood onto Cootie. Second one, left side corner, double chow completed here for the Cumberland Phoenix. And this is the best start that you could ask for. Rotations early on, getting yourselves abilities inside of the middle map. They might lose a bit of P1 time here, but it's all about setting up that P2 for the money hill.
And you're already going to be holding those back spawns, looking at it. And these St. Clair members, they know exactly what they have to do to uproot you from the back line. You can already see a couple members go down. It's going to be Draken and Honor inside the hill, looking to hold off the rest of St. Clair. But looks like the Saints are going to break their way in and flip the spawns while they're at it.
Yeah, it's just that onslaught through the back line is something that you needed to look for if you're Cumberland. And now you're going to have to fight through the front. You got 17 seconds on the front end of time, which is good. I'm glad the rotations are there, but it's the break percentage that St. Clair are going to have in their back pocket that is really going to be the testament of time here. So as Honor looks to the staircase, it's a 3-piece that comes in from Crafty on the backside. Calamity now looks to push in. You got a de facto pinch from opposite sides up the ramp. You should be able to find this player, but it's only going to be for about 15 seconds of time as we look to rotate onto P3.
So this is going to be a good bit of scrap time for you. But Cumberland, this is not good enough. You're going to have to look towards the rotation at some point to not only win it, but hold it from the Saints. And with about a 40-point lead heading into this new hill. St. Clair looking to get the rest. They have high ground control. Cootie's going to slide in on Honor, and Calamity is going to find the first strike towards the back line to see if these spawns will flip, but Seawads is going to cover the tracks, and it's all eyes forward for the Saints.
Semtex over the top from KB as well. You're just looking to hold these two players out from the vines while the rest of your teammates are able to get top control of the plat. But right now, Cumberland doing a great job at it. Scrafty looking to push his way forward into 3-2 trade. You still got bodies here, but the spawn's out over by the well. Going to get plenty of time here for the side of St. Clair to just sit tight and chill for a minute.
That's exactly what you're going to do, Alex. You have yourself some plat control for Scrafty, but he just hasn't been able to get anything done from this position. You're going to get a contest from the front line, but everybody's still alive there for the Saints. One slide out is going to remove Draken. 100 points plus for the Saints as they are dominating Hacienda to kick off this grand final. And I like this call from Cumberland, but is it going to pay off as the Saints are meeting them to the rotation and winning every single fight?
And my eyes were dialed in on player 8. That was KB making the rotation all the way around the back. Does enough to give Seawads the opportunity to clean up the weakened player on the Phoenix. So now if you look here on P4, the hit's coming through. Scrafty's gonna be the first one and Draken up middle. Honor's already able to find one, so this is pretty much a must-need break if you are the Phoenix. You look for two more, you go back and forth for two apiece. Finally, you have the last player remaining in for Cootie, and he makes some magic happen here once again for the St. Clair side.
Just wall bounce that, Cootie. Come on.
Absolutely.
Take to the sky and fly. Contest in. Cumberland doing a good job at least keeping their toes inside this hard point. Let's see if they can walk away with a few kills and get some time off of this much needed P4. Scrafty on the ground, 3 in a row. Finally going to be cleaned up, and Cootie now fighting, and he's going to find himself a double kill. All 3 for Cootie. 10 and 7 to kick off this hard point. Scrap time towards the Saints. Their lead is going to stay.
And this is exactly what you wanted if you're St. Clair. Beautiful opening set of rotations. You get yourself back over to P1. AR set up top. And really, if you're Draken right now, all you're looking for is an opportunity to get yourself going. 6 and 12, not a wonderful start. Scrafty, same conversation here. Cumberland are getting outslayed on every front, and St. Clair have the upper hand advantage with top mid-map control.
Yeah, I want to see Cumberland kind of slow things down. I mean, you're putting so much focus on just finding yourself into these hard points that you're forgetting about these power positions, and that's where St. Clair are dominating you from in a lot of these rotations, Corin. So I'd like to see a little bit more focus on top side of the map, trying to get your ARs into a position to watch over these hills and then funnel yourself into those hard points. St. Clair just beating you in terms of the macro.
All right, Cal dead up top, so that's your entire open side completely negated if you are Cumberland. But as Scrafty lays down, Cootie makes the push in. Looking for the back end 20 seconds here. Still a lot of time to play for in P1. But you have to look over on the opposite side. North side of the map at Skywalker, who's going to be able to take down Draken. That's the P2 rotation that Cumberland won last time. So they're not going to be able to be there. St. Clair held every bit after they broke the last time on P2. And they might look to do that again.
Bump and fly as you gotta find these kills towards the back. Seawads heads up play to catch a couple players trying to rotate through those vines. He's gonna catch himself too. Cootie, a third one. Scrafty's alone in the back line, and 3 members are gonna dedicate themselves to remove that player from Cumberland, lock down these spawns, and soak up this hill time. But Cumberland, they're going for the full flip. All 4 players in the back.
And I don't love this either. You're going to be able to get the pinch up the side, but Cootie and the reinforcements from St. Clair are going to be able to be here. But you do win the first 2 gunfights. Nay going to be out. Rooper on the backside. Staircase looks for the second shell. Everybody dead. Now Honor, last man alive here. Looks to push his way in. Is able to find one. But again, still bodies here for St. Clair. It's warm inside of P2, and they're making it stick.
I mean, you're beating Cumberland in terms of kills, rotations, and holding down these major positions on the map. And that read, like you called, to flip out that hill, hold Cumberland into these back spawns now, might be detrimental to the game because you're going to have a free rotation over to the new hill. And the Phoenix need to recognize that. You can already see Scrafty. He's going to try to make this rotation, but he is alone in this fight, and he doesn't even know Rupert's back here.
I'll bet you one thing, Colin. I bet Cumberland are hoping and praying and wishing that this was going to be a Vault Map 1 here because they do not look well practiced on this Hacienda.
No, they
Maybe
don't.
the detriment that we were talking about of the Black Ops 7 season overlapping here with our grand final in BO6 might be de factoing in a default to the Cumberland roster because this has not been a strong showing here in Map 1. Still plenty of time, though. But, I mean, with about 60 seconds left for St. Clair to be able to take Map 1, I might be starting to think about Map 2.
Search and destroy on the minds of a couple of these players. 3 down yet again for Cumberland. Rupert's going to fly forward. And those arch spawns for Cumberland are going to make it really hard to funnel one by one through this chokehold. Scrafty's going to find his way through. Can he get some help there? Draken takes down Rupert. Scrafty a second, but as soon as it happens, everybody in the hill starts to peek out. Another 3 kills for St. Clair, and they hold strong.
200 point mark crossed. Now it's a rotation on to P4. Calamity weak. trying to challenge back around the corner. Rupert also is weak there too. So hey, guess what? You finally get yourselves a rotation over to P4, but St. Clair every single time that Cumberland have been on a rotation have been able to break it, and that's a great opening gambit there from Seawad. So now you look to KB in the back line. He made a wrap all the way around P2 last time. This time it looks like they're just going to try and send 3 through middle map.
Calamity. Honor, everybody here, one last stand and 4 go down. So here we go. Cumberland, what can you make off of this? A little bit of confidence to Bode, and a little bit of a chance to shut down the Saints and get your guns hot, Corn.
Yeah, that's what you want here. You just want to build anything called momentum. And if you can get that going into map 2, you're going to feel good about it. If you can get over 100 points, hey, you didn't get 100-point clubbed in map 1, but the guns are starting to get hot. I'm not going to rule out a comeback inside of map 1, although very improbable, but if they can start stringing a few more kills together here, holding down mid-map after this, well, I might be starting to sing some praises.
If Doug Center Martin can do it on a Mercado, anybody can do it on a Hacienda.
Absolutely.
Rotations over towards New. St. Clair, they're going to be the first ones here again, and they have the high ground control with their ARs in this position. I mean, you're able to keep those P1s scrappy through the first and second rotation, but you're never truly getting some good time off this if you're Cumberland Phoenix. Right now, you're just trying to focus on keeping St. Clair out of the hill with still 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the game clock. There's no reason to rush it.
Yeah, not at all. If your Sea-Watch hopping down in the middle map, you're just not expecting Calamity to be challenging that immediately, just straight up iron-sighted into the hill. But over the top, Rupert looking to make moves. They want to make sure they have that right side of the map locked down for the P2 spawns. Does Cumberland look over the middle map? They've really done a great job these last 2 hills of only holding St. Clair to about 10 to 15 points.
100 points down. What a comeback this would be in game 1. It would be a real general mood set for this grand finals. And take a look at the big play that you're going to get from Draken in the back, but he needs some help from the teammates, and everybody loses their battle. Draken's going to make himself known, but now he's alone, and he is down.
Oh, the problem with that too is if you play so far deep back there, your teammates are going to spawn out back P3 tin. So instead of getting the well spawns to be able to then push back in even quicker, this is allowing St. Clair to just rack up the time. 30 seconds now is all the difference for this map 1. You got the double pinch coming through, 2 from Rock, 2 from the backside spawn. Can they win the gunfights to keep the game alive?
Full pinch out, Honor. First one to fall throughout. He needs some assistance from the front line. Cal trying to punch his way through this hill. 9 seconds left for the Saints, and with one full clear, St. Clair kicking off the grand finals with a win on Hacienda.
No, not just yet. Okay, hop in there. There you go. Toe stepping in, 250. There we go. Across the finish line. Here we go for St. Clair. But yeah, no, from start to finish, Colin, I mean, that was just a masterclass from St. Clair. I think when you talk about the preparedness going into this map 1, I think we expected that to be much closer when it came to what Cumberland would be able to throw at St. Clair. I thought it was going to be relatively scrappy, as we saw Hacienda be throughout the entirety of the Black Ops 6 season. There really wasn't many maps where it was like, okay, this is just a blowout. Most teams were able to go at least through the first 2 rotations, keep it about even killing, but I mean, there was just nothing that St. Clair could do wrong there. Cumberland, every time they got out on a rotation, it was just 1 or 2 players that slipped through the cracks unnoticed, and it was just either a flank in the back or a pinch that they set up that was able to break inside of the hill. They 3-2-1 did, got inside, and it was pretty much GG. I'm going to be honest, I think the moment that kind of circled everything for me was the very first rotation over to P2 where Honor rotated at 25 seconds. I was like, okay, you know what? I like this. We're getting mid-map pressure. I looked up at the scoreboard and said, they got 40 points off of P1. And then they proceeded to break into Cumberland's hold on P2 within the first 15 seconds. And I said, we might be in for a long map 1.
Well, you know, it wasn't the prettiest start to the game there for Cumberland, giving up that much time off of a first hill, but they managed to bring it back towards the end of it, Alex.
Sure.
And, you know, we talk about the de-evolution from one game to the other, kind of coming back over towards Black Ops 6. St. Clair do something that I'm sure not a lot of teams will be able to replicate, and it's just really trust in the fundies when it comes down to Call of Duty. And Hacienda is like the biggest fundy map we have in Black Ops 6. I mean, if as long as you rotate, you play for your power positions, for your ARs, it is so hard to break some of those hills on Hacienda. And they put it on display in those P2 rotations, the P3 rotations, and they kept P4 scrappy for the most part, I'd say. And you know, there were times that I think Cumberland Phoenix were able to get some good time off those P4s, but it just wasn't enough because of the load of time that you were losing off of those money hills in 2 and 3. So, I mean, you look towards St. Clair as a team going into a hard point like Hacienda. They really put it on display how composed they are and how well they play together.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the kind of like the macro aspect for St. Clair of like what they were doing correct. I actually want to highlight KB because, although it maybe wasn't the most flashy game of all time, there were multiple moments throughout that game where I was just staring at the minimap going, wow, KB might be disgusting, and he might be disgusting going into the BO7 season as well, because like it's just the small little like second to second gameplay decisions that you make that just completely dictate a map. Like being able to get through, win the 1v1 back P2 to break the first rotation's P4. And when you're able to win that and give your other teammates the opportunity to push through middle map for free because they have to look over at P2 to make sure you're not going to come through and get another one when they're holding from that side already because that's where they spawned. Yeah, of course you're going to have great success. It was the same thing on a P3 rotation, playing the top side of Office, making sure that not only could Cumberland not push in, winning 2 individual gunfights when he didn't have a teammate there for help because everybody else was pushing through front vines. Like, it's just those little minute things where it's like, not only is he reading those plays out, not only making those plays, but he's understanding where he needs to position himself to win the gunfights. And if you can do all 3 of those things together, that just sets you up for not only personal success, for team success at the same time.
Yeah, I think, for Cumberland on the opposite side, we could talk about a couple of these players because there were some moments to really highlight, and it really comes down to the heads-up plays from Draken, where he just kept on looking to replicate what KB was doing on those rotations, being that anchor in the back spawn and looking towards those new hills. Wasn't really the best when it came to the rest of the team in terms of tempo, and that's something that you can build off of, especially when we do go to that Skyline hardpoint where with Skyline, you can kind of get away with the lack of tempo with how small the map is. But at the same time, I'm looking at this team, Alex, and I want to see you win those fights. You get 3 down, bump the hill, push forward, get that space, take the space from St. Clair, and make sure that you're just continuing to kind of push against their agenda. Because if not, St. Clair are going to set up towards the next hill, and it's going to be hard to rotate after that. And we saw that tons of times towards the Hacienda. But on the other side, we also saw inside of those hills when they did get those chances to rotate. Honor was fantastic.
Absolutely.
When you put a sub in his hands, you give him a chance to get a little bit mixy. It makes me excited going over towards a dealership now, because as we head into the search and destroy, you look towards those SMG players to make a play. And somebody like Honor is exactly the one in my mind who needs to be that playmaker for this team.
Absolutely. And the one thing I will say too, just to kind of counteract that as well, is like if Honor can be that one to go in and just take that first gunfight and be able to win that strong 1v, awesome. That's great. The problem that I have here, and it's just a slight problem, is the fact that Sprafty didn't have a great map 1. I don't expect that to translate into map 2, but that was the secondary SMG for this Cumberland roster on that map 1. And when he was not able to get anything going for himself, it kind of drew a lot of things back, because if you don't have those two SMG players that are going to push together to be able to play the trades and immediate kills around each other, especially on an early break into a hard point, you're looking at trouble. So going into a dealership, I think that we have opportunities to see that gameplay kind of go twofold and him have a pop back game to be able to pair alongside with Calamity and Honor. But if that struggle does continue here inside of map 2, I think that is going to be the conversation that I'm at least going to be looking at as the main storyline going in throughout the rest of this series. It's just going to be the SMG versus SMG pairings between both of these two teams. St. Clair, that is something that they have made their bread and butter on. That movement tech that they have with the SMG players is exactly why they're able to consistently not only win series, but get to places like this in a grand final.
Well, Corin, we get a chance to go to the Search and Destroy map number 2 for St. Clair. We talk about Search and Destroy for these players in general, and we know that this is their bread and butter. So Cumberland have to step up. They have to see if they can steal this away from St. Clair, or we might be looking at the Saints to run away with this series.
Oh, this is something that you don't necessarily see, just a straight out B-bang from Cumberland. So if you're KB in the window, you got to double here. You just need to look for that topside window. If you let one go down, that's pretty much round over, because you're barely going to be able to get another opportunity to get that in. You looked at the C-Wads on the backside. The North Port, he's just throwing shoulders, not pinching anything yet. Waited for Cootie to push this out, and if they want to go for it, they absolutely can.
Well, the nade splam has delayed it long enough, and the reflank comes back in to clear out that site. Sprafty last alive, nowhere close to the action. So we will have a chance within this 41 seconds to kind of get something going, but 1 versus 4? Good luck, have fun, young man. So KB's going to throw some shoulders immediately as soon as they see him. You can see those arrows of St. Clair start to react. And all the way from the back line, Cootie is making the long flank all the way through. Going to give him the 1 versus 1. Sprafty takes it with ease. with 18 seconds, how much more can you really get done? St. Clair just continue to play as a death ball.
Yeah, it's another bombs down. They're just going to sit here. They're just going to, again, throw shoulders. They're not going to give a free 1v unless you're Cootie in middle map just trying to take an ego chow. But I do actually like that that Cumberland decided to switch up the strategy a bit here. Sprafty pulling out the AR for this map instead of playing the sub. But that is just kind of like one of those things where that's just a beautiful showcase of why you don't push the B site off the rip on round one without a trophy. Exactly. If you don't have a trophy there, you are literally cooped up in a small courtyard with buildings surrounding you everywhere. Somebody throws a well-placed Semtex and you're on bomb planting. We'll see you in the next round.
Honor really felt the wrath of all those nades he was playing. Dance Dance Revolution on that bomb site. It's going to be a takeover towards A with the bomb, at least a slow take. Nades to blow up these cars, see just how much you can poke for the information, and while this all unfolds, they're going to send Cootie on the deep flank through B.
A stun in the window. I actually don't think that connected on anybody, so I don't know if they have information that St. Clair has pushed up A. But I do like this again from Cootie. You pointed it out. Just playing this over here.
He hasn't fully cleared out the site, Alex.
He hasn't, but the thing is he cleared the space enough to know that the push wasn't coming through. So if he just throws a couple shoulders here, plenty of space then that they can take over. However, Honor in the window needs to find a first blood here. They're not going to give it to him. Well-placed nade, cooks it, but again, on top of the tree, that's just a gunfight you cannot afford to lose.
But with Cootie pushed up, that's a gunfight that you're going to take all day long if you're St. Clair. 1 versus 3 for Sprafty yet again. A little bit easier than last time. 33 seconds if he can get this bomb carrier killed. Maybe he's going to have a chance, but he slightly gives it a peek, and I think he's checked himself out of B, thinking it's going to be an A plant.
He absolutely did, because he looked over the side and he didn't see the bomb planter down below him on the window still. So St. Clair, everybody knew exactly where he was. He just second-guessed and wrapped all the way back, and he's got a sub out now instead of an AR. So you're wrapping it back from the P5 side. And look how good St. Clair is setting this up. You got one in middle map. You got one play in the backside. They're making sure that the flank doesn't come through, but Sprafty's on site kind of for free while I say that. Of course, he gets taken out. So that's just 2 good rounds back-to-back from St. Clair. An offense and a defense. You'll pair that nicely for a 2-0 lead.
They're really making 0 mistakes right now, and I like that call. It's the difference between Cumberland on that B take and St. Clair. With Cootie pushing all the way up into Red Shed, you're allowing your AR player to chow onto that brick garden with the tree and take that fight towards that mid window. Honor thought he was going to be able to cook that nade, get a little bit of payback onto the player planting that bomb, but instead St. Clair just completely sideline you with that aggression. And that's the pace of play that you got to match against the Saints. And if not, you're just going to be kind of stuck and shocked at what hits you.
Oh, dude, if they clear something out, they want to go, they can go. And this is just not what you want right here. St. Clair is pushed all the way up through middle map. They've got the A site locked. They've got the B site now checked out. Cal doesn't even get an opportunity to peek his head out before he gets snuffed out by KB. And if you're Honor, you're just trying to push up as far as you can. Drake and peppered up. Minute left to play here. But realistically speaking, there's not a whole lot you're going to do here if you're Cumberland unless you get a miracle 1v given to you.
Again, St. Clair just not over-chowing, not over-peaking, taking what they get, and managing the space against Cumberland, keeping them trapped onto this B bomb site with a full double flank coming out from both Rooper and Cootie.
What can you find here on the timing? There it is. Okay, like I said, you have a free 1, all of a sudden it turns into a completely different round, and now in a 3 versus 2, you have the advantage. KB through the window evens things out. Now looks back to Draken. Chalice to the window immediately. Great snap onto the forehead. And once again, it's a 1v odd situation. This time it's Honor. Hop up into the window, doesn't realize both of them are still going to be in that exact same spot. And just as quickly as the round looked like it might favor the fortunes of Cumberland, St. Clair steal another one, go up 3-0.
And even in a 3 versus 2, it's just the surprise on my face to allow 3 separate one-on-ones to a player like KB. As soon as he takes that fight towards the mid window, you need Draken and Honor to jump into that fight and trade it out with those numbers. But a little bit too much respect being shown from the Phoenix, and this is kind of where we're sitting at. An 0-3 deficit on a dealership search and destroy, and a St. Clair that is showing the utmost confidence here in the grand finals of NACE. A team that is not really, I wouldn't say desperate, but on the hunt for another trophy.
Speaking of hunting, that nade's going to connect the middle map. Not going to kill anybody, but it will weaken one up, and you have information that there is at least one trying to suffocate in through middle map. 2-man hit in through the dealership opposite side, and the spawn side of St. Clair. You look back around. This has allowed Draken to push his way forward. Good shots are going to pepper up a few players. Swaps out to the pistol, and now the pinch is on. What will you be able to find on it here, though? They're trapped, they're suffocated, but as Roofer goes for the 1v, now all of a sudden it turns back around, and the flank that came through was perfect from Cootie, who played the B site.
2 versus 3 for Cumberland, and the map's completely flipped out. Cootie's going to get traded out, so it's Calamity this time in a 1v. Rooper's going to take the challenge, and Calamity just doesn't expect the reach shell out. Caught in the reload. 4 up for St. Clair. Haven't dropped a map yet in this dealership, and that was a fantastic round from Cumberland. I'm not really sure the call that was slowing down the flank between Honor and Calamity. I mean, Draken had them where he wanted them.
Yeah.
And you had Cootie flanking from the opposite side. His flank just pans out to be a little bit quicker. As soon as Draken gets taken out and that call happens from St. Clair, there's nothing that can be done from the flank of Cumberland. And that is a really tough spot to find yourself on from what was a nearly perfect play call.
Back again you go. Rooper's just going to play the slide challenge out to the bomb, and that's just something you cannot allow to happen. Honor gets caught with his pants down. Draken in the window will say goodnight, and the third one there. Sprafty the last alive, and it is just an onslaught on defense. And this has been the problem for what Cumberland has tried to do on offense. The first round, they got snuffed out over a B, and they lost lives early. The second time they went over to B on their second offensive attempt, they just stalled out at the windows, and St. Clair took position on the entire rest of the map, knowing exactly where they were. Same thing here on this offensive round at A. Instead, St. Clair recognized, hey, they're going to play this slow. Even if they're at A, let's just go win the gunfights, and that's exactly what they do.
I mean, Cumberland have really been just getting the short end of the stick for this matchup versus St. Clair, because every single time it just seems like every angle is watched by the Saints, and there is no stone left unturned. An aggressive hit over towards A, and look at this matchup from Honor. He's going to fly right at them. First blood for the Saints. They're going to shut down that aggression and just trample over the A site.
I mean, just running up from Rooper. Talk about an ego child. Talk about an overheat, but it works out. I mean, you're up 5-0 already. Why not close it out here in the final round? Bomb down, starting Elise's process of going down at A, but I mean, they have every angle watched. The only person that can slip through is somebody from the vent, and we'll hop over to KB, and that's exactly where he's looking. So backside, shoulders being thrown for Rooper. Calamity looking for a long shot over the top. If you can find one, maybe you give yourselves a chance here, but it's looking desperate.
Oh, Calamity's going to get one. Oh, KB on the heady. Bring it down to Sprafty in the 1 versus 2 as soon as he slides out the assist from St. Clair. And that is one hell of a dealership search and destroy. 6 up, 6 down for the Saints, going 2-0 in the grand finals here for NACE, and making it look so clean.
I wish they could see my face at the moment. That was a search and destroy if I've ever watched one. But let's be honest with ourselves. I think that's what we expected after map 1. At least that's what I expected. And I hate to put it as candidly and as bluntly as that, but I mean, when you look at how the pace of play went in map 1, Cumberland never had an answer. They started in what we would call the garbage time of the hard point, being able to bring it back a little bit. They didn't get the 100-point club that maybe St. Clair were looking for on them to kind of set the tone for the series. But going into an S&D like that on dealership, where it was a 4-6 loss the last time they played through, you would think that maybe going back to the drawing board and saying, hey, what did we do that didn't work? How can we maybe play this at a bit more advantageous pace for ourselves? Or what can we do that maybe will surprise St. Clair? And I think that's why they went over to that B site early on there. I think that was something that they were trying to just maybe get that bomb down, find a timing and a tempo on the map. That didn't happen. That did not happen. No. They got completely trampled, because the thing is dealership is such a small map. And you and I have talked about this. We've watched this. We have drawn every breath of extent that we can out about this map. But for the last time here in BO6, it's probably the last time we're going to be casting this game. Dealership is small. You have to play quick. If you do not get to the spots that you want to get to before the other team gets there, you are going to lose every time, especially when it's up against a team who's going to run 3 subs at you down your throat and not give you an opportunity to breathe.
You can't just take those challenges half-heartedly. You got to full commit to these. You got to make sure that you have the confidence behind it, and that's what St. Clair did. I mean, it's why it's so impressive to watch them throughout that S&D, because there were times even on defense when you have one player watching an angle and the other one just over the shoulder, making sure that they don't get double-challenged from their side. And it's the layering of aggression from St. Clair that's so hard to get away with, because in a moment, I mean, you saw Rooper, who's just able to mechanically slide into a gunfight, find that first kill, make sure you play
Yep.
behind that natural cover, and there's no ability to trade him, because if you try to, then KB is right behind him, ready to follow up with that gunfight. It's just that teamwork that sets St. Clair in the top echelon of collegiate Call of Duty. And it's put on display right in that S&D throughout the entirety. And I think there's just moments that you look back at for Cumberland that
Yep.
you tighten up a few things, and maybe it's a round you're able to put behind your belt, or you had a 3 versus 2 on the great play call to wrap back over towards that B site, and you have numbers with the bomb down. You just don't take advantage of those numbers, and you allow 3 separate one-on-ones towards KB, and he's just going to dissect you throughout that round of Search and Destroy. So you get put on a poster again in that Search and Destroy 6-0. Saints feeling really, really good in this grand final, Alex. Really setting the tone heading into this Vault Control.
They are, and if we're going to play the same pace of, or not even pace of play, if we're going to play the same way that Cumberland did on that map, and we're going to let Cootie just take these slow, methodical, unchecked routes to flank every single route, or every single round, or every single whatever you want to call it, for where we're going into a control here, yeah, it's just going to be more dissection. It is going to be something where they're just going to be able to break Cumberland apart. Keep in mind, not only was this team just a really good collegiate team throughout the Black Ops 6 season, this was just a 4-man challengers team as well at the same point. So it's like, this was a team that played together throughout the entire year. They have all the chemistry. They have all the understanding. They know where they need to put each other in great positions, not only to succeed, but to flip a map out, to say, hey, we're going to hit this on this timing. We know this double nade here. Everything that you would think of that would be able to break down into levels of making this team so good, they have had the entirety of the Black Ops 6 season to be able to go over that. Cumberland, they play together in the collegiate side of things. I know for a fact that this is not an entire 4-man team when it comes to challengers, so that is something that they just do not have the same amount of practice in that St. Clair does, and that's nothing to fault them for either. They still have played this series relatively well in some capacities, but I think going after that Search and Destroy, there was, just like in map 1, there's a lot to be desired here. I just don't think they're playing at their strengths right now. They just do not look like the same Cumberland roster that we saw earlier on in this Black Ops 6 season, even just a month ago.
Yeah, and you know what? They have still some time to figure out how to let those pieces fall together, Alex, as we get ready for this map number 3 Vault coming up very, very soon. We'll see you while we're ready with Game 3.
If you wanna save me, if you wanna save me, if you wanna save me, yeah, if you wanna save me, yeah, if you wanna save me, I think I should better run, because that's the end before it began. If you wanna save me, I should I've been thinking about you.
Well, the expectation coming into this would it'd be a little bit closer than it is right now. It's an 0-2 deficit here for the Cumberland Phoenix, but we've seen them come back from deficits over the course of the last 2-3 seasons that we've been able to watch this team play, Colin. So they're no stranger to being in some of these precarious positions, as we talked about throughout the entirety of just the Black Ops 6 season in itself. A lot of adversity they've been faced with, but they've been able to bounce back plenty of times. Looking to do that here in a vault control on map 3. Just the problem that you and I discussed during the break was just they don't look all that great against a well-practiced St. Clair team who have been playing through and through not only the offseason, but in the Black Ops 7 season, and as you mentioned, qualifying for great things.
Of course. I mean, you look at the difference between October and November for the Call of Duty season, and October is a really weird month where you're not really getting any practice as a team. You're not scrimming the game. You're not even playing ranked play at that because you're just waiting for the next title to drop just a month later, or not even just a couple weeks after that. And, I think there's a big difference that we're seeing from, Cumberland Phoenix playing a team like St. Clair, who are still kind of getting back into the swing of things, and a team of St. Clair now who have not only qualified for the Optic tournament that's going to be happening very, very soon in a couple of days, but are also scrimming other college teams who are scrimming other top Call of Duty teams, just in challengers, and maybe even some of the CDL teams. It's a different test right now that we're seeing for Cumberland, and that has me worried going into this game number 3, but we could still take a little bit of that respect from the game that we did have when these two met up in week 7 of the NACE regular season. It was a vault control in that map number 3 that went all the way to around 5, and vault is one of those maps that is, very easy to kind of allow slip through your fingers, and control as a game mode is not really something that people are playing anymore. So I still give Cumberland that chance here to push us a little bit further in that grand finals here with this vault control.
I was actually going to say, this might be the final time that we see control inside of the Black Ops 6 season and control inside of the NACE Varsity Premiere if we do not get to a map 6, because we have Overload now inside of Black Ops 7. But no matter, it is time to get back into the beautiful St. Clair and Cumberland matchup that we have in front of ourselves at the moment. And right now, I mean, I just see KB playing on an island all the way out across the map. He's just letting the rest of the teammates go crazy for the moment's time. But as we look for this push up the street, do you get the good timing if you're Cutie? You absolutely do. That's 3 down. You can play A, you can play B. You have the entirety of the map as your oyster.
And it looks like the choice is going to be the B zone that you're going to start off with. KB has found his way all the way up towards top art, and it's definitely something you have to address at some point if you're Cumberland, but you got Rupert through the middle of the map, just continuing to shoot you in the back. 4-0 start to the game, a triple stack on the B zone, and this is where the Phoenix have to decide to just chalk B and start to overextend to this A zone.
I don't even think the choice is really theirs at this point. I think St. Clair just bully balled it onto the B zone and was like, all right, well, we're going to take this, and really nobody challenged. And now everybody is still spraying around the street at the moment, while St. Clair just rotated into middle map. Cumberland just had to make sure nobody was in the back line to clear everything out to then be able to push middle map, and this just funneled him into Rupert, who's on 6 in a row. Call it 7, although he gets the teammates' help. It's a 5 life advantage here. First tick gone, looking for the second, and it's just a funnel double in through the U side doors. Rupert looking for it. He's got teammates' help here as well. They need to start touching the zone, but the first one is dead. Second one goes good trades. They go 3 for 1. Hold.
4 go down, and this is kind of what I was talking about at that hard point. I want to see some of these green arrows just start to fly. Draken's going to try to put some pressure off the respawning members, going for the pop-up, but Cootie with the challenge out. Steal kills favoring the Phoenix. Lock down this B zone, but St. Clair, you got a Hellstorm as well on one of your members, and a lot of time to waste these 9 lives of Cumberland.
Here comes the push in the middle map, though. St. Clair win the first opening gunfight. KB then slides on through. Cootie will lose it, but the SMG's up close. The battle is won by Cumberland, but they go 2 for 2 now, 3-3. It's a 1v1 in middle map, potentially for the entirety of this first round of control. As Calamity will play his weight. Rupert with 76 HP now getting dwindled down even further as Draken's up on top. Helping from middle map. It's Cal. Honor there. 2-2 go back and forth. 6v4, 5v3. It's still the A zone with just a hair left to try and get it off, and Siwas just goes ahead and seals the deal.
And it looks like that's going to be enough to put it away in round number 1 for St. Clair. A little bit of fight coming out from the Phoenix in round 1, but giving up an offense in vault control, something that might come out to haunt you as this game continues to progress. You look into this moment right here from Draken was exactly what kind of ignited that flame back in towards the Cumberland to try to win over this defense, and you got to tip it as well. I mean, the plays to just pick up that tempo, push all the way to the spawn, and even cut down a couple more members here from St. Clair. That is the right call to make here on a vault control, but St. Clair just do what they do best, collect themselves, come off that respawn, use the timer. They still had a minute 20 to retake just one segment at A, and they do just that by clearing everything out. Big one-on-one from Seawads as well to put it away.
Absolutely. Best fight that we've seen out of Cumberland so far, though. Hopefully that's something that gives us a good sign and an indication what's to come for the rest of the series. Seawad's opening engagement, though, onto Honor. Take it to Sprafty, goes ahead for a trade. They go 2-2, 28 lives apiece here. A-Zone now looking to be pushed through just a bit. Closer spawns here for the side of Cumberland as they get back into middle map. Working and trying to lock in that first tick on A. Good start to the round here.
It was a good start, and Dragon's even doing good to pick up some of the space towards you. So 3 go down for St. Clair. I'd love to see just a stack at A in general, and 2 members are going to try to get this progress going. St. Clair just giving it up, putting all the eggs into the basket of B, but while this goes on, I did see a member of Cumberland trying to make that push out towards P4, and this is exactly kind of what St. Clair want to do, but they're giving, or this what Cumberland want to do, but they're giving St. Clair these close spawns on B.
I mean, just look at the recognition. You see how slow that progress is working on A. You know it's not a full 4 stack. So what does St. Clair do? They recognize, say, hey, somebody's probably lurking out towards B to try and catch one of us off guard and then get themselves on that B zone. And they don't let that happen. And look what it does to the map. It flips it completely. North side full control. They've got spawns on the opposite end where they have a pinch at any given moment. They're watching the side of Cumberland come off spawns. You're going to be able to get onto this B zone and at least alert a few players. With KB on the outside of Palms looking for a few Seawads still up top. You got full control, but in the back line, Sprafty might be able to make something work.
Hey, this is a couple good kills from Cumberland, but you cannot win this round if you don't find Rupert. He's going to be such an issue from this top gold position, and he knows that he's just going to be playing his life, allowing for his teammates to just continue to compress onto B. Double kill from Rupert, holding his own. 11-5 on vault control, and that is keeping St. Clair alive on this defense.
But back at home, the gunfights are being won. So yeah, you're alive and you're winning the spawn kills over there, but the first tick of progress gets locked in. And you still have members here from Cumberland, so this is not a shot in the dark whatsoever. If you are the Phoenix at this moment in time, Rupert up top looking for another, gets the worst of the timing, but the drop shot works on Cal. It's 2 kills that go the way of the Phoenix. Now on the opposite end, you still got players on the zone, halfway through that second tick of progress at B. Honor's weakened up KB, he can't chow this out yet.
It looks like Rupert might have to actually help the team from behind. Second segment is going to be a lock, Alex, and everybody just playing from the middle of the map. Minute 6 to figure this one out. They have to just make a call, push a route, and see if they can flood through one of these lanes.
Just put numbers back on the zone. If you know that Rupert's in your spawn side and you want to play through the bottom side of Vault, go ahead and do it. And they've got 2 bodies stacked there. All of a sudden, a turn opportunity, 5 in a row. Now still stays alive, but finally will fall. But all the pressure now needs to be on the B zone, and KB swaps to the pistol, knocks him dead. The only player left alive here, if you are the Cumberland Phoenix, is Calamity, playing all the way deep side on the Palms. Hooks a nade. 2 ticks of progress to work with. It's still 9-9 apiece. They are dead even.
That's a good catch from Honor. But as soon as one falls, it's Cootie's turn now to try to flank this. Everybody from St. Clair just so dynamic flowing through this map. One more chance with 25 seconds to get this offensive round win, but you're just all down to one player up front. And Sprafty's going to get taken down. 4 down for Cumberland. 19 seconds. Good luck.
Yep, you got one opportunity. Send everybody forward and hope you win the gunfights. Cal opens up, Rupert there. If he's not able to take out Smarty here, I would be shocked. And now it's down to the last 2. Honor, Draken, and Honor getting shot in the back. Has to dance around just a little bit. Able to find one for his troubles, but he's got to go through 6 more, and it's just not going to be doable in this universe. 2-0 lead here for St. Clair. Looking to close things out on a following offense. This will put them up 3-0 in the series, going to a closeout match point game 4.
Alex, 2 things that you can do in a position like that. I mean, as soon as Rupert is finding value towards top gold and you're having an issue, you're just wasting time trying to get rid of him, just throwing lives at a guy you can't kill. I mean, if you're Cumberland, you have to make a call if you're the IGL. Like, forget about Rupert. Let's push through pool. Let's flip this map. Let's get into the spawn of St. Clair and deal with the rest of their team. And just nobody from the Phoenix were making that heads-up call. So much focus to Rupert in the back line. He's 17-7. He's got his feet kicked up in the back, and he is chilling.
You go 4v3 on the opposite side of the map if you just don't pay attention to the guys in your spawn side. But hey, look, we're the ones watching the game, and that's a
Oh!
great nade over the middle. We'll be seeing you, Drake. And okay, hey, if you want to start setting up a spawn trap on the defensive side, that's how you do it. A double nade in middle map. I don't know who the second one there who tossed that nade over the top, but we got to give them some credit too.
Yes, we do. And this is your chance if you're the Phoenix. See if you can rise up from the ashes and pull yourself back into this grand final. C-Watt's still alive over towards B. The team nade is going to take him down, but the rest of St. Clair playing off the spawn, looking to collapse on A.
And Honor gets knocked off, so this is just going to be the A zone for free at the moment. What's the play here? You got two pushing over to the pool side. You got one trying to look over to B, and you're just worried that somebody pushed up your P3 street. But all the while, the second tick of progress is very close to being locked in, and it absolutely will be Honor. Not forced to jump in just yet, just going to look for a few straggling kills, but St. Clair have completely flipped this around. What was a 3 burst off the beginning for Phoenix now is just all St. Clair as they get A and they're on B.
I mean, the way St. Clair play, this might as well just be illegal. 4 down again. You still got that Hellstorm cooking too if you're Rupert, but you don't need it. Because the bullets in your gun or Hellstorm's enough. Sack onto the point, 2 players there. It's not going to go fast enough, so Honor's going to have this chance, but he flies out right to C1 to trade. It's all down to 1. Draken, can you win this fight versus KB? The slide out on the heady. Not an easy fight because he's twisted on the map. 3 go down again, and St. Clair 1 map from taking the grand finals in NACE yet again.
Dude, just put him in the front line, and it's all you need. You don't need anybody in the back line. You don't need any supportive help. KB will get the job done. We're going to see this double nade here real quick. Again, we don't get to see who it was, but I mean, 2 Ninja Turtles and a zombies operator walk into a bar, and they are met face to face with the shrapnels of a grenade. So that is what we see there. That was the only highlight of the 3rd round for the side of Cumberland, as St. Clair were able to steamroll all the way through. They turned what was a 3-life deficit immediately into about a 6 or 7 life advantage for themselves there going forward throughout the rest of it. So hey, guess what? Now we find ourselves 3-0, as Colin mentioned beforehand, with St. Clair an opportunity to be able to take this final map on a Skyline Hardpoint, a map that we talked up at the very beginning of the pre-show, saying, hey, if St. Clair gets up and they're up 2-1, we gave Cumberland a map in this situation. But 3-0, we didn't even talk about this. This is going to be a hard map for the opposition in this case, which would be, of course, the Cumberland Phoenix. To be able to take this map and even force an extension of the series, let alone a 1-2 deficit that would have most likely ended up 3-1.
Let me tell you, Alex, the Saints are up right now. I mean, they are looking like they're in cruise control in the way that they play. It's even off of that triple nade in that last round. You have to just show some respect over towards what C-Watts does. He plays his life. He goes for the reach out back over towards pillars. He wins that one-on-one, and he is just drawing eyes back over towards B. Now, unfortunately, a team nade does dethrone him from that position.
Sure.
But the rest of St. Clair are given the opportunity to play off the respawn and collapse back over towards A. Everybody wins their one-on-ones, and you get that stack over towards the zone. You deal with the control zone, and it really just seems systematic at some point when you do watch the Saints play Call of Duty. It's as easy as just watching a call. They make it, they follow it, and there is just no questions asked.
No, not at all. And I think as this series progresses or has progressed up until this point, I think we have just seen that build on top of each other yet again. I think, again, we'll talk about the Phoenix here, I guess, real quick, because that control, those first 2 rounds, that was the most fight that I have seen out of this roster throughout the entirety of the grand final that we have seen so far. I think when they got into that control, I think it was a comfort point for them. And I think when we talk about how good they can be and the positions that they can put themselves into, that was the only time that I felt like all 4 players were connected on the map between one another. There was never a point where it was like, okay, why are we solo challenging this? Hey, why are we not sending 2 bodies on this hill here? Everybody had a purpose in those first 2 rounds, whether it was being able to send 2 top cat to be able to watch over the A point or be able to send anybody in through the vault down to B.
Yeah.
Now, credit where credit is due to St. Clair. That first round was just masterful from being able to not only just fly their way immediately into B and then be able to wrap back to A, but there were a few missteps from Cumberland, especially when it came to clearing out their spawn side, both on offense and on defense, because that was a problem with Rupert on the spawn trap, and of course, the second time that St. Clair had their offensive attempt in the closeout round, where they were pushed up onto the B site, and then Cumberland hopped out and said, "Hey, we don't know where you are. You're on A. We don't know that."
And now we kind of bring it into one of the situations, Alex, that we really don't get to see happen very often. You want to be a grand final champion if you're Cumberland, you have to
Yep.
reverse sweep a best of 7. I can count on one hand how many times I've witnessed a reverse sweep in a best of 7 throughout the history of Call of Duty competitively. You know, I'm not going to say about, what happens in your pup games, but competitively, I mean, we got the Toronto Ultra disaster in a best of 9. We got the Miami Grand Finals and Challengers where 0-4 reverse swept alongside Gunless. We had, I want to say, maybe one other time that a best of 7 has been reverse swept. At the top of my head, I can't tell you when that happens, but I generally think that it happened one other time, Alex. Other than that, it has been probably one of the hardest things that you can do in Call of Duty.
It is.
Next to reverse sweeping a best of 5, I would say.
And the
It's
weird
not
thing
a-
about best of 5s is like, dude, they happen so often too now. I see reverse sweeps happen like every series. It's crazy.
But a best of 7, though, I mean, you got to think about now you have to win a hard point, 2 S&Ds, and a control. It's not even just one S&D at that point. You got to win 2 S&Ds against a team that just 6-0'd you on dealership search and destroy. Fortunately enough for Cumberland Phoenix, Alex, we're going to be looking towards the back half of this best of 7 with the Skyline hardpoint up next. That's going to be an area where you definitely can take advantage of just how chaotic of a mess that map can end up on. And then you go into a protocol search and destroy, which again is just, it allows for a little bit more individuality as a team where you could just pop off, find a first blood, and just get lost on the map. So the Phoenix have a really good map set coming up for the back half. The issue does happen when you get back to the Haciendas in 7 and 8, because the Hacienda search and the Hacienda control are not easy to win.
No, they are not. That is going to be the biggest test for Cumberland if we get there. But hey, let's take it one map at a time. They've got to win a Skyline hardpoint here. And with the way St. Clair has been playing, it is going to be more than just a tall order. Up top, it is going to be the ARs trying to play support for the players inside, but they go 2 for 2 on the trade on the opening assault. So now it's going to be St. Clair who opened their way into the hardpoint. First 10 seconds on the board for them.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting way to tell these arrows, Alex. I'm pretty sure that's going to be a black highlighted outline with a gray inside coloring of the arrow and reversed on the opposite ends for St. Clair. So, yeah, I'm going to have fun with this one. Seawatts falls off the map and allows Honor to get in towards the hard point over towards the hot tub, and he's just going to sit down, soak up this time, and let Draken do his work around him.
All the way on the backside wrap. Top P2, I mean, right now it's looking good on rotation, but what did we say in map 1 when we saw Cumberland on the P2 rotation? That didn't last very long. Hopefully it does this time as we see KB looking to push his way forward, but a double kill there from Draken. Cootie makes his way to the right side. On the back. The staircase, yeah, you just don't expect him to be there.
Oh, he's going to sneak away as well, just looking to play his life. Seawatts is here. Cootie looking to tag team this one. Nice trade from KB, starting this game off 4-0. That's her teammate, Sir. But St. Clair have flipped the spawns. They break into P2. And now let's see what the Phoenix can do for their break, as they're going to be in the hot seat.
2 kitchen, 2 through middle. Wait for everybody to get off spawn, and then you start running forward. However, Rupert on the top side of middle looks at the catwalk side. Rafty gets a nade in through the middle. So as you look to the air vent and everybody in the back line, it comes down to KB to win these 1Vs in the back line. Even if he's not able to do it, well, he does. So there's really no reason for conjuncture on the opposite end of that conversation. St. Clair continuing to roll this ball forward, but there are a few more straggling players over on the bottom side of the map in the P3 rotation. So it's both times that we've seen early on inside of this where the rotation hasn't favored Cumberland, although they get there first. Let's see if they can get themselves some much needed time on P3 in the kitchen.
St. Clair looking to punch their way out through these spawns. KB, easy clean up to the double kill, 10-1. To kick off this map. They're going to flip onto the better side for that P3, P4 rotation, and now look towards the break into the kitchen hill. Rupert slides in for the contest, and he's got some help. Cody, double kill, they're in.
And you look back to middle map. This is where the flood's going to be coming from. You got to look not only top cap, you have to look to the bottom side as well. KB reads it 6 in a row, looking for a Hellstorm. He's 12-1, by the way. Just thought to point that out there for you. But Sprafty looking to drop on down. You're just trying to draw a distraction. You try to play the sound cue with it with a broken glass there. KB going to get some peppers onto 1. And now it's all about the break inside of the hard point. You win it on the outside if you're Seawads. You got Honor looking to play the cross-end challenge. And in through middle map by the pool, Seawads drops down. Almost gets him back with a pistol. Calamity there, but just to be shot in the back. And now you turn around. You know where the spawns are. They're out by the grill side, and P3 lost to the Phoenix.
Yeah, P3 can be in for the Saints, and they have the P4 rotation. This isn't something that we've seen yet for Cumberland on Skyline, although the scoreline might not reflect it. They have been the first to the last 2 hills, so the fact that St. Clair are going to be in for the initial time on this major money hill on Skyline really makes you worry for what Cumberland can put together. But it's a kill to open it up from Calamity, and Otter's going to find a second one. They want to get Seawads out from the brack. Draken going to try to help it. He will take KB out of the zone, but Seawads holds it strong, locks it down. He doesn't break.
I mean, these breaks from St. Clair are just perfect. Every time it is perfect. It's a distraction from one player, get lost. Usually it's Cootie who's there. KB with the AR to help out over the top, and then Sea-Watch, why not a little cherry on the top there to go ahead and cap off what has been an astonishing first set of rotations here on Skyline. We said it was going to be hard for Cumberland to go into this map down any significant chunk inside of the series. And this is the make or break moment. It is the championship on the line here in St. Clair. They can sniff it.
Yes, they can. 5 in a row for Seawads. He's going to end up falling before he turns it into something more. Back over towards the second set of rotations. 143 to 28. Cumberland looking to lock in for the second set of hills, and a couple kills go their way. Remember, back into the first set, Alex, this is where they get nearly all the time that they have under their belts. So they're looking to get some more off of this hill. And while that happens, it looks like Rupert's going to take a route.
I'll just play patient. I'll just wait for the rest of the team to get in a position where they want to be at. Honor drop down directly below, next to where the bedroom is. As Rupert finally gets through and lost him for a minute, and this is the go button for everybody else. However, it's a 3v3 trade. This 1 versus 1 still down low is Calamity. He's on 4 in a row, but opportunity now. I believe he saw a couple that might have spawned out here. So this is going to be where the map flips again here from St. Clair. Cootie goes up top, Honor down low. It's another 3 kills that go the way of St. Clair, and this is just devastating fronts every time. The blows are massive from St. Clair.
Cootie snaps there at the last one. 100-point lead heading into P2. Cumberland definitely feeling the pressure weighing down on their shoulders of trying to play up against a Grand Finals caliber Saints team. Cootie's going to shell out towards Sprafty. A team kill is going to take him in for the trade, but Seawads locking down this lane, not letting anybody past him. Cumberland, you're not going to lose off this hill, but you want to put together a break, and you want to get it done fast, but it's just been individual efforts, non-stop, one by one, fuddling into this hill.
Now the question is can you kill Seawads on the back end here? We saw how that played out the last time, so a bit of a different taste this in, but now it's a 3-man push in through directly in the front, and that's what you cannot afford. When you stack up on top of each other, you get a team kill, and that is just a recipe for bad blood. But 20 seconds left on the hill here. It's a 130-point deficit that they have to crawl their way out of. Any time is good time if you are Cumberland, but you have to make sure you find the rotations, and St. Clair has been afforded all the map space they want.
Yeah, they're going to retake through kitchen. KB has the back spawns locked down. Sprafty in a big fight, but hard to take against an Ames. Even though Jackal is a ripper, it's not going to be good enough. One more chance here for Honor. He's going to try to take this fight to KB. The timing is good, but another snap from KB in the backline, and he is just an anchor for St. Clair when they need him most.
Time and time again, it has just been a difference maker for St. Clair. And now you look back on the push, you go 2 down, and a third one follows suit. It's all 4 now for Phoenix, who are dead in the dirt. They're going to spawn back on the left-hand side, top left of your mini-map. That's good for P4. However, 30 seconds of time to play for here. They still need to push the kitchen.
Yeah, you need to hit this hill. You just cannot be giving up 25, 30 seconds for free. KB on a 4 spree, finally going to be cut down, but you still have members of the Saints inside this hard point. It's going to be Rupert to win the next fight. Finally, Honor takes his way in, but still not enough to get your foot fully in this hill. Rotations over towards New. St. Clair have it on lock, and you remember last time it was a near 60 for the Saints.
It absolutely was. This could be the championship moment here for the Griffins. And as you look in the middle map, you see Seawads trying to play spoiler. On the P1 cross, you recognize everybody's coming through the kitchen. And on the backside, Rap Draken not going to be able to spot one. Cootie up top, tries to drop down, almost finds a tasty little double for himself there. But as Sprafty is there and split spawns out, who's going to read him?
They're going for the Jowl. He's going to go down. 20 seconds left. They have the spawn in towards the back, but they take it down. It's all these efforts, Alex, to try to keep yourself in it from the front line.
Colin, so many times this St. Clair roster has tried multiple times. They were beat in the grand finals by Northwood multiple times. They were beat by Oklahoma Christian at the same time. For the first time here, St. Clair looking to go back-to-back here, become grand champions twice in a row. It's all down to one final push into the front door. Seawatts almost snaps into the back, and finally they get snuffed out, but with just 1 second left.
It's going to go to NACE, and St. Clair are here, Alex. It doesn't even matter.
Calamity, can you try anything? What a comeback it would be, but I don't think it's on the books right now. You got 2 players there. They just need to drop down. Seawatts, the final nail in the coffin. St. Clair will be your fall 2025 NACE Varsity Premier Champions.
And try as you might, Cumberland Phoenix, but it is the Saints stepping up to go back-to-back in NACE. And they are not letting any questions on the board on if there was a chance to take them off of this throne. They're going to sit high. They're going to sit mighty. And you look at the performance from KB in this map 4, 32 and 14 on the Skyline hardpoint. How good was he? I mean, we can't talk enough about this kid and what he does when it comes down to anchoring the spawns in Black Ops 6. You think that they might trip up a little bit with a new title, some new spawns to learn, and a couple new maps, but it's like riding a bike for the St. Clair Saints. They just look perfect.
They did. And I think this is going to be not only momentum to carry them into the Black Ops 7 season that's already been going swimmingly for them, Colin. This is a scary look at what is to come for not only St. Clair, but for these 4 gentlemen on this team. You think back to their humble beginnings, back playing in the LATAM region, not getting a ton of respect, love, or appreciation from multiple people, not only around the inside of NA, but EU, even APAC for consideration as well, because those were the 3 big regions that we had seen for so long inside of Call of Duty. LATAM finally got an opportunity to show, and they showed out multiple times. And now you see these guys not only getting the invitations to Optic opportunities, not only being able to play at different champs opportunities, but look, I'm going to be so honest here. We saw a dominance from Oklahoma Christian and Northwood here inside of NACE. It's time, not only, obviously they've gone back-to-back now, so it's already started, but I foresee we might be seeing this St. Clair roster finding a 3rd championship, maybe even a 4th championship. I'm not going to curse it, maybe I just did, but I'm not going to curse it. They could absolutely be playing for championships, not only the tail end of BO7, but even into the future. This team is scary.
They can wall bounce now, Alex.
They have everything.
You think about Rupert and SMG, and they can wall bounce now. I mean, this is a team that I'm elated to watch them grow. I mean, yeah, I'm a little bit biased when it comes down to St. Clair, as you know, I used to go to St. Clair, but it's still great to see how high that this team can climb inside of collegiate Call of Duty, and it's nonstop success. I mean, still a couple of notches on the belt that I'm sure that they want to achieve, and not just NACE, but in other leagues as well throughout collegiate. But this is the team to make it happen, and I'm glad that they're sticking together for another season.
I am as well. I cannot wait to see what BO7 brings for these 4 individuals on this St. Clair roster. And take it from me, hey, I have no affiliation with Canada. I'm just a lowly Florida boy who enjoys some great Call of Duty. And St. Clair, they have just earned another notch on the belt when it comes to earning my respect that they have already had for quite some time at this point in time. But that being said, we are going to send things to a quick break. When we come back, we've got some things that we need to delegate, talk about. When we see you, we'll see you there.
I'll still be here when we're in hard times. Baby, just join in the fun. Running around, might lose my mind. The summer's only begun. I'll still be here when we're in hard times. Baby, just join in the fun. Running around, might lose my mind. The summer's only begun. Summer's only begun. Summer's only begun. Tell me, baby, it's untrue. Up all night just drinking, and I don't know what we'll do as the daylight starts to sink in. I'll still be here when we're in hard times. Baby, just join in the fun. Running around, might lose my mind. The summer's only begun. I'll still be here when we're in hard times. Baby, just join in the fun. Running around, might lose my mind. The summer's only begun. Summer's only begun. Summer's only begun. I don't wanna wait for a storm that ain't coming, or hide from the sun in the morning. I don't wanna run from something I can't define, but I gotta be careful with what I call mine. I know you too well. I'll climb up on the roof and yell. I've learned all that I know, and we put on quite a show. I'd be lying if I said I'm coming back. I just wanna go, I wanna walk away. Never wanted to love you anyway. Guess I should've known, won't pick up the phone. Go on and watch me fade. When you see the lights faded in the night, know that I'm fine alone. I'll be running for the skyline, sun in my eyes. No music, but I'm dancing. I'll be running, I'll be running, I'll be running, I'll be running, I'll be.
Well, welcome back. St. Clair have just finished up their 2-0 back-to-back grand finals here for the NACE Varsity Premier League. The Black Ops 6 season has been very kind to this entirety of this roster, and they look to do the exact same, as we said beforehand, in the Black Ops 7 season when they get the opportunity to get their jaws in the collegiate aspect of this new Call of Duty. Colin, we have some important things, as I said beforehand, to go ahead and delegate out here. But before we do that, I just have to ask, who did you enjoy watching the most throughout this series?
I'm gonna say KB. I mean, like, I will say, I think
love
that
that.
KB in my mind is the, and I love everybody on St. Clair, but he's always gonna be my favorite player to watch, and just how snappy he is with the AR in his hand, just how aware he is of the mini map, of what to do, where to be. And you saw it in the hard point that he was first to rotate. You saw it in the search and destroy that he was always covering lanes. And you saw it in the control as well, that he was just always in those power positions, making it difficult for players to follow up and reach someone like Rupert, who is trying to get Mixie and get into those high octane positions. So I mean, in my mind, I just think that he was Mr. Do It All for the team,
Yep.
assisting the rest of the team to just continue to flourish.
Yeah, absolutely. And I couldn't agree more with that. KB was an absolute treat. That's why I was like, yeah, he knows ball. Because he was a great fun and joy to watch throughout that series. But there was one player in particular who had a phenomenal series, more than the rest, and that, of course, was Rupert. Rupert played his absolute brains out throughout the entirety of it, and of course, that means he is what we call our MVP. That's right, 73 and 50 throughout the course of the series, 26 assists. He had just about, we'll call it 9,000 damage with 19 objective kills. And I'll be completely honest, that number for the KD probably would have been a lot higher. That series just ended pretty quickly, and a lot of those maps were not close.
Yeah, it's a W roundup on the damage. I mean, you have to give respect over towards Rupert as well, because yes, KB was Mr. Do It All, but Rupert was right there alongside him inside the fight for the good fights. I mean, you talk about his performance on that vault control, just making sure that he was able to defend from top gold the entire time. He was fantastic, KB. And you know what? It's a smile that I'm always happy to see on that desk. Welcome, Rupert.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we could hear you.
Yeah,
Yes.
how you doing, guys? Did you guys enjoy the finals?
Yeah, no, dude, it was great to watch. I think multiple times Colin and I off the camera were just kind of looking at the camera or just like looking at each other if we you kind of like figure that out and just going.
What?
And we just had like multiple faces where it was just like, dude, like y'all were just doing some crazy stuff. And it was dope to see. But I guess that kind of leads me into my question. Not only for just this match, but I'm curious about the future. What's everything looking like for you guys going into the Black Ops 7 season?
For like college or like
College challengers, either or.
I feel like Black Ops 7 is gonna be like the best year that we all are gonna have like individually, because I feel like right now we're playing on a pro level and we just gotta like show up on tourney day, so it's just a matter of time to show like everyone like what we can do, you know. So I'm excited for BO7.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's awesome.
And I think everybody's going to be excited with you. You came into here, you posed us with a question. I'm like, who's interviewing who here, Rupert, on the desk? And I was like, okay, you're trying to steal our jobs right now. But, that's fine. I wouldn't mind sharing the desk alongside you, Rupert. Maybe even if you want to try-cast here with Corn and I one
Maybe.
time. But it's been quite the long off season for sure. And I've been wondering this for a lot of players. And, you talk about yourself heading in as an individual, kind of reaching a new level for Black Ops 7. What kind of stuff were you up to over this off season? Is there anything that kind of led you into bringing a new mindset, bringing a new play style in towards the year? What changed for you?
I was focusing heavy on my mental and like on my mental health and my on my physique health. Like I was working a lot on myself to be able to like start the new COD and being the best version of myself. So that's literally what I changed on the off season.
That's perfect. I mean, that is W change right there.
Absolutely.
It's something that I think a lot of people embody, and not enough people do it inside of esports. So it's great to hear you, Rupert, kind of working on that kind of stuff. But Alex is kind of right. Kind of look towards the future for you guys, even as a team inside of collegiate. It's just now that you've been kind of finding those steps individually. How does it feel as a roster just coming back, playing in the same area, and bringing all those different kind of steps that you guys have been working on and molding it into one team again?
Like, how does it feel? Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
how's it feel just playing together again and bringing
Uh,
all those as a team?
I mean, I'm playing with KB on my challengers roster for BO7, so I play with him every day. And then Cody, like, we miss Cody. Like, I played with Cody the whole BO6 year, so like coming back and play with him is like we know each other, we know what we do. And then Chris, like, that's like I felt the most like different because like since we didn't play with him the whole year on BO6 and I don't play with him on BO7, but like it's different, but he's good. Like we were all listening to each other, like he's getting his skills, like I don't know, it worked.
Oh yeah, that's dope. I guess we've talked about the future a lot. Just kind of last question to keep it topical on the match real quick before we let you get out of here and enjoy the win with your team. How did it feel to come out and put a little belt down on this Cumberland Phoenix roster?
I mean, it feels good because the last time we played them, we lost a map to them, and I saw like they were saying like, oh, that series was super winnable. So we were like, okay, next time we play them, we're not gonna give them any dope, and that's what happened.
That's
Hey,
ruthless.
I
But
will
we're
say
not
it was a lot of fun
we're
watching.
just- like we're cool with them. Like there's no like beef. It's just fun, you know?
Yeah, friendly competition, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely.
For
Well,
sure.
hey, Rupert, congratulations to you guys on going back to back. I mean, I guess I'll just ask one more question. How does it feel going back to back? Because that's important too.
I mean, it feels amazing. Like, I love playing with these guys, and we're having fun. We're having a lot of fun while playing, and I think that's the most important thing because we enjoy it. So I don't know. I just feels amazing.
That's awesome, man. Well, hey, thank you so much for letting us catch up with you. Go enjoy the win with your team. Congratulations on going
Hey,
back to back. And we'll be seeing you at some point throughout the season for Black Ops 7. I'm excited to see what you guys are able to get to and where the heights is you're going to be able to climb this year.
thank you, bro. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Well, that's going to be it for Black Ops 6 for Call of Duty NACE. First off, thank you so much, Seymour and McCormiel, for covering the series. And St. Clair, they're one of two steps of the way to their NACE Grand Finals perfection. The next one comes soon. But for now, let's break down what we just saw. I'm Patrick Smoke Chambers, joined by Simo and Not Really Evan. Guys, we just witnessed absolute pure domination on scales of which we didn't even think were really imaginable. I mean, that it really does just prove that, Evan, what me and you saw in NACE regular season week 7, it was taken personally by our guys who were seeing that Cumberland said that they thought it was winnable.
Yeah, I mean that's basically all you really need to say. It was just pure domination, and like we were sort of teeing it up that this was a good matchup for St. Clair in in the finals, but we were all proven wrong. I mean, like clearly there are levels to this, and St. Clair is just on a level that's just so far above the rest of the competition in NACE. And I mean, they proved it. Like they flexed pretty hard in this series. And I mean, there was really no doubt in my mind at any point in this series that they were going to just completely sweep after this like fantastic opening on Hardpoint Map 1.
Yeah, I would have to agree. And, I think that kind of boils down to part of their experience in dipping their toe into the professional space, like being solely as a collegiate team is kind of a little bit tough for you to get your feet wet competitively and to get those chops that you're looking for to go toe-to-toe with your Saints, your Northwoods, your Oklahoma Christians, your Akrons, whatever. When you want to go toe-to-toe with the best, like you kind of have to practice a little bit outside of collegiate to be able to get that scrappy experience. And you even heard Rupert say he's doing that, right? Him and his team, and he's playing with KB right now on a Challengers roster. And last season, they played with the whole roster under Cabal Gaming. Like, they have experience, and they're trying, and they're practicing, and they're grinding it out. And you could see it. Maybe that map that was lost was kind of like an off day, or maybe, we can make all sorts of different excuses. But like you said, they took it personally. Like, all right, let's show you what our Challengers medal is made of.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we were even just before we even sent it to our casters, I remember saying, like, for Cumberland to win this game, we really needed to kind of see a change in not even just maps, but just the way you make this St. Clair team attack you sometimes. And we said the main thing was find ways to shut down Rupert. That simply was not able to be done. And when you did do it on Skyline a little bit, you have KB, who's just right there ready to drop 32. And it made sense, right? Skyline, a map where your AR players are going to shine a little bit more, hence why him and Seawads really did most of the heavy lifting in that final map. But, again, I just think in total, even from game 1 off the jump, right, Colin and McCormiel were literally talking about how they could just tell based off the chemistry, the fact that these guys have played together as a team, there are certain things that you can pick up on that Cumberland, they were just one step too short on.
Yeah, and again, that goes to show, like we talked about it earlier, just the chemistry that these two or this team, the St. Clair team has, right? Like it really is such a well-built team, top to bottom. And you said, Simo, the experience you get, playing in like the pro leagues, like in challengers, just makes the collegiate team just that much. I don't want to say easier, but it just gives you so many more skills. Just gives you so many more skills that you can work with, to utilize in your collegiate space. And again, we were proven why once again that St. Clair really is like the gold standard for collegiate Call of Duty right now.
Yeah.
Man, I take a look at what, I was seeing throughout just the entire series. It was absolutely disgusting COD from St. Clair. We got a little bit of a head-to-head to kick it to right here between Rupert and Honor as well. And you can just see the stats speak for themselves. Damn near doubling in damage, doubling in objective kills, almost doubling in kills in general, while also having less deaths and almost 3 times the assists. I mean, if this isn't say diff, I don't know what will.
No, I mean, it says everything you need to know right off the bat, right? I mean, Honor, we talked about how he is kind of that guy for Cumberland, and then comparing him to Rupert and what his performance said, I mean, it's just, again, there's levels to this right now, and Rupert, like the rest of the team, are just playing on such high level, but I think you could really highlight any member of St. Clair. You talk about KB, how strong his game was on Skyline, C-Wads, Cootie, also having impactful kills on, the S&D or Control. It's like everybody on that team can share in the glory of that win. It's not just one guy. It's not just Rupert who led them to victory. It was a full team effort.
Yeah, and I would have to agree with that. I mean, we talk a little bit about Rupert's performance, and you're talking about the rest of the team being able to kind of provide some additional firepower. And I think that really just goes to show, right? Like our win condition was shut down Rupert. Possible win condition for that, let's play with ARs, let's play on long sight lines and try to have them take the fight to us. That didn't seem to really stop him, but it wasn't just Rupert putting that full effort forward. He had KB and C-Wads really in the back line, and they put up numbers, especially on Skyline.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the map I wanted to talk about next was Dealership, and this actually just works off of what you said, right? We're trying to find ways to play with long sight lines and ARs. Problem is, on Dealership, you don't really get that luxury, right? It was like the caster said, Dealership, it's a small map, and basically what ends up happening is it's pretty much a relay race on first to these certain choke points to become your win cons, right? I saw back in the NACE season, I believe I was casting this with Brendan back in the semester, Long Beach, LBCC, they were kind of giving St. Clair a couple of troublesome rounds off the bounce. I believe the first 3 rounds, 2 of them went over to them because they were just simply walking through mid, sprinting through mid, sliding through mid, whatever you want to say through mid. The whole point is they were taking ground extremely fast, and it made it difficult for St. Clair. So what did St. Clair do? They simply just kind of leaned forward in their gaming chairs a little bit and just up the tempo. And we could see that through driving forces like Rupert. I mean, we even look at the round in Dealership where Rupert is literally pushing into the Cumberland attack. And the whole point is you're talking about people like KB who are there as heavy hitters as well. People like KB who have that chemistry, who are there to back Rupert up. The second Rupert dies, what did I talk about before we even got into this series? The fact that St. Clair is one of the best collegiate teams when it comes to trading and having your back, not giving up multi-kills in dire situations. This really did prove it, because if Rupert even overstepped just a little and got bit for it, which rarely ever happened, KB, you bet your bottom was always there to make sure that nothing went out of proportion.
Yeah, it seems like Rupert was invincible. Like, he was the golden boy. Like, he was put in a position to succeed with a great team surrounding him. And the fact that, we can call him a golden boy, we can call him the MVP, we can call him as the main player we want to isolate in our head-to-head, but without the rest of his team, he really wouldn't have been allowed to play as forward as he did, especially like you're talking about, playing forward on a defensive end on S&D on Dealership. That's just bonkers. Shouldn't be happening. Shouldn't be happening.
Yeah. No, for sure. And like you talked about the rest of the team, the other person you want to give his props to is Coach Brandon as well, because
100%.
like, yes, obviously the players are the ones who are getting it done and making it happen in the server, but it all comes down to the coaching as well. And I think Brandon is that rock for the team, keeping the guys together. And, he is another one of the big reasons why this team is so successful. I know he probably doesn't get his praises sung as much as guys like Rupert or KB, but he absolutely deserves to be in that conversation as one of the best coaches of collegiate Call of Duty.
Yeah, 100%. And I think, looking back at then further throughout the series. We then go to Vault, right? Note St. Clair's already up 2-0 in the score right now. Evan, I look at you. This was literally something you pointed out, and me and you were talking about this earlier. Mind you, Cumberland's map pick, right? You take the Kings of Vault on control to Vault. I mean, what's the thought process there? What are we doing? It just, something didn't click to me. I've seen it all season. They've looked really unstoppable on that. And I don't care about Vault on hardpoint. That's another conversation you can have for another day. On this game mode, on Vault, there is simply no one who does it better. I mean, we were even just sitting back and we were watching how Cumberland, on their attack, were able to take the A objective. They then have to sit and wait, and you have to go to B next, right? I pointed it out. KB, I even said it before we even got here. What's he going to do? He's going to go into driveways and just hold that the entire time. And it's his best spot. It's his prime position. He almost never dies there. And it went and it happened.
Yeah, that was certainly a choice that Cumberland made. It was not a good one. Obviously, the series score will reflect that, but it's something similar to what happened like in that earlier game in the regular season when Cumberland chose, Red Card for Hardpoint, which is another really strong map for St. Clair. So that's twice now that they've chosen a map and a mode that St. Clair really, really favors, and both times it's kind of backfired on them. So I'm really not sure what the thought process there. Like, maybe they just thought they would diff in that case. Obviously they didn't, but again, you saw it. Like, there was an opportunity in that second round where Cumberland maybe had an avenue to get there, but St. Clair, they just have such strong map control and knowledge of vaults that when you think you have an advantage, they surprise you right at the very end, and that's exactly what happened. Cumberland leading in lives very late, but then all of a sudden St. Clair just this aggressive full attack on B, and all of a sudden, like, blink and you miss it, Cumberland already has like 2 lives left, and that's just how strong this team is, and you just can't let them take these modes and these maps that they're so strong on. So going forward, teams definitely going to have to be a little smarter than that when they're picking their maps and their modes.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to add that, like, we look at the lineup of maps that we had, and Hacienda on Hardpoint was the best performing map from Cumberland, right? It was 250 to 123. Nothing else really even came close in terms of competition of what Cumberland was able to do against St. Clair. And it kind of like begs the question for me, like, if they are going to pick Vault, like you're saying, like, again, they're just going to the Dragon's Den. Like, why not take the fight outside to the open fields? Why not pick something like Protocol, maybe something that has a little bit more space for Cumberland to play? Because they proved that at least they can make a dent in the armor on Hacienda, but nothing else really came even close because they were in the Dragon's Den.
You know, the only reasonable thing that I could even suggest to start to think about, okay, maybe this made a little bit of sense, is St. Clair, if I'm not getting this mistaken, and it's hard for me to go back and recollect, I genuinely don't think in the entire NACE regular season I've seen anywhere else on control other than Vault for them the entire regular season. This is from the games I've casted, right? So you do have a lot of film on them. So therefore, if you do go and do some VOD reviewing, you have probably a conglomerate of about like 3 to 4 hours worth of Saints footage on Vault control. So you know what? Under the right coaching staff, under the right like players, yes, you can pick apart little things that you start to notice trends or whatnot that maybe could start to make that game close. But I mean, to pick into it was just so ballsy, and I mean, then to win it is just a completely another conversation.
Yeah, it was a risk and a gamble, but definitely not a calculated one. Because again, like we said, you definitely don't take it into the Dragon's Den. I think, like you said, I think that's a great way to describe it because that is what that mode is and what that map is for St. Clair.
Yeah.
And not saying that Cumberland, like, if you win that one, maybe the series looks a little different. I still think St. Clair comes out of that, regardless if you end up going to Hacienda 2 or potentially a third time in that series, but maybe would have made it a little closer.
I mean, just to quickly add, I know I keep talking. Every throughout this whole broadcast, I've just been talking about Protocol, like it's this solution for Cumberland.
Right, but I mean,
but listen, Protocol was the next map that Cumberland picked. Why not just pick it earlier in the rotation? Yes, I know you picked Protocol S&D. Why not just? Why are you going
Why
to
not-
Dragons then?
Why pick Vault on
Why
Control?
pick Vault? It makes
Why-
no
yes.
sense.
I mean, maybe it's because Vault Control was just simply where they felt they were most comfortable with
Yeah.
all the VODs that they had. I mean,
Possibly.
maybe they hadn't played a whole lot of Protocol and Control. And given the fact that last season St. Clair Protocol was a very good map for them, I believe I have seen an S&D go to Protocol this season. Yes, I actually have. I'm remembering it right now. And the whole point is that didn't go good for the opposing team either. So you know what? We're talking about, all these maps. Pick somewhere where Saints haven't been. You know what? I think we just kind of need to realize that St. Clair, give them credit, they're just good on every
They're
damn
just good.
map.
Yeah.
It is what it
it's
is.
just good. It's true.
You sometimes you just need to realize that the chemistry that these guys have, it doesn't matter what map you're going to take them to, unless you're willing to simply outmaneuver them, outwork them, make sure you're in challenges together as a full squad. I mean, I don't even know what it takes. The whole point is these guys are disgusting, and sometimes that's all there is to it.
You got to be from Oklahoma and you got to be Christian.
You got to
Those
be
are the two-
Christian.
Yeah.
You gotta be from Oklahoma. There
You
you
gotta
go.
go to the university as well.
We found the check boxes.
But man, how exciting is it going to be when those two actually meet each other again next semester?
Well,
That's going to be
especially
so
because-
exciting to see again.
I think St. Clair have also just gotten so much better. So
Mm-hmm.
I mean, regardless of who takes it, hey,
And BO7.
it's gonna be
True.
one
That's true.
hell of a match. Can you imagine Rupert just jumping around from wall to wall? Anyway, we have a
Scary-
bracket to
scary
kick it to
hours.
real quick to just take one final look at everything else that's happened in the COD NACE playoffs. And I mean, man, not dropping a single map in playoffs, including a grand finals, St. Clair. They get it done in the most dominant fashion you could have ever asked for.
Yeah, like you said, not dropping a single map, and
Wichita State didn't even want to play them.
it doesn't even get more dominant than that. No,
It happens.
I think that game did happen because I think I was casting that game. I don't know if that was.
I was gonna say,
an
I
error
think
on
I
the
actually
graphic, but
remember. I
that-
remember
I'm
casting that one
fairly
too.
confident that game did happen. I'm pretty sure I was there for that,
Yeah. Still was a 3-0,
unless it's
so
a strange
regardless.
group psychosis. But yeah, I'm fairly certain that map did. But again, yeah, it was a 3-0 in that case, regardless. But yeah, still, no maps dropped. Cumberland also a very good run in the playoffs. Not as dominant as St. Clair was, but it doesn't matter if you get to the finals anyway. But that trip to the finals, not very fruitful for Cumberland, as St. Clair, like they said, just they did what they needed to do. They knew what was in front of them, and they made Cumberland remember who the top dogs in NACE really are.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, shout out to the rest of the team as well. I know we keep talking about Rupert, KB. Let's not talk about them, but I feel like
Cootie, have we
if
said
they're-
his name?
I was gonna say we haven't said Cootie's name at all, but I will tell you this: I noticed that in Control, Cootie, if anything, was alongside Rupert. He was really taking that step forward. That he was enabling a lot more for Seawads as well. So I think when it comes to the end of it, it just simply is two dynamic duos that can then intermingle. And I mean, when you have that, it's just full-on chemistry. Like, what can you do about it? I mean, it is what it is. There's just not
Yeah.
really much to say more about it.
It's
And-
Avengers. you know?
Yeah, it really
You
is.
said it
and-
yourself, yes.
And, quick to add, you talk about the four. Yeah, give a shout out to Bendy as well, the fifth man on the team. He doesn't get as much time in the spotlight, but just being, that supportive, rotation, piece on the bench. During the NACE regular season, they were doing a lot of rotation changes during the regular season to see what lineup works. I mean, obviously, the big four, as we call them, that is the set lineup, but it doesn't matter when you're still 3-0ing everybody, not dropping any maps when you have your fifth player playing as well. So it doesn't really matter which order, and even Brandon as well, when he has to fill in as well, that's 6 guys on this team that are able to perform at the level of your starting 4, right? So like I said, it's just such a well-built team and a well-coached team as well.
Yeah, well, you know what? I mean, I think we've gone on about it long enough. Congratulations to St. Clair COD for being your grand champions. Now we're going to be talking about St. Clair Rocket League as well. So jumping into this one, a very interesting series that we have going on here because of the fact that Akron, some very soon, well, not sooner, last minute roster changes regarding what the lineup is going to be that they start to look at. But first, before we do that, let's break down St. Clair's lineup first, okay? So it's going to be the team of Arju, Zai, Jazzy. If you are a follower of Saints Gaming CA, you've heard me talk about them all year long. For those that haven't, get ready. it's going to happen again. I mean, these guys are just absolutely disgusting. Right now, Zai just recently having qualled to Copenhagen for the RLCS kickoff event where the #1 ranked team will be able to immediately qualify for the Boston Major down in February. He is feeling like $1,000,000, as well as Arju and Jazzy. They're right there as sometimes the supporting cast, sometimes the stars on their own.
Yeah, like you said, it's sometimes, somebody gets their chance to have their moment in the spotlight, and I think we talk about it with the Call of Duty team. This is also such a well-built and well-coached team as well. Everybody has their role in the team and can have a chance to shine. Arju is sort of like the driving force of the team. Sai is sort of your shooter, your big offensive playmaker. Jazzy sort of your running interference guy, your bruiser, going for those demos, just really getting into it in front of the net, trying to set up opportunities for the rest of the team, and it works, man. Like, it really just works, and they can do it however they want. Like, they can make it flashy, they can make it simple. No matter what way they want to attack the net, they will find a way to get the ball in there.
Yeah, I would have to agree, and a lot of the points that you covered really sing true to how this team plays. Arju being the glue, making sure that Sai and Jazzy have the potential to feel safe to make these offensive plays and take on those challenges whenever needed. But also more importantly, Jazzy, who maybe traditionally as a potential front runner, he doesn't really play too far back. He tends to find great opportunities to clear usually the offensive line of the opposite team and get to the ball much earlier and find great opportunities to clear, as opposed to maybe doubling back and getting some boosts in the far corners. He's playing midfield, and he's doing it really fast and reading the team super well.
Yeah, I think, the #1 thing to Jazzy and just for all these guys is while they do some roles sometimes better than others, they can do all three at a top level. I mean, hence why all three of them are pros. That's just, it is what it is. And I think that when you look at a team that is designed like St. Clair, it simply is just a three-headed monster on attack. And, the problem is usually when it goes to rotation, you would think, okay, so if Jazzy's the one making the first play, he'll be the first one back as well because Arju can then sneak forward to try to keep an offense up. The thing is with these guys, they're so gung-ho sometimes. Like, to me, Jazzy is most dangerous after he's just completely mangled the back line. If there is an opportunity, if Arju's late to cut up and he knows that Jazzy's going to go for it, if that mid boost is available, that mid pad or that mid 100, he's taking it. He's cutting rotation. He's immediately following up for follow-up shots and opportunities. That's where I think he becomes the most dangerous, is just popping out shots from unexpected angles because people in the opposition, they don't know that he's simply there. It is what it is.
Yeah, and I mean, one kind of little chink in the armor that we can discuss before we move on to the Akron roster is the fact that they can be a little overzealous. They can be a little emotional. They can, at the end of the day, these are three players that left their homes to come play professional collegiate ball. And now, look what they're at. They could be homesick. They could be feeling down. They could be wanting to call their parents. Or, I know this is kind of silly to talk about on broadcast, but it's true. They're far away from home, and they have to rely on each other as players to lift each other up, and if one guy tilts, maybe the dominoes all fall together.
It definitely does happen that way sometimes. You talk about being emotional or sometimes getting overzealous, and we do see that sometimes. We've casted a lot of NACE regular season games where they probably should have won a series. We talked about that series against West Virginia. I believe that was week 5 or 6 of the regular season. A 2-0 lead in that series, if I remember correctly, and then just a reverse sweep from West Virginia. They play with their food a little too much. They let them come back in the series. I don't expect that to happen today. I think everybody's going to be locked in, especially with the stakes in front of them, but that definitely is something that teams, like Akron should look to exploit if they want a chance to try and beat them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you know what? You were saying overzealous. I thought the word that you were actually going to go for was a little bit too far up on the overcommit, and I want to point that out. St. Clair, they have really kind of buffed up their defense in the past couple of weeks, but before that, it cannot go unquestioned. This team had gaps and holes in defense that were exploited all season long from teams like West Virginia. And again, same with actually other schools like Bruton Parker as well. Like, we saw that they gave St. Clair runs for their money when it came to simply committing too hard and finding themselves reeling back, having to defend a fast break, and you're in a 2v1 situation. The third man cannot always be able to get the job done there. And a 2v1 at this high level, come on. The success rate, it's going to be high.
Yeah, and you talk about cleaning up the defense. We really saw that in their series against West Virginia in the semifinals. We were talking about it earlier. We really thought that was going to be a very close series and a tough matchup for St. Clair. But
Complete opposite way.
It was, yeah, exactly. Complete opposite domination on all fronts, a 3-0 win. And the big thing we were highlighting in that broadcast was how clean the defense was. I think game 1, 2-0. Game 2, 2-1. Game 3, it was like, I want to say it was like 3-2 or 3-1.
Regardless, they gave up 3 goals.
Exactly.
I think, throughout the
Regardless,
entire,
complete lockdown on defense, and that's still with a lot of offensive chances coming as well in the West Virginia zone. So if they can tap into any of what they found in that series against Akron right now, it's going to be a good night for St. Clair. That's all we'll say.
Yeah, well, you know what? Speaking of Akron, we're going to meet them right now. Your Akron lineup facing off against St. Clair, going to be looking for Patty, Milio, and Jonathan. As now, seeing this roster, seeing what these guys have to offer, there were some immediate concerns that you were actually bringing up here, Simo, as you've noted in this roster that there might be something to talk about here.
Yeah, I mean, if you have been watching Akron the entire regular season, you would notice that one thing does not look like the other. We have a little bit of a roster shakeup. We have a little bit of mix of blue and a little bit of mix of gold, and that's why you heard during the finalists that this is Akron bold, right? A little bit of a combination of the two. And really my big question for this roster is we have, especially with the way that Akron played with Patty, Bullseye, and 5-Up, is that there wasn't super clear defined roles similar to how we may define St. Clair with, okay, we've got defense, we've got demo, we've got someone that kind of plays the bruiser, we've got someone who's the shooting all-star. When it came to Akron the first time around with this with the roster that you're seeing on the deck right now, their role rotation kind of swapped in and out. Sometimes it was Patty taking the lead and behaving like a first man, having highest shots on net, and then other times Patty had the highest backboard touches, and he was playing the third man, playing defense for the rest of the team. So the fact that it's a little bit kind of up and down when we rotate over to how Emilio and Jonathan play, Jonathan definitely a little bit more of a defensive player, and then Emilio for the Akron Gold roster is definitely more of like a side, like a front runner, trying to take shots on it and trying to be active. But my main concern and my main question is, if there weren't clear defined roles that you can see on paper for blue, how's that going to work when Patty slots into a completely new team with Akron Gold?
Right, I mean, it's not like he hasn't played with these guys before, but the whole point is they're on the gold roster for a reason. It's because the guys on blue simply are in form right now and doing better, and that's just how it is, right? I mean, what are we going to go ahead and say here? Let's not be, let's not be a little bit dumb for a minute here. You're really going to go ahead and tell me that I think that they're going to get more done than if we had 5-Up and Bullseye here right now? I mean, I just don't think that is simply what I'm looking at. I mean, that's just me as a caster saying that, right? Now, again, I could also be wrong. There are a lot of things that St. Clair can get very dangerous with. Like, for example, they sometimes like to play down to their opponent's level, and it's costed them before. They need to make sure not to do that right here, because I'm going to make it very clear to everyone right now. No matter what, even though, yes, 5-Up and Bullseye are not here, at the same time, Milio and Jonathan, if you look past them, you've made a grave mistake. I mean, these players are still top level, so at the end of the day, it can be Akron Blue, Akron Gold, Akron Bold, whatever you want to put out. They still can offer a great matchup if St. Clair will be more than happy to invite them into doing that.
Yeah, and I think that's a great way to say, the playing down competition, we're not, strangers to seeing that happen. And I think, that definitely is a possibility of something that could happen tonight. Again, I don't think it's going to happen, but it's either playing down the competition or just not expecting something to happen, because obviously the coach is expecting, they've set this lineup in this order for a reason. Is because they feel like despite the challenges and not being able to fill out the roster, they still feel like this is their best chance to win. So obviously they have confidence in their guys to go out and make a play, and maybe they are going to surprise St. Clair, and maybe this underdog role or this like unsuspecting lineup maybe gives St. Clair trouble. I mean, we'll wait and see. I definitely think St. Clair is still the better team. Don't get me wrong, but maybe we'll see some surprises.
Yeah, and at the same time, let's see some more results as we have a bracket to kick it to. And you know what? It makes sense, because at the end of the day, I don't care who you are. I'm not counting Akron out when they just came through and beat a Ball State that just beat Baylor, which should not happen. they beat Winthrop. Like, we can't just glaze over that and just move past that, right? Like, at the end of the day, Patty got the job done against Winthrop University. That is huge. And at the same time, to then go through and beat a Ball State that is red hot on fire, he knows what he needs to do in order to get this job done. He does. He's faced top-level competition like the Saints, on the Saints level. Some would even argue above the Saints level right now if we look at CRL standings. But as of right now, everyone, they just got to focus on the series in front of them. What matters is how you perform right now in the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at how the bracket has unfolded, Akron has definitely had a higher or a more difficult route to get here, right? Beating the 10th seed, beating the 2nd seed, and then, like you just said, going up against the 14th seed, who was on a heater, beating 3rd and 5th, or was that 8th seed? 5th seed, respectively. That is no small feat. And the fact that these were close matches means that this could also go the distance, right? We shouldn't count out, you know, if this starts off 2-0, 3-0 in favor of Saints, it could still flip on its head, and there's still time to make things come back.
And here's the number one thing that I have a feeling of, right? When you look at Akron's results as well, you see they've had series where it's gone 3-2, right? It happened twice, actually, in a row. The whole point is they've been tested. It's kind of like our last COD matchup with the Casters were saying. They've been through their trials and tribulations. St. Clair, they've known nothing but sweeps right now in 3-1s. In a best-of-7 series, when you have to face pressure, when your back is against the wall, when you're down a game, how are St. Clair going to react to that? And if I'm just thinking myself, St. Clair so far this semester, they're a team that rides the emotional highs and then really digs their own grave on the low lows sometimes. And that just kind of goes for a bunch of our teams within the program. That's just kind of how we are, right, as Saints. And so I think that looking into it as a NACE perspective now, St. Clair, if they get down early because they played down to Akron's level and they give up game 1, yeah, that could immediately be detrimental.
And that's why you can't afford to be complacent. And that's why the players should know that they need to come in and play their best ball immediately. You know, you can't just play with your food or try and get these like flashy plays, you know, for like your YouTube compilation highlights, right? You just need to come in, do your job. That's what we love to say that at St. Clair. It's just do your job. And that's exactly what they have to do right now if they want to get this done. And good teams, they find a way to win.
Yeah, they absolutely do. That being said, we know that Akron, they're more battle-tested than St. Clair right now. If I look at the bracket, St. Clair, yes, they had to overcome a West Virginia team, but at the same time, you know, that team had their number. There's lots of VOD review you can do on that. Akron, they're coming in and beating teams that are in CRL, that are competing to be the top of the top. They're not even in CRL right now, and I think that could honestly give them a buff, is that you haven't really seen a whole lot from Akron to study up on.
Yeah, well, I mean, even in the playoffs right now, West Virginia's not in CRL. Ball State's not in CRL as the current playoff run.
Oh, yeah.
So for Akron to kind of be, yeah, like you said, like making these marks against some of these big teams who traditionally should be in CRL, definitely plays a big factor. But even speaking of CRL, Akron lost to Oklahoma Christian on their way in the close qualifier.
A lot of people losing to Oklahoma.
Yeah, some in the water over there in Oklahoma, I think. So, you know, like if we want to bring CRL in the conversation, Akron is really, really far behind in that conversation because Saints is sitting pretty in the playoffs waiting for things to go underway. So this is definitely no small feat. And really, you know, we talk about these win conditions. Saints, strong team, shouldn't play with their food. Akron, roster swap. Can they get it done? These are kind of the two glaring topics that we need to discuss and that we're discussing. And I think for Akron, despite the fact that they went and tear through a ton of opposition in the playoff bracket here for NACE, it's still no small feat that they're gonna have to go up against like the CRL championship team from earlier this season.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, going up against the CRL championship team from earlier season, yeah, it's a big feat. But these quote-unquote gods have shown that they can bleed. Some things I want to point on before we really send this one away. Akron, if you're listening, hear me out. Right now, St. Clair, they sometimes have some trust issues, it looks like, on defense. That, yes, well, it looks like they have gotten through. I can immediately point out, and same with Evan, depending on how this game one goes within the first minute, it's kind of crazy. They're like tells that I can't explain sometimes that St. Clair just have, and you can tell, okay, this guy looks awkward on near post, and he's immediately not calming it out. Some guy comes over to help, right, to give him that support, and then they end up double committing, right? Double commits on the near post, St. Clair have been kind of bad on so far this NACE season. At least I've noticed that throughout casting with them. They've also given up lots of opportunities on the fast breaks. The number one thing that really grinds St. Clair's gears as well, though, is the kickoff. When that ball resets, it's a feature of Rocket League that a lot of people, they sometimes pass over. They don't really give it too much thought. You need to. The kickoff for St. Clair has been really weak, in my opinion, this semester, right? I mean, I look over at Evan, the amount of times we've been casting, they give up a goal, the reset happens, and no matter what, whether it's CRL, whether it's NACE, especially in CRL against West Virginia, we see time and time again that they immediately allow instant pressure on their own net off of kickoff. And the whole point is, when you're scrambling back, even if, let's say, Spanish goes down, now you're down one player, right? The whole point is boost steals, they get to you. Off the kickoff as well, now playing back, reeling back on defense, they're giving up shots in huge quantities. This is something that Akron need to immediately recognize. St. Clair, they're weak on the kickoff. What ways can we exploit this? What ways have West Virginia been able to do it the past 3 times they've played them? And how can we really start getting goals in clumps to really drain their mental as well?
Yeah, that really is their Achilles heel, if anything,
Yeah.
on this team. Like we said, very good team. Very good, well-built team, but, they do have issues there. And sometimes, sometimes that can be like a big momentum stealer as well. We talked about how this is a team that plays off of emotional and mental, right? Sometimes, just giving up a goal like that, it definitely does, tilt you back, especially if you try to claw your way back into a game. So, if anything, I think that is something that Akron is hopefully, going to exploit if they're hoping to make it farther in this series. But I mean, we'll see. See what happens.
Yeah, but I mean, that's going to be enough yapping for here. So we have a best of 7 to get to, and covering it, 2 of my favorites in the scene. Take it away, Seb and Vaudable.
Welcome, everyone, to the NACE Grand Finals. We are here. The long road has come down to this. Vaude, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I'm so excited. I mean, we had some great matchups leading into this final of the competition for the NACE Grand Finals, and there's just been teams fighting tooth and nail, coming from different divisions into this final playoff bracket, and now the 2 best teams remain at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think it is no doubt that when we look at both of the teams on either side of the bracket, both of them have excelled. I mean, honestly, I'm not going to lie. Like, when we looked at the teams that were coming into this VOD, there are some notable names that are kind of we expected to be here. And I think a safe bet is we expected Ball State to be here. They lost to Akron in that pivotal game 5. And I'm just like, man, like we were talking about it as far as rankings and everything, what is going on? And it was just Ball State, man, they needed to show up and they did not.
No, it's unfortunate for them too, because I know they've had a little bit of a rocky semester leading into these matchups, right? But Akron, they've also been a team who've struggled in other leagues, and now we got to see them rise through the ranks again, prove themselves worthy, taking down LCU, Winthrop with a sub specifically. No Garrett G on that roster. Still went to 5 though, stunner of a series. And then Ball State in Game 5. Akron knows how to clutch things out in Game 5, so that's something that St. Clair are going to have to look out for in this final.
Yeah, but this is a St. Clair that's coming off a 3-0 win against WVU in their previous round. Of course, 2 very hard competitors in the upper echelons of Collegiate Rocket League and continue to do so. But St. Clair, I mean, their focus is very much on this series, and they are looking to be in peak form, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting big things from the squad, especially because of how we saw Psy perform in RLCS, right? They qualified for the kickoff LAN, so they're looking forward to that. And now the rest of their team rallying behind them. They have that world championship mentality leading into this NACE Grand Finals, and it being produced by St. Clair gives them that kind of home field advantage a little bit as well. So
yeah, definitely no bias in production at all. No, I mean, it's really good. I'm sure a lot of the people who are in the venue right now are absolutely thrilled to see St. Clair in a final like this. To be able to do so and compete at the top level that we have here. I think that when it comes down to it, St. Clair, like they're multi-competitiveness in different leagues right now is suiting them. Of course, we have Sai, who just qualified for LAN today or yesterday for RLCS, which is huge. I mean, I want to point out Crispy and Samas in that team specifically because they are, as far as I'm aware, the first team that is made up almost entirely of CRL players to qualify for an RLCS LAN, which I think is a very
Huge.
big achievement within the confines of RLCS and CRL respectively. Really cool to see. And Sai, of course, coming into this, I think a lot has improved a lot. We've seen him throughout the course of this season be a really kind of driving force for the St. Clair team when Jazzy is finding dips in form, when Arju's dipping in form. Sai has just been a man who has been everywhere on the pitch.
Yeah, it's been great for the St. Clair program to have someone like that who's been able to pop off for this team. But also, they're trying to go back to back. They went 4 times, got a 4-peat specifically for Saints COD leading into the previous matchup that we saw on stream. And now they're looking to get a victory here as well and close out their NACE Grand Finals with both victories for the championship. And still, there's some other competitions going on a little bit later on that side. So we do have, I believe it is Valorant and League of Legends still going on later on. So definitely make sure you tune in to those for day 2. That's going to be Winthrop and Maryville, and then Winthrop and GB facing off against each other there. But yeah, I mean, we're expecting some good things from this matchup. Again, it's not the full Akron roster, and that's the biggest caveat that we can say here for it. Yeah, the Akron Glue team, have you seen them compete in some of the different lands out there? So it's going to be Patty, Milio, and Jonathan. And that's still a really good roster.
That's pretty good.
They don't have pretty good. But they've been around the block into a lot of different LAN environments, but also finals themselves. So they have that synergy. Saints Gaming cannot afford to underestimate this team.
Do I pull out the jersey, Vod? Did I pull out the jersey?
I mean, production's saying you should pull out the jersey.
Is there bias? You think NACE will like smack me? No, okay, I'll pull out the jersey. But like, I mean, it's only fair. The question is, which jersey do I pull out? Do I pull out El Clasico, right? Or do I pull out the new gen, right? Yeah, we love that. Or do I pull out the black one?
There we go.
The black one. This one's actually my favorite. I love the white, but I love the black one in particular. Either way, no bias. Absolutely not.
Not at all.
I am a professional, but I think it's safe to say, like, when we're talking about Akron, they need 5-up. Like this is such a uphill battle for them because, I mean, Sai is now a LAN qualifying RLCS player, right? That puts them on a
done lands for
different
Collegiate
tier.
Rocket League too, so I mean,
Exactly,
they have that experience.
Collegiate Rocket League world champion, obviously. Like there is so much to speak of when it comes to this player now. Arju, we already know, was a phenomenal player and really kind of catapulted St. Clair to another level in terms of spring when it came to their incredible season last year. I'm very excited to see where this roster goes, but Akron, the caliber of these players, it is a testament to how much Akron have to really improve themselves and how much they need to elevate themselves to be able to match up to what is ostensibly 3 RLCS players.
Yeah, this is going to be an uphill battle, to say the least, for Akron to try and take down St. Clair. But I think the big thing here, too, is that maybe there might be, a little downness for Arju specifically. They were so close to making it to the LAN as well with Shuffleverse leading that side. But it sounds like we're getting the teams into lobby. So momentarily, we'll be getting into that game 1 of the best of 7. So it's just doing like the little SpongeBob meme where he puts his like arm out and then like they cheer for him and everything.
Right. All right, I'm done. Sean did say, okay, you know what? No, because I did not rank St. Clair as number 1, unfortunately. So
both
Sean
of us didn't.
Sean, yeah, the 2 Canadians on the broadcast here did in fact not put St. Clair.
We didn't want to jinx it. I think that's part of the reason.
I think part of it, right? Like I've been disappointed many times, but Sean is holding a Lachinio jersey over my head right now, so I might have to change my mind on that. As far as the lobby, still waiting on Akron. They're in a different time at the moment, and I'm sure, like, listen, it's cold over there. It's also cold here. In
I was
fact,
about to
it's
say
cold
not
everywhere.
as cold, I would say.
Ohio gets cold, right? I don't know. Not as
Yeah,
cold
I
as
mean,
Windsor.
depending on where they're in Ohio, they can still probably get some of the lake effect, but nothing
Yeah.
compared to where you guys are at for St. Clair, and even in Toronto where you're at, Seb. So,
It
I
was
mean,
actually
I
quite
don't know.
pleasant today. It was nice fall weather.
Okay,
I was really
nice.
enjoying that.
It
But
was 30 degrees here where I'm at, so it was very
yeah.
warm.
Well, we're still currently waiting on them, but I will talk about some of the previous results that we had right now. Now,
Yeah.
Akron, I think, going on a bit of a miracle run themselves in that they were able to take down both Ball State and Winthrop minus Garrett G, which is still like really good. Like Percy and Ticarel are still phenomenal players to be able to overcome for Akron in this case. And even like some of the earlier matches, right? Taking a win over LCU, assuming this is the glue roster throughout the course of this, like it's still quite a bit of a road for them. On
It
the
was
St.
Patty
Clair side,
Boyzai and 5-up for that one, but it sounds like
Oh,
we're
you're
getting
right, you're right.
into game number 1 here and now. St. Clair on the blue, Akron on the orange. Only one of these teams can reign supreme as the NACE champion for 2025 fall semester. And while St. Clair Green, I mean, they've had their own championship in the spring, right, for Collegiate Rocket League, and now
Yep.
they're looking to add another title to their
there for
name
that.
here.
That's crazy.
Akron themselves, I mean, they've been doing well in the past, but we really haven't seen that sparkle in their eyes in quite some time.
No, that's the thing, is that this is a dynasty that wants to match the strength of St. Clair. Jazzy with a give and go, beautifully done, beautiful double touch to assert themselves into this game.
Massive there for Jazzy. Great synergy from the rest of the team too to set that one up for success, and a great potential kickoff though for Akron afterwards. So a tough spot for them to find themselves in, down so quickly in game 1. But if we know anything about this Akron roster, they are resilient. They know how to turn things back on a dime. But when they're playing against, world champions on the other side of the field with
Oh, my
Sai,
goodness.
well, it's going to be a tough task to fulfill.
You see the mechs that the St. Clair guys are trying to pull out so early? I'm seeing some absolutely crazy flip resets that they're going for. Double touch, just such confident gameplay coming from St. Clair. Sai pass down to Jazzy. It's going to be knocked away by Jonathan. An early lead for St. Clair. However, Akron, bit of a sleeper sometimes, especially late game. A team that can be very hard to adapt to just based off the chemistry of these players. They've been playing together for quite a long time now, ever since the transition out of the previous Dynasty Akron roster. A lot of these members have been kind of grown and molded within the Akron system, and now they find themselves in the grand finals for NACE, and St. Clair will have to respond to them.
Really looking for St. Clair specifically to showcase the overwhelming offense we're used to seeing from them, right? Typically go for those infield passing plays, high flying above the competition, but Akron are actually playing toe-to-toe with them and forcing them back into their own corners, making it difficult for them to even secure any boost or possession of the ball. So it's a good look for Akron. Even when they aren't at their full strength, they still cannot be underestimated.
No, this is a team that even if you are one of the best collegiate teams in the world, you still have to watch out for Akron, a team that has a lot of experience and frankly also just skilled players. Like sure, maybe they're not, land qualifying or LCS, but they are very, very respected in their own right. I believe, I'm trying to remember which one of them is actually rank X right now. Patty's rank X? Could be wrong, but this is a skilled squad all around, SSLs all around, high, or at least mid-level 2,500 or more. Jazzy, beautifully done. Absolute banger in the top left.
Beautiful from Jazzy on that play, and this is what we kind of expect from the veteran on this roster. Came from across the pond, as they all did, and they have never stopped showing up when it matters. That's exactly what we want to see it from them, but Akron themselves have to do a little bit more in their defensive styles to prevent these shots from going through. We've seen some good looks from St. Clair. We've seen some decent initiatives from them on offense for Akron, but it just hasn't proven to be enough so far.
Enough. So you can see they're trying to make a transition to hold down the midfield line more, but I think at the moment St. Clair is hard skill checking right now, trying to go for more creative offensive plays, sending a man in to disrupt a bit more, as well as just using these individual plays to break apart Akron in a way to make him feel uncomfortable, really stretching that individual greatness over these players and flexing as much of their mechs as possible. Arju trying to go all the way in, gets a second touch, will be able to get the bump. Sai puts it up high. Jazzy with the good amount of boost to try and respond, but Sai will be there in the midfield. No one there to respond, so it'll be a transition for Akron, immediately stunted.
Well, with the time remaining on the clock and the 2 goals leading ahead of Akron, one's got to think they need to put the pedal to the metal here and now, turn things on a dime, change their fate for game 1. If things continue, will lead to their demise, at least off the get-go. RG doing the best that he can, though, and that was a great play.
Okay,
but
all right,
the defense of Akron, they're just going to take it in stride. They're like, yeah, we see you styling a little bit, but we're not going to get overwhelmed too easily.
We're at pogo levels of confidence right now, and that makes me very concerned as
man.
Arju will wrap that one up. Try to end things here with 46 seconds left. Great pass from Sai, and like a torpedo, Arju comes coming in.
Beautiful looks for St. Clair. This is what we wanted to witness from them in game 1. Again, the way that they dominated the competition leading up to this point, you can see why they were able to do it. Only dropping a game against Leslie and ETSU. And, well, we do see a goal go through for Akron. It was bound to happen. Kickoffs seemed to be their strong suit, especially when Sai, unfortunately, misses the touch on that one. Yep. Jonathan will easily deliver that into the back of the net.
I mean, St. Clair has struggled with some kickoff shenanigans throughout the course. They've also benefited from kickoff shenanigans throughout the course of the season as well. And although in this case, Akron using their strengths as much as possible, Jonathan puts that up high, a bit unintentionally as well. Jazzy and Arju locked and loaded. That's a long attempt from Jazzy. Thankfully put away by Akron, or else he was going to get peeked on.
So close, but not enough. Great deflection by Sai on the defensive end. Jazzy, a little awkward positioning, couldn't really escape in time, and on the opposite side of the ball that he wanted to be. Thankfully, nobody was in position to lock that one in. So with less than 10 seconds, can't be a chance for Akron to come back, but maybe one more for the road if they hold on and keep it up. Quarter it goes, one last touchdown, and St. Clair Green will get away with game number 1. Akron, though, it feels like they're just warming up.
Yeah, I mean, I think Akron just takes a bit longer to get going into some of these series, and frankly, it's a case of, you know, you have the best of 7 to work with. You have a couple games to get going. You're going against a St. Clair team that not only has been playing RLCS and, you know, throughout the course of the weekend has been trying very hard with high-level scrims, but how are you able to match that level? And I think that's really important. I think we saw a bit of it there at the end. They're going to try for some kickoff stuff, see what they can get away with. But this is a St. Clair that's playing confident. They're playing using, like, freestyle mechs. You don't want that to open up your grand final series.
No, it's a tough spot to find yourselves in when your opponents are feeling that confident against you. And I mean, I think it's just a byproduct of not having the full Akron roster that they're playing against. And I mean, looking back at the bracket for the match that went to 5, it was the full Akron roster, right? It was Patty, Bullseye, and 5 who came out on top with that matchup. So seeing the roster that we have here instead, I mean, they can do a lot of good work. We've seen them do really decent in different lands leading up to the season, but it's a whole different ball game when you're facing off against those spring CRL semester champions. So St. Clair Green, they have their eyes on the prize. They were the number 1 seed, mind you, going into all of this, the 7th seed in Akron. So they've improved their stock by a lot, securing their spot in the next semester of NACE as well, mind you. So good looks out for that, but they want to secure more than just a 2nd place trophy at the end of this one. So Akron, they need to score quick and get possession of the ball fast from St. Clair Green. They can't afford to give this away. What is going on? They're just messing with them at this point.
I mean, I think that was an unintentional bump all the way through, and now Sai has to rush back. Thankfully, he gets a boost, but now it's going to be caught in the midfield. Arju going to be able to get that cut off. Like you mentioned, I mean, Akron already securing their spot for next semester, and you know, we both agree. I mean, a Rocket League collegiate season without Akron in it just does not feel real. It feels completely unnatural, and I mean, we saw it earlier this season. The struggles that this team has had to go through But with how much they've been able to improve with this roster, we can only hope that they get better from here as St. Clair will try and deal with Akron's offense.
Yeah, and Akron, I mean, looking at the conference that they came through to make it to this point, right? They were in the ECC, and they topped that one out, went 10-0, taking down Ball State. You can see exactly why. Jonathan puts it through, gets that first goal we were waiting to witness from their side, and what a great play by Milio just to do all the work for it.
Bump.
Jonathan take all the credit.
Yeah, that bump was huge, and I think it's showing a shift in Akron's mentality, trying to be a bit more holistic with how they're playing their offense, getting everyone involved, especially getting physical will be really big considering St. Clair has some of the best defense in the entirety of collegiate. Arju looking for the shot on, and he makes it. Great pass from out of nowhere for Side to give this one to Arju.
Oh, that ceiling touch, too, was insane to witness. And the synergy, again, that we are seeing put on display by St. Clair Green is exactly what they need to prove themselves worthy of the champion moniker. So they bounced back pretty quickly, not having to waste too much time. Really just like 10 seconds or so, a little less than that, actually. And now it's all eyes on Akron with Milio taking this the distance. Arju easily enough batted away, but a dangerous position to find themselves in, especially with Milio barely getting it off the crossbar and out. Jonathan, a good touch towards the midfield. You can blink and you might miss a shot on net at this point.
I could see the sweat coming off of Milio's forehead when he was trying to go for that save. That was so incredibly close. He needed every single inch of that pre-flip just to make it. Jazzy it over to Milio, who's still in a dangerous spot, but now I'm looking at Akron. I think they're kind of confused. They weren't expecting that touch to come through. Arju tries to get the cut in midfield to give some room for his teammates, at least disrupt what Akron's defensive rotation's doing. Sai, read this off the back wall, and now we see Akron playing a uniquely passive approach. They're not trying to play as aggressive as they did in game one, recognizing maybe we just need to play a transition game, see what they do. But then you have Jazzy, who only fumbled that one. It will not matter, but somehow the bounce crosses and then comes out again, floats along at the goal line, bounces out. Akron gets to breathe a sigh of relief.
Beautiful for Akron to prevent any transgressions against them, but for now we do see it deflected away by Milio. That would have been a beautiful touch. A scary spot to find themselves in. It was watching a horror movie in live action and they could not look away, but they do prevent the killers from locking in, and they will not strike so easily on the net that time. This is a completely different ball game than we saw in game number one. Akron giving it their all, and just goes to show why we kind of tout this Akron roster as Akron glue.
Well, that's a bit of an awkward play. What a fantastic pass. Jazzy completely out of it, but what a beautiful dish from Jonathan. Puts this one down. 1 and 2. Akron have the lead.
I mean, more so than kind of a dish, it seemed similar to, you know, a lot of old that we used to witness in RLCS, right? Coming from that backboard, dropping it straight
Meister
down.
for sure,
Perfect.
dude.
Yeah. I haven't seen a play like that in quite some time, so pulling out
especially
all
one
of
that
the
works.
stuff. Exactly, yeah.
Sai gonna put this one on easily for the tie. No sweat at all. The guys just don't panic like this. They're like easily just letting their teamwork do the work for them. There's no sweat for them.
That's what we want to see from both these teams, right? St. Clair Green, great bounce backs. That's what we have been able to see from them so far. And Akron, they've had to pull out all the stops to get the goals that they've gotten. So Akron just needs to clean up the few mistakes we've seen defensively, and then they'll be squared away. But as I say that, these passing plays are just too good from St. Clair Green. The fall through by Jazzy, barely deflected aside. Arju not going to fall for the bait this time on the counterattack, so will take their time, and time is of the essence for these squads. Akron, they need to get a game on their side for this best of 7, prove that they don't need their full main roster. They just need the best of the best that remain. Well, that was almost insane. Sai couldn't get the read. Arju for the backboard touch, and still deflected by 2 defensemen. Akron giving it their all.
This whole sequence started with an insane pinch from Arju that I thought was going to be a cross transition shot. But now it's going all over the place. Akron pulling out all the stops to make these defensive touches. St. Clair just battering away at this door until it breaks open, testing every single angle. Now Emilio hard chasing against Arju, and it works! Akron get the lead at the last 13 seconds.
And that's a Hattie for Jonathan. Showcases their skill to pay the bills, but it's all a team effort. Emilio has assisted in some sense of the word every goal so far. That is what we're wanting to see from University of Akron to bounce back. And with the 10 seconds remaining, St. Clair have been consistent with their counterattack goals and their comebacks, but will it be enough with how much is ticking down? No boost, as you mentioned. Sai, the only one who can really go towards it. Jonathan does hit it off the back, and one last-ditch effort ahead of us. Arju, great flick. Sai into the air, sent it in the right direction, but not the right angle that they were hoping for. Still zeros in the boost totals for the entire team, and it can't get touched. It will go down. Akron fights back for game number 2. 1-1 now. This is what we were hoping for a grand final, Seb.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, we kind of came into it as like, oh, shit, ain't looking great. But Akron, they showed up, they did what they needed to, and they're kind of looking good doing it. That, like, I don't know, that dish down, the redirect basically was beautiful.
Nuts.
I thought it was, I don't even think he expected it to go in just because it's like, okay, that's a typical angle for a pass. No one was there. Jazzy just couldn't get the angle, and it was a goal. And that's kind of that little, you know, difference in play that Akron can just, it's like a left hook from out of nowhere. St. Clair's just not expecting it.
Unrelenting offense is what we typically witness from Akron in all forms, whether it be the main blue roster, whether it be an amalgamation like we see here between their A and B teams. But what matters most is that they have the spirit, and that's what we were able to bear witness to in game 2. Gotta keep that going though. Might be an anomaly if St. Clair can shut them down, and that's the biggest thing. St. Clair were playing reactionary on offense.
Yeah.
They were always getting a goal afterwards on kickoff plays. So they need to be the ones to strike first and set the stage for game 3.
Well, the main thing is that now we're going to have to see St. Clair try, right? Like, it's that old Smash meme of like, and now he will try, because you have...
Sits up in their chair.
Yeah, like, you know, you're leaning forward, the gamer lean, if you will, and now Akron have St. Clair's attention, and we'll see what they can do with it, or if St. Clair are going to wake up and be the animal that we know them to be.
That's the question, though. Who is going to be the one to strike first for St. Clair? Is it going to be Sai? That would have been a masterful play. Put the scheme to work, but just did not follow through perfectly with it. St. Clair seemed to be a bit more hesitant on these challenges, not wanting to overextend. We saw the counterattacks work out quite well for Akron before, and they caught themselves off guard without much boost, but that's a perfect dish down for Jazzy to capitalize on.
And this is where the speed of a player can, like Arju, can come in, as well as Sai comes through for the pass. Sai just went in straight into the back wall for the pass to dish up to Jazzy, who was already there. That's the kind of chemistry we're talking about with St. Clair, who are so capable. That one's a little dangerous. Jazzy a bit below it, but Sai will take care of it. 1-0 for St. Clair. We'll see if they can keep it going.
I'm liking this positioning from St. Clair too off the kickoffs. Before they were giving too much credence to their opponents in Akron. Now they're making sure, hey, let's secure our back boost, send at least one person forward, and then we'll have a contingency plan just in case those crazy shots come through like we witnessed. So St. Clair, they have adapted from the mistakes of old in game 1, and almost enough for a second goal, but no dice there.
I know one thing for sure is that St. Clair's shot placement is so dangerous. I mean, Akron are diving to try and get these saves, and they're barely hanging on. Jazzy, try for another. Sai will get called out, but Akron looking to hang on, and St. Clair, even when they have no boost, are tossing themselves at the ball.
They're just so known to have, you know, no ego. They go for the ball even if they realize, hey, I don't have boost, doesn't matter. I'm just gonna go challenge and see if anything's gonna happen with it. Doesn't matter if I'm not feeling confident, because I can just catch them in an awkward position. And I feel like a lot of teams struggle against that, especially when they expect, oh, we know that you don't have much resources. You probably shouldn't go for this challenge because it's not gonna make anything out of it. But Akron's like, we can improvise off of this. So push up a little bit too far though. Could be disastrous if possession stayed in the orange half, but I'm liking these challenges so far. Keeping possession in play for St. Clair, at least enough that Akron don't know exactly what to do for these challenges, and back to the midfield it goes. So Akron now with ball in their court, we'll see what they can do.
See, that's 2-man up. That's actually very aggressive positioning. Arju just absolutely torpedoes the challenge. Goes in, gonna try and get this pass, but Jonathan's there to cover the midfield. Arju looking to stay in the play and get a bump on the third man. Jazzy not able to get the shot in. Sai will look to keep it on. Maybe a second touch off the back wall, and will actually get it, but doesn't get the angle that he wants. St. Clair will have to keep on trying. I would love to see the shot scoreboard after this one. That one almost bounces through, and St. Clair still trying to get this insurance goal. That's a little dangerous. Okay, we're good.
Just a bit.
Just a bit.
And this would be huge too for St. Clair. Last year we got to see Maryville be the reigning champions themselves at the Full Sail land that we got to witness there. So now they don't have to worry about a Maryville being in the back of their minds of, oh, maybe they could come out and win this one. It's all eyes on the prize for both of these teams to one of them reign supreme at the end of this best of 7, and Sai's making the case for them. Less than a minute to go though now, and Akron been doing a decent job of challenges, but no conversions. It was a crazy redirect themselves, but not enough for the Psycho.
That would have been incredible. Just saying. Just saying. I'm just saying, you know, if hypothetically, if that shot went in, it would have been incredible. And we would have clipped it and put it on Reddit or Twitter or somewhere. Either way, it didn't go through, but it doesn't matter. St. Clair still have the lead. Last 30 seconds of this game. I appreciate Akron's defensive effort, but at some point they're going to have to get out of their zone. You're giving way too much respect over to St. Clair right now.
That's the problem with a lot of teams against these top squads. When you see people who have played in RLCS, made it to, you know, now the kickoff land with Sai and played in the CRO World Championships back in the day and won it. There is a lot of pedigree on the other end, and you can't let that get to you. And usually Akron's been pretty good about it. They've been a storied program for quite some time, but with the time remaining, they don't have many more chances here. Now 0 seconds. Jonathan has a chance, but Sai denies it. Patty, one last ditch effort to keep it in the air. Milio got possession. There's the boost. Jonathan has a chance, has the flick, but no, it drops down. It doesn't touch though. Sai,
what do you mean it's not down? What do you mean?
We set it up for them. Okay. I was, I don't know. I was flabbergasted there for a second. I'm like, how do you allow that to get popped up? You could have just hit it to the ground. Thankfully, they tried,
but it's
someone
just like,
there.
oh, well, this is surely going to touch the ground, and then it goes up the lip, and you're like, wait, what do you mean it didn't touch the ground? But incredibly close affair. I'm sure St. Clair by the end are sweating, but knowing the guys,
I'm sweating.
Let's see. Sai's laughing, Arju's laughing, Jazzy's laughing, Shuffle's doing a dance on stage, and that's basically. And if I'm right, I would love for someone to tell me, but I'm pretty sure that's how that's happening.
They're probably just giggling in their chairs, like, man, that was a little too close. But hey, now they're up. Very close games so far. I know game 1, it was 3-1. We saw Jonathan come back, but there was no dancing, apparently, has been reported to us,
well,
unfortunately. It's all locked in. Serious business here, Seb. So they'll dance if they win. And Jonathan has been the one that they needed to shut down, right? All goals so far from Akron has been from that man. So if you can take them out of the equation, well, they cannot solve the problem that is St. Clair. So Akron still need to find their secret recipe for success. It was Jonathan Milio. The combination before Jazzy, though, almost again. We've seen so many dishes so far, and we're just getting a feast of some great Rocket League.
I know, and I think what's kind of interesting is like now we're seeing a St. Clair that's not going for funky stuff. You know, we're seeing them actually go for the bread and butter that they would typically go for. Beautiful pass over the side, just get the drop down though, and so Jazzy, like, who does that? He's third man. Arju's not even back rotated yet, and he's like, I'm just going to launch myself into the stratosphere towards this ball. And it works! It shouldn't, but it works. It's like that scene from Oppenheimer. It's paradoxical.
Well, it needs to work a little bit more for a goal to come out at some point from either of these teams. Emilio can't get there in time. Great speed and precision from St. Clair's end. Good looks so far, but will it be enough too close for comfort in the last game. A single goal, not exactly how you want to win a game, but you do if you have to. It's Sai, my goodness.
Sai, absolutely on one right now. A madman in the pitch. The angle on that, to be able to get that double touch with so much sauce on it, is incredible.
Consistency is what we're witnessing from St. Clair. Usually around this point, we've seen a goal from them every game but the second, because it took them some time to get one there. But actually, no, every single game in the around the 3-minute and 40-second mark. So they know that, hey, this is our time to turn things up a notch and get a goal on the board and at least make the other team sweat. And Akron, they are starting to sweat, seeing that goal ahead of them, the game ahead of them, and potentially the final game that they might find themselves in if the score holds.
Jazzy looking for the redirect, goes up high, looks for the second touch. Arju gets it off the crossbar. Sai in trouble now, but Melio has no boost to take care of, so the transition and open net doesn't come through. Sai will actually get bumped out of the way. That's actually pretty smart from Akron if they want a chance to be able to stop these transitions from coming so dangerously, Vaughn.
Yeah, tough spot for them to find themselves in so far. Jonathan, they looked good in the past, especially in that game too, but just hasn't proven to be enough. They had the boost, just not the angle. Patty got some, thankfully, at the last second it respawned, but will it be enough? Take it downfield for the transition. Milio, good touch, but Sai has been patiently waiting every time to ruin the plans of Akron.
I think they're honestly just biding their time. Arju's going to go up high. He's going to try and get this read off the back wall. Sai will be there, but he backs off, so he's not as crazy as Jazzy. That's kind of cool.
What a pre-jump.
But, I mean, honestly, seriously. Emilio, that's actually a terrible 50, but Patty is not able to put it on. Didn't have the angle to make it work. A flick goes through. Sai looks for the redirects, but just knocks it away to keep the possession.
Solid recoveries, though, we will say, for St. Clair. Just dangerous spots to find themselves in, dangling on the edge of a one-goal game. Will now make it to Jazzy with the finish. Arju did most of the work, but doesn't matter as long as they get the goal. Confusing Jonathan, bumping them a little bit out the way, it looked like, for Arju, but they were not in the position to stop that whatsoever. So St. Clair on pace to take this to a championship point. We need some sort of resistance from Akron.
I mean, we need to. Akron has been on the back foot for the course of the game, and I don't blame them. I mean, this is a St. Clair that just offensively is throwing everything at them. They're not giving them any room, and you see Akron try and just make these adjustments, trying to get a bit more physical, take out the third line, but they're not getting in deep enough to take care of Sai, as he is the third man. Melio trying to go for the shot on, tries to get the redirect, but Jazzy is there for the save. Probably the closest we've seen Akron get for this game. But now, Akron can just get a foothold in this midfield, secure some boost, and start to get that boost starvation underway against St. Clair. It might be a bit of an opening coming into this last minute.
A lot of redirects coming out as well, and that might be enough.
That's a good start.
It is Jonathan with the back of their car to put it through and put them on notice. The redirect from Patty, perfectly positioned. An awkward challenge for Jazzy to make, especially with no boost in the tank, but they had to go for something. And, well, they went for Brook because their lead has been broken in half. Now one more remains. If we see Akron tie things up, they can still have a chance in this game. And Patty does put it through for Milio. There's a quick tie-up for Akron.
And we saw this the moment that they were able to not only take advantage of kickoff shenanigans, but secure that midfield. It was a complete opening for Akron. The door is wide open for them in this game now. You have a minute. What can you do against this St. Clair squad?
Well, it seems like a couple of goals is what they can do so far. Will it be enough, though? They got to stop this in front of the net. Nobody pushed up from St. Clair. Saw how the counterattacks went before, but a great drop down. Arju for the finish. We're just having style points be delivered by both teams.
Sai is delivering the style. Arju comes underneath, but this pass from Sai to break things open again. Akron, they're struggling with St. Clair's offense. It's you know, one step forward, two steps back for this Akron squad. They're finding an opening. They're doing what they can. Now Arju playing with Jazzy, trying to style it up, but Not going to make it work. Still 30 seconds. Akron not out of it yet. If they can do some damage to St. Clair here, that'll set the tone for the rest of the series.
20 seconds left here. Almost got to see the final nail in the coffin for this game, but not enough just yet. Akron denied access to the box by Jazzy. Time ticking down though. Jonathan, the star of the show before, got all the goals before this game as well, but can't strike true as much as they would like. And no, it drops down. They could have had the connection, but it just was not enough. Oh, we're on championship point, but what a fight back from Akron, though.
I know, and that's why it feels so bad, because they worked so hard. They were finally able to get on the board, and they really earned them. It was good team plays. Yes, it was off a kickoff, and then it was just strong team plays all around. Whereas St. Clair, it's like, they look like they're pugging. They're just like having fun, and it just is working, which is what's so annoying, because like Akron is trying so hard, and they get close to that finish line, and again, one step forward, two steps back, and they find themselves down again.
That they do. So we'll see how this potential final game of this NACE Grand Final goes. Will St. Clair Saints Green be your grand champion, or will Akron bounce back a little bit more? They still have some fight in them, as we witnessed towards the end of that game. 2 goals back to back, but was a little too late for them to come out on top. Now all eyes on the prize for St. Clair. They want to be the grand champions themselves, and maybe a goal or two away from booking that ticket.
St. Clair has worked incredibly hard for this, and Akron, respect to them for making the amount of upsets that they have, considering their road through Ball State, through a Winthrop as well. It is a huge road for them that they've been able to accomplish, but now that they've run into a proper seed in St. Clair, that every single time I see them, they're having fun. I don't blame them at the moment for what's going on. I just see Akron, they're a team continuously looking to improve, and that's what's always so commendable, is that even when they are down, they still are always looking for that angle to improve.
That's what you want from teams, right? Always striving for improvement and perfection as you can in a series, and a match like this, Patty, would have been nuts for that goal to go through. So much power behind it that they had to dash up for the save, but Jonathan putting them in an awkward spot. Not the touch that Sai was wanting, and it will come back to bite them. Patty is unleashed in this game.
He's honestly going off, and he needs to. This is the one player who will be that driving force for Akron's mental, will always just hype the team, force them to get involved in the game, be that guy that goes, let's go, boys! And then you'll see Akron get into it, but off the kickoff, St. Clair will take it. Akron matchup, Patty with the ball again. Good amount of boost as well, trying to style on his own.
Goodness.
Almost makes it, but Sai able to get the read.
So close, but not enough for that second comfort goal that they are vying for. And the one time we did see Akron come out on top in the series, they had at least a 2-goal lead for a little bit, but back and forth goals. They were able to come out from St. Clair. Good drop down, but the angle wasn't there.
Creativity from St. Clair on the offense is astonishing. This is a RLCS level team through and through, and they're showcasing it every single time they're on offense, using some of that EU creativity every single part of the pitch. And Akron, I mean, this feels like they're playing a level up game right now. They're playing a different caliber team, and they're trying to match up in their own way with their own mechs and their own speed. Emilio trying to put a shot on. Patty looking to go up high, tries to get the touch down, but Arju's ready.
Solid look so far. With the time remaining, they need to strike here and now. 2 defensemen sent for it. Easily deflected away. Emilio with the musty towards the backboard, and no, they didn't get the redirect that they wanted. Would have been on a dime for the goal. Jazzy gets the flip reset off the backboard. Denied by Patty. Who else? The star of the show for this game. But Akron need more than just a single star. They need everyone to shine brightly against St. Clair. Or Patty could just go for their own flick it in if it was on a target, not deflected by the defense. So St. Clair pulling out all the stops to prevent Akron's comeback for now, but will it be enough?
A lot of game left to play, but you can tell Patty wants to put Akron in the knapsack and carry them across the finish line, or at least extend the finish line. Give them a chance to actually make some adaptations in this series, rather than just deal with the Sinclair offense for 5 minutes straight. The last 90 seconds of game approaching. Akron looking pretty good so far. I mean, they haven't made too many mistakes, and they're actually getting some control, keeping St. Clair onto their back foot, doing what they need to do. Sai gonna chase this down along with Milio. Jonathan's gonna go up for it, try and get a shot. A good demo, but Sai's already up. Still dangerous though. Arju needs a good 50, and he does. Arju putting a shot on, and it's through for the tie.
That's what we were looking to see for St. Clair, some sort of comeback offensive effort. And, well, if you only send one man versus two, the odds are not in your favor, and that's exactly what we witnessed there. 1-1 now, 1:15 on the clock. Still anybody's game, but St. Clair slowly turning things around to close out this championship point.
Just feels like one of those old Northwood games that we see where, like,
Yeah.
you know, you're really hoping, you're doing everything you can, and that is a shot gone and missed. Difficult with the angle. Patty puts one on. Sai almost own goals. My goodness. Gonna ask about that one later. Now, Jazzy, last minute remaining. St. Clair just need to hold on. They want to run away with this championship. For Akron, they need to break through. You need to break down this. What a pinch, but still saved by Sai. Akron pulling 100-mile-an-hour pitches and still can't find the target.
Good looks for St. Clair, though. Bodes well for them if they can hold on to possession. Not the bounce that they were wanting, but they'll make the most of it. Patty, though, kind of cutting rotation to get possession of that ball away. Jonathan bounced up and could not get the dunk on the Jazzy. Some good looks from St. Clair and ingenuity plays being pulled out. All the stops I mentioned before are still locked in for St. Clair. I'm taking down, though, might have our first overtime ahead of us for these two teams if they can keep it off the ground. Jazzy does have it touched down, and there goes OT.
I think Akron's actually hoping for an overtime. They've
the
scored
reset's huge for them.
more on kickoff goal shenanigans than St. Clair, and if they can get this going, that's a shot that goes just high. Arju tries to get the Psycho, but it'll go straight to Sai instead. As we kick off this overtime, St. Clair on the offense, trying to get creative, keeping Akron on the heels, not giving them any room to breathe.
Ooh, tough spot for Arju to even try and make a connection with the ball there. Doesn't matter though. Jazzy to the midfield, Sai to the corner, looking for a setup for Arju. Here's potential. There's the passing play to Jazzy. Off the backboard it goes. Sai for the dagger, but Jonathan with the save.
Very smart from Jonathan. Good heads-up play, keeping awareness of the pitch. Milio's up, trying to end this game. Gets the read, but it kind of opens things up. This one's dangerous. No. It's off the crossbar, down. Patty, can you get the angle? Still saved. St. Clair scrambling to stay alive in this game, wanting to end this one all. That one's over Arju's head. That's a shot. That's in. Jonathan extends the series.
The savior of the series as well for this team, but Milio did so much work yet again. The passing play and prowess we see from this duo of Milio and Jonathan cannot be understated. We saw even in game 2, Milio assisting in some sense of the word, as I mentioned, every single goal for them to get that game. So, hey, you mentioned it as well. OT works out best for Akron based off the kickoffs, but it wasn't a kickoff this time. It was them kicking the other team in the teeth a little bit and say, get back, we're getting the goal here. So a good bounce back for Akron, but as I always mention, is it enough? Is this just delaying the inevitable? They got to force a game 7, win 2 more to get there and get the victory themselves. And this is one road ahead of them, but they still have a long journey to get there.
I mean, this is an Akron Blue that has been able to push the St. Clair Green squad to a very hard game 6, and we'll see what Akron can do. St. Clair still on a match point, a fake kickoff as well. A shot looking over to Sai. Sai not able to get the touch, but good opener. St. Clair wants. They're just trying to end this game as soon as possible with an insurance goal.
Ooh, good bump onto Arju as well. Makes it so that he's in an awkward spot on the challenge, and not the greatest touch that Sai was hoping
very
for.
awkward.
No follow through either, but Jazzy just falls over the heavens. Will they get it? No! Not enough power behind it to land itself underneath that backboard, so awkward positioning, still making the most of it though. And that's what we wanted to witness from St. Clair. Akron having to throw everything at the wall to get this one away into the blue half cell. Now they finally have a moment to breathe while they're on offense.
Yeah, this is an Akron that, at the moment, they're being very smart with how they're challenging defensively. They're not, you know, over-aggressive or over-committing on the defensive end or trying to put themselves out of position. They recognize that St. Clair are going to do everything they can to draw out these defenders, and at the moment they're just doing for whatever they know are going to be surefire passes. Jazzy gets a nice touch. Arju tries to put one on. It's a bounce down. It's a bit awkward. Sai can't get there. He's going to look to keep the extension or the possession alive. But Jonathan will take it as St. Clair that goes over his head. This is dangerous as well, but Jazzy will make the save.
Great defensive efforts by both teams so far. This is what you need to see in a grand final. This whole semester has been leading up to this, and Jonathan almost had the dunk of the century. Could have put the nail in the coffin there, at least for the momentum that St. Clair had. And I'd say that OT did put a stop to their victory lap for now. Still a lot of time for things to continue. But again, Patty poised and keeping that possession play for now. Jazzy trying to see if they have an answer, but nothing just yet. The bump could have been enough, but Patty every time ruins those plans. Great setup for Sai, denied by Jonathan.
I think this is where St. Clair have to be careful. They're trying to use raw speed to be able to get over the finish line here, but at the moment Akron are responding too well. At this point, the only way for St. Clair to be able to get over that line will be to punish Akron, to get physically involved and get the ball ahead of that rotation in a way that Akron just can't match up at the moment. Jazzy will be able to put one on. Sai look for the send downfield as Jazzy loads up.
Okay.
Tries to get a pass off, but can't get anything done.
Yeah, it's just been some tough spots for them to find themselves in, right? They don't want to send the entire armada towards their opponent's base and take them to task that way, because we've
different
seen
games,
them
I
get
think,
counterattacked before. Yeah, I know, but you know, similar stories, especially when you're having to defend your own base from the attack of Akron here. And St. Clair, again, hesitancy is what I'm witnessing from them. Not wanting to overextend, not wanting to give so much room to work with for Akron, because the counterattacks have been lethal against them. And we've seen that with a lot of teams struggle. I mean, Concord in the past, they struggled against that whenever they tried to transition on defense. So Akron know that they have St. Clair on notice and second-guessing themselves, and that's exactly where Akron want them to be, uncomfortable. That's how you can take advantage of a couple mistakes that will find themselves through. But Jazzy, not the touch that they were hoping for on the 50. Good reset for Arju to keep things in play. Awkward spot in front of their own net. Sai has to save this away. They do give up all their resources to get it aside, but no clear leader in this game just yet.
This is just St. Clair poking and prodding, looking for these holes right now, and got into the last minute. It could be the last minute before either game 7 or the match itself. Patty puts it away. Sai playing that oh so dependable third man. This is going to go straight back to him. Arju, great pass. Decent amount of boost left in the tank. It's a flip reset over one. Arju tries to put it on. What a great read from Milio.
Not enough boost used on that play either from Arju. They could have had a surefire goal, but didn't have the timing that they were looking for on it. This could be it, though. Jazzy denied by 2 defensemen. Again, the commit might have been enough if there was the follow-through faster, and there it is at the crossbar and out. No! Upper 90, and away it goes.
That was your one opening, St. Clair, that you earned. You forced Akron to make an error. You had all the room to capitalize, and then out of nowhere when you're needed most, you disappear like the Avatar. 10 seconds left. Where are you going? It's still tied, still potential overtime, but now Akron in the driver's seat looking to secure a lead. I think Arju is gonna put this one on the ground. Okay, good.
Overtime. Ooh. This is a precarious spot for St. Clair to be in, right? We saw how OT went last time, but there's the kickoff potential. Jazzy evens it out. Patty wisely taking that
What a
midfield boost, and Jonathan's got plenty of time. Goes for the air triple bump. There's a demo in the midfield from Jazzy to relieve some pressure, and they desperately needed that, especially with Jazzy not having a chance to pick up that full boost tank. Can't keep the pressure going themselves on offense, but bobbing and weaving, baiting out Akron as best they can. They know that St. Clair need to win this here and now because Akron in Game 7 are deadly.
I don't think Akron knew just how much boost there was in the tank for St. Clair, or else that would have been a perfect time to capitalize in the midfield. It's that St. Clair literally was able to mind game their way to some possessions right now, but this is just 50. Milio muscling it through. Man goes to the gym. I know for a fact Jonathan goes to the gym, but Man is pushing it through. This is a pass. Milio dives in, gets the touch. Sai has to be careful. It's going to be forced through. Jazzy and Arju diving for this one, looking to keep it out and keep this game alive.
They need some boost. They need an answer, and they found nothing. Finally, a full tank of gas for Jazzy, and will it be enough, though? Arju, great touch. Not the angle that they wanted for a redirect, though. They tried to keep it not centered because nobody was really in the best spot for St. Clair defensively to deflect it away. Powerful shot, though, from Jazzy directly towards Jonathan. Good demo from Arju. So that's been the trouble. The demos just haven't really led to enough pressure and possession for St. Clair. Met every time for the 50s and nobody in this box for the save. A double demo on either side, and now Arju with possession quickly ripped away in the midfield.
The problem is that I see St. Clair and they're going for all these 50s and continue to play all these 50s. That one goes through! Milio! We're going to Game 7!
I cannot believe it. Milio has been putting on an MVP performance as a playmaker. They were the ones to set up the story for success, get us to the overtime in the last game for them to come out on top. And now we do see them strike true to force it to go to Game 7. We're like, yeah, maybe there'll be a game based on, how this Akron team's played before, but they cannot be underestimated. And this goes to show exactly why. We have a NACE Grand Final in Rocket League. We have a Game 7 here, 7. We wouldn't want it any other way.
Yeah, I can just imagine all the people in the St. Clair audience right now just going, like, just slowly losing their mind right now is, unfortunately, what many of them probably thought was going to be a bit of an easy win has now been taken to Game 7 unexpectedly, and now the boys need to lock in. It's Game 7 for the NACE Fall Grand Final, St. Clair versus Akron, a classic match in CRL history. We'll see how it shapes up.
We've seen this many times throughout the years. And Arju with the pump already in the Gophers side. They are not taking any witnesses.
They have indeed leaned forward in their gaming chair.
This is what we were missing in the previous 2, even 3 games from St. Clair. We saw them be so hesitant, not as confident on offense. We didn't see the passing plays really until it was wide open opportunities. So St. Clair now have put Akron on notice, and they have to bounce back themselves. And typically when we have seen those early goals from St. Clair, they come out on top throughout the game, but they know it's not going to be that easy against Akron. They cannot underestimate them, especially after being forced to this Game 7.
Yeah, especially, I mean, these have generally been low-scoring games in Akron. They're starting to get a feel for the pace. They're kind of, through osmosis getting better. Sai, what a turnaround from our boy.
I love the cherry picking position here, right? Make sure that they were going to secure boost if they needed it, but they realized, hey, go for the gold, go for the shot. We need to get this victory, or else the kind of amalgamation of Akron blue and gold will come out on top. That's why they're called Akron glue, but we've seen enough from Akron. If you're a fan of St. Clair, they need to pull things out, and with the 2-goal lead, it's a good look, but will it be enough to lock things down? A third goal can definitely be thanked by the fans if they witness it from St. Clair, and we might see one momentarily.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting more and more difficult for Akron to make a statement in this Game 7. There's plenty of time left, but St. Clair have certainly kicked this game off with a bang, and mentally It'll be on Akron to be able to hold on. Patty, good amount of boost, be able to get over one, gets the bump as well. Emilio tries to dive in. Jonathan looking to keep this in the midfields, but St. Clair scrambling to completely boom this one downfield. Sai actually might be able to reach for this second touch, but it will be saved away. Akron need to breathe, need to focus and locked in as Jonathan try and do some damage.
Demos might be the name of the game for Akron. We really haven't seen much of those, except when they're kind of going back and forth with the aggressiveness we witnessed from St. Clair in the previous games. So Akron being a bit more aggressive themselves. They had some bumps that at least work out for them in the past, and maybe that's the name of the game for them to come out on top, or at least bring things to another OT, which they are 2 for 2 on, mind you, the last 2 games of this best of 7.
Oh,
but there's a good look deflected by Jazzy. Heroic save.
Perfect positioning for Jazzy there. I mean, it might have been also just poor placement from Akron, but Jazzy doesn't mind. Sai goes down. What was that movement? That he boosted down to get the Musty away for a save. That's actually so smart. That's why Sai is, yeah, I mean, still, but why Sai has been such an effective third man throughout the course of the season, and why he's been able to do a bit better within the RLCS space as well, being able to adapt to these roles. Akron still on the back foot.
Good touch there by Jonathan. If they could have followed up with it, though, they didn't have anything in the tank, really. And, well, Jazzy's going to quickly deliver that to its destination in the home base of Akron, and the miss from Patty is really what did them dirty. Sai taking it aside themselves, Jazzy with the follow through, and now everyone on the team of St. Clair has gotten a goal in Game 7. This is St. Clair unleashed, soaring high and above the competition, the Zips. Well, they might have to just wait for the spring for an answer, especially with Jazzy playing like that.
Jazzy, I swear I thought he was employed by Canada Post. Dude's delivering special packages off his back. St. Clair 4-0. A statement of a Game 7 thus far. And Everest to climb for Akron. Do they have the will to be able to come back against the St. Clair squad?
Maybe.
Right,
well, the time that's remaining, I feel like because of how close these games were, I don't think it is going to happen at this point, right? Akron, we've seen them get 2 goals back-to-back, which was great, but they still didn't end up winning that game. Now they have to get 5 goals in less than a minute and a half, and this is the St. Clair victory lap at this point. Unless we see a monumental change in momentum for Akron, that's the only chance they can get. A kickoff goal, and then a couple more following suit. This is the unleashed St. Clair that has been contained in the last 2 games of the series to just those overtime awkward positions that they were forced into by Akron, but nobody can contain the beast this time.
Anyone confirm to me whether or not Shuffle's dancing on stage right now? I feel like this is
the time.
This is probably like where he might, just from knowing him, but this is the victory lap for St. Clair. This is one way to do it, you know, force a Game 7 and go all the way to Game 7, who, you know, let's be clear, an Akron team, I mean, we didn't come into this series thinking this was going to be close. We didn't come into this thinking it was going to be a Game 7 or anything close to it. Sai, looking for this second touch. Jonathan, great save, but we didn't think, like, that's not what we expected. And thankfully, I mean, props to Akron. They delivered. They delivered on this match when they needed to. Yes, they didn't get the win here, but they literally forced what, in some of our opinions as analysts, see as the best collegiate team currently in the world to Game 7.
Yeah, I mean, that is a huge accolade for Akron. A lot of teams, especially when we go to future competitions, are going to struggle to do this against this roster. So kudos to them. Did even better than WU, who placed pretty well themselves leading into this. I mean, they were a top 14 in the Super Conference, and they couldn't even take a game against St. Clair. So Akron showcasing their might as a program, but just does not prove to be enough. St. Clair coming out on top.
St. Clair will win the NACE Fall Grand Final against Akron in a nail-biter best of 7 all the way to game 7. A huge congrats to St. Clair, of course. I'm sure they're all cheering in there now. Shuffle's dancing for sure. Akron, unfortunately, will take second, but a monumental run from them, easily eclipsing their seed and taking it to a lot of really fantastic teams, Fought.
Yeah, some great historic runs from both of these teams. I mean, Akron coming from the Esports Collegiate Conference, won that without dropping a series. And St. Clair, they came out on top in a very tough competition, right? There's Winthrop, Cumberland, West Virginia, Baylor, top teams that we've seen throughout the history of collegiate and this semester. But we are going to send things to a quick break, and we'll be back with an interview with the winners after this.
If I don't want you, but you're my baby, break my mind.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here. We just saw a pretty banger of a grand final for NACE VOD.
Sheesh is all I have to say about that one. I mean, Akron Glue showed up as best as they can. Game 7, 2 overtime wins with insane goals across the board. This is all we could have asked for a NACE grand final. These teams put it all on the line and put up and showcase their best skills to get the victory at the end of it. And Akron, unfortunately for them, were not able to put up a fight in that Game 7. St. Clair Saints Green made a statement with, 5+ goals that we saw from them. There was no chance for a comeback. They wanted to secure that victory that was eluding them for some time.
Yeah, you see this position. This is what they did. They did this. They leaned forward.
Lean forward.
They were really, really good at the video game. Okay. No, it was honestly an incredible performance. One that they choose to continue on. This is the head-to-head that we have here. Sai, 4 goals to 6 against Jonathan. I mean, listen, we knew that of all the players that was going to show up for Akron, Jonathan was going to be one of them. One of the homegrown talents from this Akron roster that continues to impress VOD.
Yeah, I mean, seeing these stats, the assists and playmaking from all players on St. Clair is part of the reason why they were able to come out on top at the end, right? We saw it at the start of the series. We saw it towards the end, and now we got to see how good they were. So Sai, I believe, getting that MVP themselves, plenty of great looks, but also the defensive efforts, right? Keeping it so close in those games when there was just overwhelming offense from Akron is what kept them in the series after the bounce back was happening.
Yeah, and the main thing is it's really continuously impressive for me because, again, Sai was coming into this, and I remember when he first joined the roster, and yeah, we knew Sai was really good, but you have Jazzy, who's a fantastic solo talent from Europe as well, and Sai was kind of seen as a bit of the odd man out, and he's showing us why he's, in fact, the MVP. We have Arju and the rest of the Rocket League team. Shuffle, did you do your dance, man?
Oh,
wait, he can't hear you.
He can't hear you.
Can you ask him? Did Shuffle do his dance?
Did you do the dance?
Unfortunately, no, I was not allowed today. I'm sorry, Seb.
What? All right.
No.
That's
maybe that's why I went to 7. I mean,
yeah,
that's my question for you guys.
Yeah.
How did this series end up going to 7? It felt like at the start you guys looked really good, had the passing plays going, but then Akron just came alive. I mean, going into those overtimes, what was the mental for you guys?
I go first? Okay. I mean, I think as Seb mentioned, I think we leaned forward after a bit. But again, I think Akron showed up pretty good. Like, we didn't expect them to be, to play that good. So I think it's, props to them as well.
You guys look so cute. The full CRL team there is so nice. Okay. Sai, specifically, Mr. RLCS LAN, dude. First of all, I think it is safe to say, I mean, you are very much kind of coming out in your own as far as a top player within North America right now. I think it's safe to say. And you've adopted such a cool position on this team. Do you feel that you've been able to elevate yourself throughout the course of the CRL season and be able, through NACE as well, to be able to elevate and become a top player in North America? And does that transfer forward into your performance in RLCS?
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially over the past year, I feel like I improved so much, especially playing with those two. it's always a pleasure of playing them, and like CRL is like such a good competition. Like just playing it is like there's so much improvement, and it's just definitely like transfer to my like RCS level as well now.
Well, now that you guys came out on top with the victory here in NACE and had a great season for it, right? Top in the Super Conference, #1 seed, only dropping a couple games until the grand finals. What is next for this roster with Arju?
Well, I think we're just gonna win CRL tomorrow. That's the main
There we
focus.
go.
I mean, we're pretty confident. I think we can
We
win
try
it.
our best.
Well, you have a lot riding on you guys, and honestly, it's been a privilege. You guys are, of course, your NACE champions, so a huge congratulations to you guys. Any last words that you guys want to say? Maybe even some trash talk before we leave.
You wanna go?
No, you go, Trash Dog.
No, I don't want trash talk. I just want to like say thanks to Chris and Sean as always for like for helping us out, and especially shout out to Snowy. He's always in the chat and cheering me on. He's my fan #1, I could say now, like definitely, and a very good friend as well. Like I love him. Shout out to Snowy.
No trash talk at all.
No,
That's your
they're just gonna
that's your
keep it
job. That's
short
your
and
job.
sweet.
I Trash Dog?
Yeah.
Boo! All the other CRL teams, we're winning tomorrow.
That's what we're gonna make a
okay.
quote graphic of right there. Yeah, just
Boo.
RG's face, boo, all the other teams. All right, man. Go enjoy some Capri pizza, have some fun, and we'll see you guys. I mean, tomorrow.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot more competition to go. So great win and enjoy the winnings afterwards. Congrats on being the NACE champion. So we're going to send this on over to the desk to break it down.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Seb and Vaudable, for having a banger of a series to cast for us here for the NACE Grand Finals in Rocket League. That was truly insane. Went the distance all the way to Game 7.
I just want to say, I called
Shout out
it.
Snowy. No, I'm
Yeah, I was just going to say, I called him when we were watching it. Guys, it's a 3-1 lead. That's like the lead you don't want to have in like any sporting event, but thankfully they did not complete the collapse, and St. Clair was able to stay the course and win the day, but definitely was a little scary for a little bit.
Oh, man, I mean, you say scary, I say exciting. Shout out Akron. Like, are you kidding me?
Banger.
Are you
Banger
kidding me?
series.
You have 2 players coming up from gold, and immediately all eyes think glaze over. I mean, I'll just go ahead and say it. Everyone was here thinking the same thing. Like, everyone all thought it was certain. You know what you can also be certain of? That In Touch Credit Union, it can't boost your KD.
They just keep getting
but
better and better, folks.
It will help you level up your financial game. Visit itcu.org for more information. Federally insured by NCUA. And shout out, special thanks to our special partners at Raven GG. Raven is the official apparel partner of NACE and the premier platform for creating your dream custom gear. Whether you're outfitting a team or building a brand, Raven gives schools everything they need to look their best. Visit raven.gg to start creating today. Raven, making sure your students are looking fly.
I don't think that's what a raven sounds like, man.
It's too late. It's what it sounds like.
It's what it sounds like now.
That's what it sounds like now, baby.
Hey, listen, you know what? Just like a raven, but different birds this time. We're dealing with different birds. The St. Clair, the Griffins, they were flying high. They were doing their stuff. And, I mean, there were certain things that I immediately pointed out were flaws that St. Clair had earlier in the season. We started to see some of those kind of develop and come out as the series kind of progressed, didn't we? Just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, like, half of the goals that Akron scored were kickoff goals. Like, half of the entire series goals were kickoff, and that's exactly what you covered in the pregame for this matchup, how the scramble right off kickoff is not something that Saints is super comfortable with or super practiced on, and you could see that. One of the kind of surprising things for me is Jonathan just came to play. I did not expect that.
Fire.
Yeah, Milio was usually the standout performer shots-wise and goals-wise for Akron Gold. So the fact that Jonathan showed up today means like he was on something. He was another beast today.
I mean, I think like even what was it throughout the first 2 or 3 games, Jonathan, it was pointed out by Vaudeville, and I was kind of thinking back, I was like, yeah, no, it's true. I'm pretty sure he had every single Akron goal. He was the one putting him through.
Yeah, and it wasn't just goal scoring. He was everywhere, getting it done on offense, getting it done on defense as well. I have to say, Akron Glue, Akron Bull, whatever their name is. I have to apologize. I was not familiar with their game that they were going to bring today. Just getting it done. We were talking about there were some really critical misses for Akron late in Game 5 that ended up leading into overtime. And we were saying that if for some reason St. Clair came back to win, that was, potentially a big moment, a big swing moment. They
Mental
look back.
shocker.
Exactly. But clearly that didn't waver them at all. So they're able to win not 1, but 2 rounds, consecutive rounds of overtime. And I really got to give them credit for just staying with it, even though they're down 3-1, able to fight back and win against a really tough St. Clair team. It really was a really good, impressive showing.
Yeah, I think also to add, Game 4 and 5 were incredibly close. And one of the things that I noticed a lot, the commentary duo covered it quite handily to say that, first of all, Akron is seeing what it feels like to play against a CRL, RLCS caliber level team. But I think really one of the things that you highlighted when we were watching the match is that there were a lot of fumbles on the bag when Akron were in the offensive end trying to get they had a 2-man advantage, or they were trying to get the ball in net, they were scrambling constantly, and there was a lot of crossbar bounces, there was a lot of bumps that didn't lead to goals. Yes, they were playing incredibly offensive and they kept the midfield going back and forth, but I think you saw the difference when the temperature rose. Akron really struggled to put lots of the goals that they needed in net to make the series way more closer to their side than it really should have been. Of course, yes, Saints made mistakes, but Akron made some mistakes too on their offensive side.
Absolutely. But, when we were covering this matchup, we said, and honestly, just as I've casted them throughout this semester, if you want to beat the St. Clair team, you got to do it. You got to stop their breathing. You have to have constant pressure. But you know what? Saints can breathe easy now looking at this bracket because they are the ones on top. But at the end of the day, man, Akron really gave them that run for their money. And you know what? It is what it is. They ran out of juice in Game 7. But the fact that they were even able to take it there shows so much development. Huge shout out to Patty as well. His leadership must have been a massive, massive thing for the other two here to kind of use and uplift and carry them through.
And
just knowing that you're not done.
And you got to give it to the coach of Akron as well for getting them through this bracket. We talked about it in the pre-show. That was a really tough bracket they had to run through. You're talking about going through the 1 seed, having to get past a very red-hot Ball State roster as well. They definitely had, a very tough side to get to where they were today. And I wonder if that crucible, of a playoff bracket sort of forged them to be this really strong opponent that I don't think St. Clair was really ready for. And I think it's surprised them with how much ferocity they came out with in games 5 and 6 in order to force Game 7. And that's when St. Clair really had to, like I said, lean forward in their gamer chairs and just really make a statement in Game 7. And that's exactly what they did.
Oh yeah, that was to say the least. That's where I think Game 7 we saw Saints perform the best. They, whatever dial they turned up, whatever rain dance Shuffle did to make sure that the Rocky League gods were watching.
Hey, he wasn't allowed to do it, he said.
Yeah, maybe that's why we went to Game 7. Maybe that's why we went to Game 7.
I was going to say, I'm not the only one. Seb and Vaudeville, they're not the only ones who are disappointed with that. I am too. Did you see how shocked and defeated Shuffle looked in that interview saying he wasn't allowed to dance? It's like somebody had threatened him or something like that. What's going on there, dude? But no, I think that, you know what? Again, shout out to Akron. And I think what really speaks volumes as well is, and this was something that one of the two casters said earlier, you take the fact that you look at a team like West Virginia, who we swept, right, to get here. And Akron, with 2 players from Gold, take us to Game 7. What did they eat for breakfast this morning? Because if you take that matchup and you take Akron and you take West Virginia, I'm telling you right now, with that same roster that they just fielded today, 10 out of 10 times I'm putting my money on West Virginia, and I'm coming out broke, I guess.
Hold on, is Akron in Oklahoma?
Not even close. Not even remotely close.
They're not on that Oklahoma Christian water.
They must be on that Jonathan diet. I mean, to be as
Yeah.
you know, just as strong as he is. But no, I mean, it really was impressive to see what they were able to do. And again, I think we gave them a disservice, you know, just not really hyping them up as much as we should have, and you know, sort of being doubters in this situation. But like we said, they were able to come in and surprise a lot of people.
Listen, I think, you know what, we pointed out the flaws that St. Clair had, and Akron, they exploited them to the most that they could. I mean, there were so many plays where we had 2v1s as well, a lot of first men creating pressure. St. Clair, they don't do well in those scenarios when you have to try to dodge a bump. It's just awkward situations. No one really does. It's about how you get there. And how you get there is by having people double committing, over committing downfield. Your third man's cheating up a little bit too far. You're leaving a first man to rotate back. He doesn't have a whole lot of boost, and now he's having to fight two people on the other side moving downfield with boost. It's not an easy situation, but it's one that St. Clair have had problems with getting into time and time again. Akron, they did a good job of punishing them on that, and I cannot commend them for more.
Yeah, I wonder if, like, you know, we talk a little bit about first, second, and third man, and I think what we saw in this series out of Saints was a little bit of variety. Like, for example, first game, Sai's playing back pretty much the whole first map, and then maybe games 4 and 5, Arju starts setting up goals of his own, and that's kind of what we saw a little bit out of Saints. So I think it's even possible that a little bit of that variety may cause some of the overcommits, because who's going for what at what time? Like, where does that fluidity change?
I get it. If everybody can do everything.
Yeah, if everybody can do everything, like, where does that fluidity stop someone from overcommitting? And that could be one of the problems that they have, right?
Yeah, it's hard to say, though. Like, obviously, we're not in comms, so we don't know, like, what that exchange
We're
looks
not
like.
supersonic legends, guys. Let's be
you know, as much as we'd like to be, I'm sure it's just not going to happen. But no, that might have been one of the issues. And I think, like you said, not capitalizing on, some opportunities, right? I feel like there are a couple games where Akron, weren't able to capitalize that, they probably should have, which would have made it a lot more interesting. I think maybe you don't get those overtimes. That one, especially, I think it was in Game 6, Saints had a goal, a shot attempt that, like, just went off the top of the backboard, like, just narrowly missed. That was late in Game 6. Like, if that goes in, like, we don't even have Game 7 at all. So it's just kind of these little mistakes that, kind of added up to let Akron, this almost like perfect storm that led into a 7th game. So they talked about CRL tomorrow. Obviously, they're feeling confident in their abilities to, get out of that on top. But I think there's definitely a lot from today that they'll have to go back and review to clean up a little bit. Got to execute off the kickoffs a little bit better. Capitalize on some gift goals. Just try not to make simple mistakes, and should be fine from here on out.
I mean, I'll tell you one thing, and I'm not afraid to go ahead and say it. St. Clair is not winning CRL tomorrow if they show up and play at the form that they did today. I think that there's a lot of stuff that they need to go back and look at, and just, maybe rest is required as well. Go, kick back, relax, and then come through. Tomorrow's another day, right? And it is Rocket League, and from talking to a lot of these players, you can definitely tell, they will tell it to you themselves, 60 to around like 70% of the game is literally mental. So, you know what? It just goes to show you that on the day, it is, it is always very different.
Yeah,
for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But now we are going to quickly have a look at our other games that we saw earlier today. A little bit of a wrap up for what we had for today's action. Right before we headed off to Rocket League, we had Call of Duty, and I mean, we just saw a really dominant St. Clair win over Cumberland, which none of us had truly going into this being the result of a 4-0.
Yeah, this was absolutely a stomp. I mean, we thought that these two teams matched up really, really well, and they had. It was a very solid matchup in the regular season of NACE, but this was just complete and utter domination from the side of St. Clair. I mean, every single map, they dominated from start to finish. I think that the first hard point on Hacienda was Cumberland's best shot of, finding a victory in this series, but that was very short-lived as St. Clair quickly took over. And I mean, dominating in hardpoint, we're going to see replays of Search and Destroy and Control eventually. You go 6-0 in S&D, 3-0 in Control, and then another dominating round on hardpoint on Skyline. What more could you say? Like, it was absolute domination.
Yeah, and we kind of talked a little bit about some of the win conditions for Cumberland, one of which being probably taking longer fights with ARs, and the second being try to find opportunities to shut down Rupert. But when you've got CWADS and KB was on an absolute heater across all 4 maps, especially on the final where his AR dropped 32. You know, you can say it all you want. Rupert had an outstanding performance, but the rest of his team backed him up constantly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially on the game like Dealership, we want to talk about people backing up Rupert. This is the #1 game of the series where we saw that happen before we went over to Vault. And I mean, I get it, right? There is the one MVP. But, I mean, the fact that Rupert can even make these plays, half of it is skill, sure. The other half of it is confidence. Because no matter what, I'd swing into 2 people as well and take that gunfight if I knew that I had KB backing me up, knowing that when I died, so long as I take one, I know he's going to get my trade back every day of the week.
Hey, man, Rupert's just that guy. I mean, like, it's as simple as that. He really is him. And that's what we saw. And, I mean, not even just, you know, Rupert being the one who gets everything done. Obviously, we talked about that it really is a team effort. And you talked about KB, especially having a really solid game on map number 4. Everybody gets their time to shine with the COD team. But Rupert especially, I really felt his impact on every map. You could feel his aura before they even get into the server, right? Like, that's just how strong this guy is, especially when you let him cook without any plan to slow him down.
Yeah, absolutely. But then looking at the game that we went to before we went to COD, we opened up with it early this afternoon, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, where we saw Stony Brook taking down UNCG 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, it was really highly contested series. You know, we're looking at 6th seed up against 5th seed, and the commentators highlighted justly that it's not really what they expected, as they both knocked out in the semifinals 1st and 2nd seed respectively. But Stony Brook coming back with a 2-peat from their previous year, dominating over LCU Esports. And really the tale of the tape here, Steve, final boss, D-Dog for Stony Brook. But on the way there, Sephiroth, played by Pickamere, was really the silver lining that could have maybe brought things back for UNCG.
Wait, you called him D-Dog. What's his name?
Quandale Dingle-Lingleton.
That's what I was.
Yeah,
that's what we wanted. No, I mean, I
We'll only
love,
accept that from here on out, by the way.
I love matchups in any sport. I love matchups of middle seeds. I think it creates the most interesting matchups, and this was such an interesting matchup to watch. It was so close all the way through. I mean, I think game 1 was like a 2-0 win for Stony Brook, and the last one, like we said, literally came down to a final anvil down smash to win it in like walk-off fashion. 6-5 matchups are so interesting to watch, and I got to give a lot of credit to UNCG as well. Their first NACE finals, new on the scene, definitely made some noise as a team to watch, an upstart team against a team that, has had some success before, a 2-peat now. So when it comes to next semester of NACE, you definitely have to watch out for UNCG as being this next, big team, this upcoming squad in Collegiate Smash.
Yeah, I was going to say, UNCG, they really, when you think about it, we're firing on multiple cylinders because you got so much value from the Sephiroth, but honestly, when I think about value, I'm trying to think about Chugs on the hero as well, like really elongated some of these series, making them longer than what we originally thought going into it based on how the momentum was carrying. But now, let's get into some of our games that we have for you tomorrow. A quick breakdown of what we got tomorrow. We got Valorant, Winthrop versus Maryville. In my opinion, looking like it's probably going to be the most competitive series we have so far this weekend. 3:30 EST tomorrow. Book it, mark it in your calendars. It's going to be a barn burner.
Yeah, you're going to want to watch this one. I mean, this is like Lakers-Celtics 80s finals matchup right here. These are two absolute...
Wait. Who was the Lakers?
I think I didn't think about that when I started that.
That's true.
I didn't think about that when I started that metaphor, but... I mean, that's up to interpretation, I think. But the fact of the matter is that these are two incredibly strong teams. I think this was a matchup we were expecting to happen in NACE, and every time these two teams play each other, it's always just absolute cinema from start to finish.
Happens in Ascension, happens in CVAL. It's been happening all year round. And to be honest, I think Maryville has the record beat across the year. Recency, Winthrop has the number. So we're going to have to see how that kind of unfolds tomorrow. Who's going to take that final crown?
Man, I mean, I don't have an answer for you, but what I do have an answer for is actually who is probably the Celtics of that series. I'm just saying, it's got to be Moobs, right? Moobs is like the Larry Bird of collegiate Valorant, is he not? Like, I mean,
Maybe,
I'm just saying
maybe.
that. Anyway, now we got to move on to our other game that we have going on, League of Legends. It's going to end up being the Grandview Vikings up against, guess who, Winthrop. Back at it again. They're looking for their double championship in NACE as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is crazy for Grandview. You know, they've had some tough CLOL performances over the past couple of years, and this is their first year to really make a splash here to kick things off before we really go to CLOL next year in 2026. So for this matchup, we're looking at 7 p.m. EST. Grandview up against a historic League of Legends team, Winthrop, who has been playing in NACL alongside other teams like AKA Maryville, AKA Dark Zero Esports, and the likes. So for Grandview, this is a huge moment to check mark. We've beaten the Titan.
It absolutely is, but that's going to be all that we have for today. So, without further ado, one more time, just for the folks at home, just in case you've missed it earlier, In Touch Credit Union, it can't boost your KD ratio, but we can help you level up your financial game. Visit itcu.org to learn more. Federally insured by the NCUA. And special thanks to our partners over at Raven GG. Raven is the official apparel partner of NACE and the premier platform for creating your dream custom gear. Whether you're outfitting a team or building a brand, Raven gives schools everything they need to look their best. Visit raven.gg for more to start creating today. Final thoughts on the evening. You guys, what do you have in store? What are you excited for tomorrow? What have you loved today?
Honestly, Smash was an absolute delight to watch. You know, it was really probably one of our, I mean, we just watched Rocket League. I was about to say it's one of our closer series, but you could really feel the heat in Smash. Like, you could really feel like they were going toe to toe, and I think those little kind of interruptions in between matches was absolutely insane. And tomorrow, I'm looking forward for Grandview, kind of David versus Goliath type situation. Winthrop is historied in League of Legends, and for Grandview to be able to take a grand final, it's like a path, a yellow brick road path to a potential CLOL #1 finish for 2026.
It's going to be a good game, and you know, a little birdie told me that somebody on this desk is going to be casting that game. So I mean, that's another reason to watch for the folks at home.
I didn't know you casted League.
I was saving it for as a surprise. I didn't want to, I didn't want to reveal that too early. But getting it back to today, I thought we had a good mix of everything. We had some highs and some lows. I mean, we had some exciting series. We had some stomps. So it was great. It was great to see a mix of different things, and obviously, like you said, a good mix of teams that are new, some stalwart teams that are, sort of familiar in the esports scene. And tomorrow, as much as I'm looking forward to your league cast, that Valorant game is going to be so good.
Oh, it's going to be an absolute banger, and bangers are what we have lined up for you tomorrow. But that's going to do it here on the desk. So first off, I want to thank all the viewers at home. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you to my incredible desk mates. Thank you to everybody, all the casters that remoted in. Thank you to the prod staff in the back for allowing us to do what we do. I want to thank the players and the coaches for competing and putting on a show for us today. And thank you to our partners, Raven GG, In Touch Credit Union, Asus Republic of Gamers, and also, of course, NACE, for being able to put on this amazing show. It's been me, Patrick Smoke Chambers, and we will be signing out. Catch you all tomorrow.